Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life.
What do you mean by insecurity?
When I say insecurity, you have, what's the word? I got a third grade education.
Well, let me ask you a question.
When you have a fear of something.
Okay, now if so, you're saying a man is secure if he allows other men around his woman. He's secure.
He's secure within himself.
What makes him secure that he allows men around his woman that he know?
That nigga a fool.
If she choose to go that way with that man, then she's never been for me. That's up to her, and I move in the way that I need to move.
What makes him secure though? Because he knows that he can't control her, and so if she cheats, it is what it is. That makes him secure.
Period.
So,
damn, for real.
You know, I love you've been rocking with me when they had 10 people watching this motherfucker.
Go ahead, ask your question. What's your question?
Well, just in terms of even an old friend, just considering what was being said, I think Illa has a point. I think you guys have a point in terms of he been a friend for a long time. In my head, I'm like, the fuck that mean to me? Right. Like that's just how my head, like when I be thinking this shit, I'm a husband now, right? Oh, I don't, what you did generally, I don't, it is what it is, right? But what can he do for her? Can she go to him for the support? Can she go to him for money?
None of that shit.
I'm gonna let you finish answering.
Can she go to him for money?
No, she can't. That's my job.
Can she go to him for spiritual guidance?
No,
that's your job. Shit.
Exactly.
Can she go to him for protection?
No,
like men, they go fight things of that nature. The strong boys would be taken and separated from their family, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were they're used to. Yes, that happened.
So when we're criticizing black men, if you think it takes a couple generations to change, right? And we just went through some of the things you acknowledged happened to black men and were targeted specifically just 2 generations ago with your your generation. And then we come at black men like we did it all to ourselves. You don't think there's an apology of some sort in order?
Can I just ask this, Mr. Fantastic, what was the reason that you would mention your pension? Because she's not going to just do that out of nowhere. What happened to make her say, oh, I want your pension? Or was she looking to divorce you for something? Just saying something that you may have done. She wanted to divorce you, and so she mentioned it, and then you beat her to it.
I've explained this at least. This is the last time I'm gonna tell y'all this. We were living in 2 separate things called geobashing, right? She was the one accusing me of doing shit that I wasn't doing. I told her, if you go to this and you keep accusing me when I'm not doing anything. I was in her hometown with her people around all her folks for free.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear about something. Shit. I did not ask him for his pension because that had children outside of our marriage.
You left him for free.
Y'all always get on here. So shut the up.
You not
Y'all
listening.
always get on here.
You not
try
listening.
to dismiss women. Stop
you
trying to
not
be
listening.
in abusive relationships, whether it is
you are not listening.
Or not.
Bro, if you had 2 people sitting there, right? They had a one night stand. He put the rubber on, and you got to tell one of them they was wilding, and one of them they was wilding. You would say the woman was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
She should have made that nigga put a condom on.
Yeah, especially because niggas' dicks be dirty.
Damn! What level of responsibility? Well, not what the stats say. What level of responsibility would it be on? So he didn't put a condom on. She got pregnant. It's a one night stand. Who would you put the onus on for that happening more?
If I had to choose the woman because she gives the access.
Damn. So she should have made sure he put a condom on his dick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Like that. Wow.
Look like Mr. Fantastic was right.
Brother.
Okay. Damn. So putting a baby.
That need to be a mom is huge for women. So depending on who the woman is, a woman with a kid is less desperate to have a baby with any goddamn body.
Okay. All right. But you're saying she's 28. The clock starts getting louder and louder.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the danger comes in.
She have a baby by a homeless person. She don't give a shit. she ready to pull up on her bridge with no panties on.
That guy from he just came home, right? He just got out of jail. What's his name? Meeks. Jeremy Meeks. I think he was a prisoner.
Yes.
He got with a lady.
Good hair. Yeah.
He got green eyes and all that.
They wanted to get pregnant by that dude. Ain't got no job, no nothing. That's a perfect example. Yep.
Damn, man.
The dude with the green eyes, she wants her baby with. So that's what I'm saying. She find a whatever type of dude that would make a pretty baby. She online saying, I'm on birth control. You ain't got to wear no condom. Nigga ain't got no job, no nothing, but he got green eyes. She ready to bust it open.
It looks like we're telling the truth.
The problem, y'all come on these panels and you want to crucify Black women. Your intention,
No.
as we talk about a lot of times, y'all talk about intention and you want us to follow you. We can't follow you if your intentions are not
I don't
good.
want you to follow me. You would get tired.
Here we go again.
You couldn't walk that far.
You're trying to make it about me.
You couldn't follow me
it's
because
about
you get
being
tired.
on this panel, and you came on here to spew your hate for Black women, and you are
Yes, ma'am, I did.
justifying it. You're
And it bothered you.
justifying it. You're justifying it by coming on here and making it seem as if you are teaching us something.
I didn't say I was teaching a thing, ma'am.
You can't.
Did I tell you I was teaching you?
Any person that you don't like.
Did I was telling you I was teaching you? Did I say I was teaching
work
anything?
that way.
Ma'am, did I say I was teaching anything?
No, but you got on this panel with the intention of telling us why men don't approach.
What I would recommend is you you get a job, right? You work it, maybe in an industry that you could thrive in. Learn it, right? Without the risk, build a foundation. That way when you jump into it, you're ready, Are we having a conversation? Are you here? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you responding to me, you think, or?
Who else am I responding to?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you what I hear. You asked me what I hear as far as that question.
I know, but as I'm breaking it down for you, is it?
Move on.
You're right.
Let it go.
You are partway chivalrous to like you and yours. Is that truly chivalry? Is it just you protecting your investment or your asset, which is your life? And I want to go back to maybe that isn't as chivalrous because you're protecting your investment, which is your wife. But somebody smacks her
Investment.
But the woman on the bus, the old lady on the bus is standing up with a cane, and you gonna sit there and sit your happy hips, your wide hips down that bus, and watch her stand up on that with that cane the whole entire time. That's not chivalry.
Are you saying that me protecting my wife is less chivalrous than me giving my seat up for some old hag?
Are you
No.
Are you really chivalrous if you are only protecting your investment?
It's mine, right?
Right, you're protecting what's yours, but are you truly chivalrous if you don't give up the seat on the bus?
A woman that does things for me is enough. I don't need extra girlfriend.
Maddie, you made the point. You made the point.
Yeah, let me make a quick point, right? I think this conversation can trigger women, but to be fair, right, to where Beans was going, because it's not a checkmate, but I understand your point, is that women don't actually believe that they're bringing value to guys like that, because otherwise they would be encouraging men outside their man to have more female friends, and they don't. They actually discourage. Hey, you don't need no female friends. But wait, women are so valuable and important. What you mean I don't need no female friends? It actually shows you what women think.
Even women think about that shit.
There's a lot of nuance there that you could examine.
That's a great point.
That's clear. I agree.
That's from the biological standpoint.
Indeed.
Now they try to change that culturally into women don't have a definition. There's nothing that actually defines it. What ended up happening was this, though. The advent of feminism actually took away what femininity was by saying it was antiquated, it was old school, it was slavery, it was oppressive. But then they turned women into fake men. So everything that a woman do valuable is what men do. She go out work, she go out and make money, she go out and get a degree, she go out and get education, she go out and buy things, she go out and she can afford things. These are all the things that men have been using to measure themselves and whether or not they've been successful or valuable or things of that nature. Women had a different set of things.
Been only pursuing so much for the attention of women. This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it, but maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. B-Love, what's up? But it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How long, how far are we willing to go to stand on it? does your moral code have contingencies? You know, I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. You know, the double standards. How long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have like there's a reason for it.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Yo, we here. Did you understand people in the building? What's on here, man? What's popping? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What's good? Had a good weekend. Hope everybody did as well. Let me share this with y'all one time. Salute to the brother Harmonic University. Sent me a couple beats. Harmonic, do me a favor, condense it down. It's like 43 megabytes. It got to be under 30 so I can upload it in the actual StreamYard. But let me plug this. You know what I mean? Man, oh man. So let me play this real quick, man. This shit is fire. I got to share this one time. Hold on. Just condense it down for me, but I want everybody to hear this. Let's see. Hopefully it'll play.
Wow. Shit like that. Perfect.
Harmonic Universe, do me a favor, drop. Damn, you got a SoundCloud and all that, but drop it, man. That shit fire. So I'm gonna condense it down. That way I can play it as background. Right now, the file's a little bit too large. I can't play it as a background. Pause. But that shit is fire, man. That could put you in any type of mood, any type of setting. I think that shit was actually perfect for this episode today. You know what I'm saying? So salute to the brother. Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up. We got 122 people in a building. We have 59 likes. Let's get the likes up. Let's get this shit popping, man. They got spring break today, so I needed to start on time, you know what I mean? Just in case we're willing to do the extension, we got more time to do it, you know what I mean? Yeah, man. Chill out, Lauren. Good gracious. Get the likes up. Charles became a third, what was it? A third cousin. Salute.
What up, buzzin', bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't?
Salute. So solid in the building, became a first cousin.
What up, buzzin', bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't?
Ronnie was popping with the $2. Salute to a real one. Hey, likewise, my brother. I appreciate your support. You heard? Nick was good with the $2. Salute, my G. Hope all is well, man. I'm gonna do a part 2 of that episode you're supposed to be on too. DJ Tim Smooth was popping. Perfect. I ain't forget about you. I got you. I just been running amok, man. If that producer don't come back to me, cause I like his the most, I got a number 2 option. You know what I mean? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. Feminine Melanin University was popping. Charles, of course. Almanage, salute. Happy Monday. So solid in the building. I mean, was popping. He knows. I was on time today, Playboy. GA was good. Impressed. Shalom. Love seeing the building. Already putting that work in. I appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? Miss Sexy was goody. Hope all is well, man. Matt P in the building. Danielle. Black America, salute. Lauren Mack in the building. Black Conquering King, what's up, my brother? Strange and unusual. Jesus, what happened? E-Dub was popping. Harmonic, of course. You know what I mean? Lord Lou, you already know what's popping. Rock solid. Appreciate you. Let's get it, man. LaDroit was popping. I thought you was a member. Maybe it was a gifted one. Grape T was popping. Devin in the building. Fred in the building. Hey, Fred, Big Chug said, what up? Matt was goody. I like it. My brother Ronnie, of course. Chocolate Bunny in the building. Lionel, okay. Get that work done, man. Hey, man, I still need that thing we talked about too. Pause. Homeboy was popping. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Damn, Deborah already came in swinging. Okay, let's talk about it, man. Salute. Gary S., one of the day ones. Appreciate you. All right, let's get it, man. Let's get it. Dario. Locked and loaded was popping. Salute. Sean K, how you, my brother? Will was popping. Yeah, shout out to Chug Rock. He good, man. I appreciate you checking on baby boy. You feel me? Lauren Mack with the $5 says, come on, cousin. Let's cash at him so we can get in his house daycare started. Hell nah. They can't stay here. Kenny 3 Stacks, what up? Checking in. Salute, my G. 150 people in the building. Appreciate y'all. And we have 70 likes. Yeah, man, it's cool. They just went to the park, too. Remy was popping. Legend, you already know. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right, let's get into this, man. You know, people pass away for a bunch of different reasons. God bless the dead. You know, unfortunate things happen, right? Everybody ain't always innocent when they pass, you know. But a life lost, you know, at the very least, we acknowledge that life is lost. And if it's not for the person, it's for the people around them, you know. Oftentimes, that shit hurts the people that are here, you know, maybe more or differently than the person that's gone, you know, for whatever the reasons are. So we can at the very least acknowledge that. You feel me? Quentin, what's popping on the fellas? You see Drake got these niggas scrambling, yo. Yo, I'm telling you, Andre, salute.
What up, buzzin', bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't?
Quentin, I'm interested to see, you know? So look, you know, the term selective outrage, what does that mean to you guys? What it mean? When I hear it, it sounds like, you know, you complain about certain things conveniently, as long as it suits you or benefits whatever cause you have, you know. But the one thing I think we get a little bit confused is it has to be the same thing that I'm choosing not to complain about, right? So let's just take this walk together, right? So this person passes from gun violence in the hood. This person passes from gun violence or, you know, police brutality. Are those the exact same thing, right? So if those, that would be the thing that we need to mine out first. Are those the exact same thing, right? Have you guys grow up where me and my brother could fight or talk shit to each other, but doesn't mean you can? That doesn't mean an outside entity can do the same thing to my brother as I would. Right? What would you think about like you ever see a couple arguing and fussing and fighting, right? But it's a couple, man and woman. What do people often say? Don't get into that. That's their business, etc. Even when people up to and including when people are getting handsy, right? That's their business. Don't get in the middle of that because they're gonna go do what they do after the fact, and you're gonna be the enemy. Is that different from, let's say you saw a dude in a Dollar General? I don't know if y'all saw that video, and he started like to accost the worker there, like, yo, get the F out my face, and all the men rushed in to help. Is it the fact that it's internal make any difference? Right? Because when I'm thinking about selective outrage, I'm thinking two things are happening that are the same, but I'm choosing this one to complain about, but not this one. Right? Do they have to be the same situation, or can it be adjacent situations? Right? Black man got killed by a black man got killed by a police officer. Are those two different things? Right? Do they need to be looked at differently? Consider this, right? Now, this is, I wouldn't say it's a reach, but a slight analogy. I was watching, and you could watch like not Clear and Present Danger, but I forget the movie with Samuel L. Jackson where he made a call. It was a war movie, but American Sniper. If you guys remember the opening scene, he had his gun out, right? And he was aiming it. He's like, yo, if you are wrong and that lady doesn't have a bomb or a gun of some sort, you going to, I think he said Guantanamo Bay, right? Because there are rules of engagement. So what do you think about police, right? Do they have a different level of, do they need to understand it? Do they need to be clear, right? Do all their actions need to be justified in a different way? Like, do they need to pull their guns for certain reasons? Or is it the same as men, you know, black people in the hood shooting each other? Like, are these things the same thing when we assess selective outrage? Or is it just black men dying, so you should be mad about all of it in the same way? If you're not, you're being selective. Right? I'm kind of asking y'all. Do you see what I'm trying to understand first before we dive into selective outrage? Police shootings and black men shooting each other in the hood, are those the same things? Are there different rules and engagement? Should they be looked at the same? Or just how we grew up, is internal conflict different than an external force coming in to hurt people, your people, the people around you, etc.? This is what I'm trying to understand, to see if it is indeed selective outrage or these are two different things. Police are law enforcement, others are criminals. Okay. But in terms of like when, you know, because they're saying, oh, you guys protest for when a cop shoots somebody, but you won't protest when Tyrone shoots James. But Tony said those aren't the same thing, right? So how do you address them? Okay. Yeah, but that's not we're not even there yet, right? You're not listening, right? Does the nuance even matter, right? But just consider this again: growing up, right? Right, and this the thing, right? That's what I was trying to understand it. That's why I said, okay, group. We got a group of people who I think are intelligent. Maybe we can understand it first, because it's selective outrage actually being misused. Because if these are two different things, right, then you can't call it selective outrage because the reaction is different. Now, this is true. You know what I'm saying? That's true. Oh, sorry, this right here, right? Fact, Aiden, right? Both are wrong, just not the same. Okay. Vet Life says it's the same. Each situation of black man being deleted. This is an issue. If it's different, that means we don't care about black men's lives. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know, Vet Life. I understand 100% black men being deleted, right? But how it's protested, right? When you use the term selective outrage, it would have to be Tyrone killed James. I'm upset. Tyrone killed Leon. I'm not upset. I'm not protesting it. But it was when it's an officer, right? A person in a position of authority and power, right? Is that the exact same thing? You know what I'm saying? But salute to Rock Solid said, to me, gun violence is gun violence to me, however it comes. Okay. All right. All right. Andre Dale with the fight out. The situations change, but the principles remain the same. Principles work for you and hold you accountable to what's right. Integrity is key. Salute to Andre. Gunny with the fight out. More people die from being struck by lightning every year than unarmed police shootings of black. It's absolutely selective outrage. Okay. I don't know if okay. I like this better, so solid. Right? I think this part, but in terms of the outrage, because they're not the same thing, I'm having an issue with the selective outrage, just the term itself. You know what I mean? So let me paint this picture with y'all for y'all, right? Because here's where I think issues align. When did you guys ever see or you remember the Me Too movement, right? So you got the Me Too movement. And you got women that were really being harmed, right? And then it seemed that it transitions to it was convenient and easy to implicate men, and they would have repercussions. So then it started happening so much that it lost its steam, like resembling like The Boy Who Cried Wolf to an extent, right? So when I was thinking about selective outrage by myself, I've got a few different situations that have some of the same variables. And we're gonna walk through them to see what you guys think. Have you guys heard of Amadou Diallo? Sorry. It was 1999. In the Bronx. He got shot 41 times. Right? And I know it's kind of far back, but I wanted to make sure that the variables were the same or at least very similar. So it was a jump out boys. I don't know if y'all call them that, but like the undercover unit. Right? It was an undercover unit. You know, they dress regular, hoodie, skull, right? They blend in. You know, it was excessive shots, right? People would deem excessive shots. By the undercovers, and he didn't have a gun on him. Right? For people that if you've been under a rock, you may not know, but let me show y'all this. I just want to make sure you guys have all the context I have, right? Let me show you guys this first, though, before we get into that. No, I'll wait. Let me just bring you guys through these situations. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. B Sammy, what's popping? All right, give me 1 second. I don't know if y'all call them jump outs. They call them, you know, all types of stuff. So this is back 1999. He was shot.
It's been 20 years. It has been a long journey, but I'm I'm healing.
Amadou Diallo's mother, Kadia, too, holds back tears. The last time she heard her son's voice was January 31st, 1999.
He was calling with the good news. He said, Mom, I finally have saved enough money. I'm going to realize my dream. I was so proud. I didn't think that a couple days later he would be gone.
Diallo was just 22 when his life was cut short by a hail of NYPD bullets. Officials say 41 shots were fired by plainclothes officers outside of his Bronx apartment building back on February 4th, 1999. 19 of those bullets piercing him.
I thought my life was ending. I didn't think I would recover.
On that fateful day, the officers, who were part of a street crimes unit, mistook him for an armed rape suspect. It was one of the first police-involved shootings in New York City that sparked national outrage and conversations about race and police relations. New York City streets were flooded with protesters.
When Amadou was killed, it raised the consciousness of humanity.
How have you managed to survive?
My faith, my family, my community.
Diallo's mother turned her sadness into strength, giving her son a voice. She says he was much more than a street vendor from Africa.
Amadou was a young, hardworking young man who grew up in many different countries in Africa, and he spoke 5 languages. He went to college in Thailand, to the French International School. He graduated, then he went to Singapore to have his computer degree.
The officers involved were charged with second-degree murder, but were acquitted at trial. The Diallo family sued the city, and a $3 million settlement was reached. They started the Amadou Diallo Foundation with that money.
We have worked hard to give scholarship to young African students who immigrated here.
So you take a look at this, right? For all intents and purposes, Amadou Diallo, right? Because I'm trying to understand selective outrage. Amadou Diallo, right, was an immigrant. He was here working, going to school. He was a street vendor, wasn't doing anything wrong, was on his porch, mistaken for someone else, right, and was shot 19 times, fired at 41 times, right? When they walked up on him, he only had his wallet, right? This sounds like something that you would protest, right? Now, here's why this is important. Right? Because he was not a criminal. He was deleted by the police. Right? He was deleted by the police, and then they protested. This right here, you should protest, right? This is important, and we're gonna keep walking down this road because we're gonna get to Dexter Reed. Right, let me show you a little bit about Derek, the boy who just passed. Right, and this doesn't tell the whole story for people. You know, I've been in trouble before, right? But look at this, right? The person who was hurt or maimed or deleted, does what they're doing matter? Right? So now you got Amadou. You got the undercovers. He was shot 19 times, shot at 41 times. They mistook him for someone else, right? And then when they walked up on him, he only had his wallet. You should protest that, right? Let me show you something else. God bless the dead to Amadou Diallo, right? That's an old one. Let me show you guys this. Have you guys ever heard of Sean Bell? This was if I'm not mistaken, 2006. Sean Bell, 23 years old, had 2 kids by the same woman. He was dating her since he was 18 years old. He was gonna marry her. He was out for his bachelor party, right? He gets in the car with 4 of his friends. They try to pull out a cop. I don't know if it was a mistake or heard them talking about something. They were in an area where it was a lot of crime and things of that nature. Again, the cops were not, they were plain clothed, right? So they could blend in. This was before Sean Bell's case actually brought, there was some type of law or ordinance to where if a cop was in a shooting, right, a police involved shooting, then they would have to get a breathalyzer, some type of drug test and alcohol test after the fact, because these cops were allowed to drink so they could blend into where they were, right? Right. See, I don't even know what this person really talking about. Add money 3, right? This is kind of stupid. Nobody pulled a firearm, right? So let's keep on walking down this road, right? So let me show you guys Sean Bell, just in case you're unfamiliar. I got a couple clips for him. I might be out of order with him, but it's okay.
We are supposed to be protected by the police, not killed. And we're sick of it.
I'm John Elligo with the New York Times out here in Queens, where today a judge acquitted all 3 detectives charged in the shooting death of Sean Bell. The verdict was handed down by Judge Arthur J. Cooperman, who heard the case without a jury.
So this is they tried the officers, and this lets you know what happened.
Judge Cooperman cited inconsistencies in the testimony of the prosecution witnesses. He also cited the fact that police should be given some leeway in doing their jobs and in their decision to use deadly physical force.
50 shots!
Outside the courtroom, there was a cluster of people. They were very clearly upset by the verdict. I mean, it's a very highly charged, very emotional, very racially charged case. Even though 2 of the detectives who were charged and who were on trial were black, many of the people in the community feel that the cops generally do not show the respect to black people that they should.
Never, ever have respect for the justice system.
And specifically in the Sean Bell case, the issue of Mr. Bell and the 2 passengers that were with him, Joseph Guzman and Trent Benfield, both of them were also shot, but they were not killed. But none of the men had guns. None of them were found with guns. And that, I think, has fueled a lot of the public outrage.
You cannot walk around with a brush. You cannot walk around with a cell phone. You cannot reach for your wallet because it is a threat to the police.
The coming days, we can definitely expect that there will be some protests and whatnot. And a gentleman with the NAACP, he expressed to me that, yes, people will protest. There will probably be very emotional, very highly charged protests. His hope was that the police would not stop people from protesting by arresting people, which is something that we've seen done in the past, you know, after the Amadou Diallo shooting and those 4.
Let me show y'all this one real quick.
3 of the 5 undercover police officers whose 50-bullet barrage killed an unarmed man
A little bit lower, I apologize.
on his wedding day were indicted Friday. But the exact charges won't be revealed until next week. Prosecutors say one of those charged, Officer Michael Oliver, fired 31 times into the car carrying a group of men leaving a bachelor party at a strip club. Officer Mark Cooper fired 4 times, and the other officer, Jiskard Isnoura, fired 11 times. Attorneys for the officers say their clients had reasonable suspicions that the men were armed and dangerous, and are looking forward to arguing their case before a jury.
There's a long way to go between an indictment and a conviction at trial. And we're confident that at the end of the trial, after we've had a turn, that all of these officers will be exonerated.
So I think I did a decent job of adding context to this, right? But let's just make sure we break it down. What's up, y'all? So 31 shots, right? One officer shot 11 times, 4 times, 3 times, right? He was getting married. He went out for a bachelor party. Now, the neighborhood they were in wasn't the greatest, but oftentimes you live out there, right? It just, that is your shit. Like, you kind of understand what to do and not to do. Just in terms of having all the information, he had an argument outside of the club with somebody in an Escalade or something, like a black truck. But before they left, the guy he argued with, it de-escalated. Ben had pulled off right before they got in the car. The car was approached by the first officer that shot 31 times. Obviously, Sean Bell died in that instance. And then one of the brothers got shot in the leg, ran off. Then the other dude got shot in like the chest area, right? So again, right? And I was looking to see if he had some type of criminal record, but I didn't see anything. There was one journal that said that they were criminals involved in gangs and things of that nature. But what actually, the gentleman who got shot in the chest was the one who was out in the streets and all that. You know what I'm saying? So think about this, right? Reaper was popping. Think about this, right? Amadou, Sean Bell, they didn't have guns on them. They seemingly weren't doing anything wrong, right? And they got deleted. Yeah, and I was just trying to make sure, you feel me? And so he was pulling out the parking spot. The cops approach. The cop saying that he looked like he was trying to hit him by the car. But if you looked at where the car was, they barely got out that parking spot, right? This sounds like something that you would protest, right? Amadou sounds like something you would protest, right? Because they weren't in the wrong in these instances, right? From what we gathered. The police were exonerated in both cases. This thing should make you upset, right? This should make you upset because they were unarmed. They weren't doing anything wrong, right? It sounds like the cops made a mistake and yet they got off, right? The man was getting married, had 2 kids by the same woman, right? So I'm just thinking about that, right? If we put that together, this sounds like something, these 2 situations, what's up, AJ? What's up, Lou? That you should protest, right? And Lou is right. Subjectively, if the cops feels threatened, he could do what he thinks he needs to do, whether it be deadly force or what have you, right? But that's the issue. These 2 men, seemingly based on what we know about the information that's presented, weren't wrong. You should protest this, right? 100%. If protest was your goal, right, then you should protest these 2 things, right? This is old, Jonathan. This is way before Black Lives Matter. So now we get to Derek Reed. This is where shit gets shaky. Because Sean Bell, he deserves to get his name said, right? Amadou, he deserves to get his name said, right? For justice. But now look at the Derek Reed situation, right? Is it a different situation? The variables are similar, right? You have the cops, plain clothes or, regular clothes, whatever the case. I mean, they have their vests on, right? A bunch of shots. So I was just looking for cases that had similar variables, right? But here's where I think we start to mess up, right? Because we act like we care when the police are involved. When we shooting each other, we don't. I don't think those 2 things are the same. However, as we review this 3rd case, here's where we start to, I think, mess up a little bit and start to conflate things and start to muddy the waters for things that actually need to be protested, as opposed to things that may be justified when you're watching it, when you hear about it, when you try to understand it. And then at that point, if it's always when police are involved, right, and we protest every single time a police officer is involved, right, it begins to lose its credibility. Yeah, and Breonna Taylor, I'm just thinking about similar situations, right, when we're looking at the Derek Reed. So you guys saw the video, right? But there's a couple things I just want to point out in terms of with all the shots, things of that nature. So I hope this doesn't get flagged. I'm gonna have to stop it at a certain point, but I think it's important that we look at this, right? So you guys saw this video, right? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Oh, Ty Shadow with the $10 says easy on the Tyrone name. My bad, bro. Steppenwolf with the $2 says good morning, Ham. Salute, my brother. Judah Shalom, what's popping? He's ready for another good show, indeed. And this show is a little bit different, but I wanted to cover this because I think it was important, right? For everybody who just tuning in, we got Amadou, right? Did not have a weapon, was shot 41 shots, hit 19 times. Sean Bell, right, was not armed. Neither one, he didn't have a record. Amadou didn't have a record, no history of it, right? On his bachelor party night, his car was barraged with 51 bullets. He died in an instance. 2 of his friends also got shot in the car, but they lived, right? Did not have a weapon, right? He was deleted. Those 2 brothers deserve to have their names said, deserve to be protested, right? In terms of this was wrong. And the cops got off in those 2 instances, right? But now let's look at Derek Reed. And I want to show you guys something here.
Roll the windows down. Roll the window down, man. Roll the window down.
Instantly, do you see the angle of the cops? You don't see their car, right? For all intents and purposes in this video right here. This right here is to let us know something, right? That this stop is totally different. It has different implications. Let's keep going.
Down. What are you doing? Roll this one down. Roll that one down too. Hey, don't roll the window up. Don't roll the window up. Okay. Do not roll the window up. Unlock the doors now. Unlock the doors now. Unlock the doors now. Open the door now. Open the door now. Open the door now. I'm 6-4 David. Shots fired. Shots fired. Hey! Shots fired. Fernando Neighbors. 10-1. Hey!
So, y'all see this right here? You see where their car is right here? How they pulled up on them? Right? This is a felony stop. Right? This is a felony stop. When we get pulled over, what do they pull up? They pull up behind us. They pull, they pull us over, they come up, etc. Right? That's a traffic stop. And the news is doing a bad job when they do this. I'm gonna go back to this video, but people need clarification, right? Because people often run with, oh, it's a traffic stop. No, this is a felony traffic stop, right? This is a felony traffic stop. That's why they kind of cut him off in that instance, right? With proper positioning, they can see him, right? They have to make sure they make a differentiation for people, right? So let me show y'all this. This the news. This is CBS.
And let's get to some breaking news right now. We've been telling you about all morning. Video was just released within the hour of a deadly shooting of a man during a police traffic stop.
See how he put all the drama around police traffic stop, right? Yeah, exactly. I think this is what it's called, right? No, this is a felony stop. I mean, it's a high risk stop with someone who is being pursued, followed, under suspicion, right? The boy was out on a bracelet, if I'm not mistaken, right? He just had gotten arrested for possession of a firearm. But he just said traffic stop, right? So if you just watching the news, right, you don't know what's happening. You're like, wait, why would this happen on the traffic stop? No, this is a felony stop. Felony traffic stop. Right? And I played this, they're going to go through the video, right? But it has that commentary. But they already misleading with that part right there. So I just want us to understand where their car is parked. You understand this is not just any traffic stop. Right? Yeah, but I think I said it well, but this is pretty good. Means there was suspicious and that person is sought after, right? So that has to be different. This could be true, right? And again, these articles, people write them how they write them for whatever the reasons are, right? See, they put all this PPP loan stuff in there and all that, right? But let me just show you guys. So let me read right here. So now this is an inflammatory article, right? Dexter Reed, the felon, right? Because they have a narrative that they want to paint, right? Felon who shot at the police was killed by return fire, right? They made sure to emphasize return fire, received the federal PPP loan that he didn't pay, whatever, right? And then let me read. I want to get to Reed was also arrested in April of 2023 and charged with retail theft from Zara clothing store. On March 21st, 2024, No, that's not the one. Oh, according to Chicago police records, Reed was arrested on July 13, 2023 on Warren Boulevard, 2 blocks from United Center, charged with felony aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. Right? So they tell you what his charges are, right? All right, so I just want you to understand that this isn't random, right? But they can't use traffic stop. They know it's a felony traffic stop because there's suspicions here. All right, let me go back to the other video. All right, everybody on the same page. Put a 1 in the chat if you're on the same page. This ain't just no average stop. They blocked him on purpose so he can't drive forward. You know, he rolls down the window, rolls up the window, the car is locked, etc. This is a different ball game. All right, cool. So I know a lot of people walk this down. I just want to make sure we're thorough. Okay, so here go. That part. Do you hear that gun right there? This now this is where I'm just trying to understand it because they're like, who shot first, etc. Right? Listen, let's start from the beginning. Listen to this gun.
The window down, man. Roll the window down. What are you doing? Roll this one down. Roll that one down too. Hey, don't roll the window up. Don't roll the window up. Okay. Do not roll the window up. Unlock the doors now. Unlock the doors now. Unlock the doors now. Open the door now. Open the door now. Open the door now.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that gun, that first 2 shots, that first 3 shots? Now I'm just trying to understand it better. I'm just trying to dive into it. Listen to it. It's like a pat, 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 right?
Open the door now. Open the door now.
You hear that? Pat, 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 pat. And now listen to the other guns going off. You hear it?
Shots fired. Shots fired.
You hear that? No, let me see. That one. Listen.
Shots fired.
Listen to these shots going off now.
Fernando Neighbors, 10-1.
Right here. Listen right here. You hear that? You hear that? Not even silenced, right? Not even silenced, but that pat, 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 pat. So I was looking up the calibers, right? Let me go to this. I was looking up the calibers. So this is that was page 8. This is Department Approved Weapons and Ammunition, Chicago Police Department. I'll zoom in on it, right? Let me go to page 8. There's a bunch of different calibers they can use, right? Hold on. Page 7, sorry. And then can I zoom in on this? All right, so look here, right? Each district is supplied 200 of the following Department Approved duty ammunition calibers. They got the 38 special, right? I've only seen the 38 special in a revolver. I doubt that they're using that. You got 9mm. You got a bunch of different. You got 40 caliber S&W, 45 caliber ACP, and 5.56. Right. So I was trying to do research on what gun is the most popular. Right. So this is the Glock 40 S&W. Right. And so here, by far the most popular service pistol in the United States, the Glock 22 fires the potent 40 S&W cartridge and holds more rounds for its size and weight than most other full-size handguns in its class. Right? So New York uses it, and it says it's by far the most popular. Definitely 9mm, definitely 40, right? But if Chicago is what we say it is, right? Right? And shit going crazy, niggas got switches and all that. This the 40, right? This got way more stopping power than that 9, and and people argue whatever the case is, right? It depends, right? But this the 40, right? The standard magazine is 15. You got optional 22, 16, and 10. If you got 5 officers out there, right? And it's the Glock, right? No, easy to clean, simple setup, not super duper heavy. The trigger, people would argue The trigger's kind of a hair trigger. It has this little part right here, but it don't have no safety. But you pull that first before you pull the, I guess, the actual trigger, so to speak. I'm just trying to speak plain so we understand each other. And when I'm listening to them shots, right, sounds like the dude had a 9, Derek. And I'm thinking that those cops, especially considering this information, how this is the most popular gun, sound like a 40. Yeah, trigger safety. Sorry. Good job, Twiz. Right? And then standard mag of 15, 22, 16, and 10. Those are options. So when you got, was it 4 cops or 5 cops? Sorry. Right? Times, let's say 15. Right? I mean, it's easy to get there. Right? Let me just make sure. My math is bad right now. 15 times 5. So that's 75 shots. If somebody is, and then let's say, and I'm just saying if they had the 15, if they had a 22 or a 16, you can get to 100 shots quick. Yeah. And somebody obviously know more about guns than I do, right? But I'm just listening, right? And the powder is different, I understand. But you hear that shot, boom, 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 boom. You know? So I'm just looking at this being the most popular, right? And it's a 40, you know, and it sounds like when the cops are shooting, it's definitely different from his, right? The 9 and the 40s are super duper popular. This is what it sounded like to me, right? There's variables, you know, people, different manufacturers. I understand that. But when you get to 100 shots with 5 people shooting, if you ever been to a gun range, you can get through 10 or 15 shots in a heartbeat, especially with a Glock. Right? And let me just show y'all this, right? The difference, why I'm, you know, just speculating, right? Between the 9 and the 40. So, and I'm thinking that he had a 9. Sorry, let me grab these. So look at this, right? Look at this. Look at the size difference, right? So the bigger one's the 40, the smaller one's the 9. You in Chicago, right? The police are out there, and then the news says what it says about how dangerous and all that are, right? Oh shoot, this is my bad. This is a 45. I'm bugging, right? So you see the size different, right? And then the 40 is gonna be between it, right? But what you think they going? What you think they rocking with? Right? What do you think they rocking with? I'm not sure what the initial call is. You know, I'm not sure what the initial call is, but I gotta look at it. But just, you know what I mean? What you think they rocking with? It's a Glock. You got 15, 22, 16, or 10. It's a 40. You can handle it. And then depending on what people have that you have to defend yourself against or you know, protect yourself against, you know, yeah, that's the ACP, you know, just listen at those shots. I just don't want everybody to think that it was like so unfounded that 100 shots could go off in a shootout. Yeah. And Diesel, that's a good point, right? But if they switching, right? If they switching, then does that make the point moot, or can it make sense? Right? Just based on what we hear in the shots, etc. Right? But I also want to just clarify what them first 4 shots didn't sound like no 40, right? It sounded more like a 9. And somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, but do you understand like the logic as opposed to just saying, oh, this shot? Well, if we just listen to it as well. You know, and Diesel, you're right. Like even the 40, like in terms of getting ammunition during the pandemic, was tough for the 40 to get. Even it was speculated that the 40 was going to go away totally. You know, just like from people, because people like it wasn't as popular. You know, people skip up and go to the 45, but the 9s I think are the most popular. Yeah, that could be true too. But I don't know, bro. It sounded so much different. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video. But I just don't want to get to that part that's crazy, you know. So let me show y'all this. Yeah, and again, that's a good point too, right? But I don't know if it sounded muffled though. I just think it was a smaller gun, you know. Right? They shooting. Right? They shooting. And so the aftermath of this, I'm gonna stop it here. Is that he gets out the car, falls down behind the car. There's 3 shots once he hits the ground. The police chief was saying that those shots were potentially in question. But you know, based on this, is a shootout. There's also an independent group. Forgive me, I forget what it's called, but they said that the boy shot first as well. But just even listening to the shots, right? Listening to the shots, if we just speculate and using the information that we have, right? With this being the most popular gun, Copa. Yep, thanks, Diesel. Listening, his shots sounded a lot different from the police, and with this being the most popular gun, we can speculate that definitely a larger caliber, and you can hear the sound difference. And I'm not sure if a car would muffle it that much, but fair point nonetheless. You know what I'm saying? God. Bodies. Wrong one. But I just don't want y'all to think like 100 shots is like it's very realistic. Very realistic in a shootout. And then he was able to get out the car and all that. And if you've been in a fist fight and in a like you get that rage or that adrenaline pumping, I mean, there's no telling. So you got 5 people shooting at that point. 96 shots is not you know, not unrealistic at all. So the selective outrage, right? That's why I just wanted to make sure it's important that we make a differentiation just to understand it, right? While selective outrage is still an issue, but let's look at what it actually is, right? Police involved shooting, undercover or plainclothes police officers, right? This is happening. You got Sean Bell and Amadou who were doing nothing wrong. You protest that. The brother in this video, he let off first, right? He has a level of a track record. This is a felony traffic stop. He rolls down the window, rolls up the window. I am. The door's locked. He knows it. His mom said he just got this car, so I would assume that everything's functioning, although it doesn't look super new. And he lets off. You see what happens, right? When you protest for Amadou and Sean Bell, God bless the dead. And then you protest for Derek Reed, God bless the dead. But these things aren't the same thing. But if we just protesting every time a cop is involved, what are we saying? Do you see how we can muddy the waters for the brothers who are actually killed unjustly or unjustly, unlawfully, right? By the police that need to be prosecuted? Right? Now the victims can't even be victims because we're making everybody a victim potentially. And I'm just going off the information we have right now. And this is Monday. So, you know, I like to wait for certain things. But you understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm asking about selective outrage. Are people using shit the wrong way? You see what I'm saying? You see how we walked it down? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. And this right here, let me show y'all this.
O-R-S-C-H-A Banks, B-A-N-K-S, the sister of Dexter Reed.
We just want answers. Regardless of the person that they try to portray Dexter as, he was not one of those. Why does the police keep doing this to young black African men? If he was supposed to get pulled over for a traffic stop, why did they have 4 guns pointed at him?
You
He
see?
was scared.
Right? You see? The first mistake. Don't perpetuate what was not true. A felony stop is different than a traffic stop.
And after he was already on the ground, dead, they still put him in custody instead of checking to see was he breathing. They shot at him 96 times. They reloaded the clip 3 times. It must stop. It ain't the first person it happened to. If it don't be justice, if they not held accountable, it won't be the last person.
What's up, Tio?
I really can't explain the pain that me and my family is going through, but I just hope.
See, the reload thing, right? If we do, let's say they had the 40, which is sounded like that, right? You got 15 times, was it 4 cops? No, 5 cops, right? 15 times 5, that's 75. Plus 15. Shit, you only need 1 or 2 people to reload. Right? You only need 1 or 2 people to reload.
There's people out there that understand he was a son, he was a
Like
brother,
Gold was popping.
he was a uncle.
Fuzzy was popping.
He have loved
Dude was
ones.
was popping.
He was somebody very important. He was not in the streets. And the image that they're trying to portray him to be, that was not him. And everybody that know him knows Dexter was a loving young guy. He was very, very mannerable. And I hate that this happened to us. And I hope that they can help these detectives accountable, the 11th district accountable, the jump out.
So this is sister. Let me get to, I guess he's an activist.
Dexter Reed, Roosevelt Banks. I just want to say, after looking at the video footage yesterday and seeing police officers jump out of a vehicle with hoodies on, guns drawn, if I was in that situation, I would be terrified. I wouldn't know how to specifically react other than to protect myself if that was the case. But just to know that after he was shot up in the car, he got out of the car and then proceeded to put his hands up, and you shot him more times as he fell, and then you continued as you added clips to your gun. That is nothing but plain murder to me. Murder.
Now the man just said if the police run up on you, right? He's saying his first reaction would be to protect himself. But you have 5 people with guns pointed at you. Yeah, they had vests on. They had like the police vests. He knew it was the police. I mean, the video is the video, right? If you outgunned, do you pick your gun up or do you put it to the side? Let's keep going.
If anybody that understands.
All right, so I wanted y'all to hear that real quick. This is dad.
Yes. It was an unfortunate accident on March 21st.
Now, listen to how fucking stupid this is. Listen to how stupid he sounds. This don't make no sense. This.
Yes. It was an unfortunate accident on March 21st.
Unfortunate accident?
Yes. It was an unfortunate accident on March 21st. I just talked to my son that day, like at 5:59. You know.
Let me see if I can
didn't
turn
know
it up.
That was going to be his last words to me. You know. And I'm very hurt. I'm very hurt right now.
As loud as it go.
And I talked to Mayor Johnson Sunday, and I explained to him that that those officers need to be held accountable, you know, and those officers need more training. You got young guys that's 2 years, 5 years experience, you know.
Unfortunate accident though. Come on, man. Like, come.
And I seen the tape yesterday and how they approached the car, you know, and it wasn't the proper protocol, you know. First of all, the way she came to the car, aggressive, using profanity, and then he rolled his window down. Then the other officer come on the side, trying to intimidate him, stuff like that. You know, my son probably was scared, you know. And it's been a known fact in Chicago that police always target black and brown communities, people, you know. And as my son got out pleading for help, they shot 96 times. Yeah, it's too much. And then about 2 rounds. Come on, I'm watching that. Just imagine how your kids will feel if they got shot like that. You know? And even when he was falling on the ground, pleading for help, begging, they still kept shooting. And when he was on the ground, I still had extra 4 shots. This is not right. It's not right. It's not right. It's not right. And we need change. We need change in the city with the police reform. You know, walk into a car, you know, hoodies on.
I mean, you just, well, y'all heard it. I don't need to add no commentary. There's the mom.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming.
And the thing is, we just watched the video, right?
I just miss my son. I'm hurt. I'm sick. I feel like I've been shot. My insides is burning up. Why they did that to my son? They didn't have to do him like that. I love my son. He's a good kid. He played basketball. He always had something to do every day. He wake me up in the morning and he fixed me food. He would show up. He had to cook his stuff. And he tell me, Mama, you eat something and stuff like that. When I didn't feel good, he say exercise. He bought a Peloton bike for me to exercise. And he was a good kid. And why they did him like that, I just don't understand. What is wrong with the police is why they doing all these kids, pulling them over with for no reason. All these kids, illegal stops, they don't do nothing all the time. They just be outside trying to find their way. He had just bought his new car 3 days before that. And he was just riding around in his car. He said, Mom, go for a ride. And they killed him. They killed him. They killed him. They killed him.
It's James Gibson tortured. James Gibson. Enough.
Last one.
America.
It is Chicago.
America. America. How come y'all hate us so much? How come y'all hate us so much? We doing everything. We did everything y'all told us to do. Put your hands up. Put them up. And y'all still shooting us. America. 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 How come y'all hate us so much? Enough. There's no more need for investigations. The video clearly shows they shot the man on the ground. They jumping out gang banging with hoodies, with hoods on. America, America, America.
All right, so it's cringy, right? Like, to subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, right? Why is it a show? But this is why I want us to understand, right? I would assume it's 99% black people here. King Kunta was popping, right? You got Sean Bell. You got Amadou. They weren't doing anything wrong. This brother here, Derek, had the strap on him, right? His record was fairly new in terms of having a weapon, using it, whatever the case was. Just a year or so prior to this, right? He was still on a bracelet. This is a felony stop, right? So there's some type of track record. That's why they pulled him on and blocked him like that for a reason. He shot first. After that, you don't control your repercussions to nothing. You don't control your repercussions to anything, right? We sit here, we assess too many shots, too many. These people trying to make it home. Do you guys know that when the black officer got shot in this exchange, one of the black officers got shot? Task force dressed in plain clothes, but they had their police vests on. You could see them, right? And Diesel can correct me. I think it has like a patch of the badge. If you don't control your repercussions, right? He chose to go out like this for some strange reason. Rolling back up the window is crazy. Rolling the window back up is fucking crazy. When I get pulled, and I don't be doing it wrong, I roll down all 4 windows. Why not? And then I have a regular conversation. Right? And the thing is, when I'm looking at it, he seemed calm. Like he would made a decision. All right, this is what it's gonna be. Okay. So when you look at him, what happened is what happened. America, okay, we can understand it. Whatever the case is, you got this whole the family speaking out, right? The father done fucked the money up, talking about it's an unfortunate accident because that's what they trying to get to, right? Right? They try and get to the bag. We understand it, right? He make a decision to pull the burner and he starts shooting first. Don't put him with the brothers who are innocent. Because now you money the waters for real protests when brothers ain't doing shit wrong and getting gunned down regardless. With brothers who make this decision to shoot it out or be involved in the wrong way doing crime, right? Don't put him with the brothers like Amadou and Sean Bell who just living their life. And they may have been walking while black, right? They fit the description, whatever the case was. Because now if it's everybody all the time, what happens? Now ain't none of us innocent. Because everybody get mixed in together. And that's what the fuck I'm talking about when y'all talking about selective outrage. Cry out for the brothers that was really wronged and not doing anything incorrectly. And their skin played a part to an extent, right? Or they fit a description to an extent, right? But Sean Bell ain't Derek Reed. So give the Sean Bells a chance. Give Sean Bell a chance. Because when you start mixing everybody together, the brothers who ain't doing shit wrong, they need a chance. And this is how I'm understanding selective outrage. Dexter Reed, I keep saying it, right? Dexter Reed, right? This is what I'm saying about selective outrage. Be selective, so that when you complain or you want to market something that has an actual impact, a motherfucker who always complaining is just gonna be a motherfucker who complaining. You ever heard this terminology? Why complain? Who gonna listen? You know what I'm saying? But just let's think through it. I'm gonna drop the link, see what y'all think. Right? There's bias everywhere. Right? There's bias everywhere. But you can be wrong, right? But then when you're not wrong, when you say you're not wrong, people are more inclined to listen. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Don, what's popping with it tonight? DJ Hamp, I appreciate you having this conversation. We must stop defending criminal behavior in the black community. Bottom line, you comply to live. Salutes. Salute, my G. As Abe with the $5 says, does the woman cop have a different gun than the man and y'all just tripping? Who shot first? Yeah, well, Copa said that he shot first. I doubt that she could have had a 9, right? I'm just listening to the gunshots, you know. Corey Leith, because we're trying to dive into it, not just, you know what I mean? Hopefully that y'all understood the angle, right? To why Sean Bell and Amadou were so important. Why looking up what guns and calibers they can carry. Why looking up what the most popular gun for the majority of our police departments is. I hope that wasn't just glossed over. Corey with the $5 says, a felony stop means he wasn't an innocent guy, correct? There's speculation, right? There's suspicion. The record probably matters and things of that nature too, you know. But just based on how they pulled up, Corey, we got to make a differentiation. We mislead people when we say traffic stop and then we know it's a felony traffic stop, you know. Son Kid, Shalom. Corey, oh shoot, Mr. Grant was popping with the 5 Canadian says, only in the U.S. people think they can shoot at cops and not die. Did they forget guns are against the law in Chicago? Now he is a martyr. Gunny with the $5. It's election season. Same script being ran on black people like clockwork. We falling for it. Callie Love was popping with my brother with the $2. Peace, G. Keep winning. I'm joining the panel one day, no doubt. As Abe with the $10. Jethro Mullet, maybe Hant will do a show on the workplace hate. It's different. When you do everything right in the workplace, America's hates us for sure. Maybe I missed what he did wrong in the beginning. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. I just dropped the link. Nunu said they're not against the law there. Nunu, oftentimes we can actually look it up. We can look it up. You know, like New York City, the laws are different than in New York State. So I'm sure in Illinois you can have guns, but is it in Chicago proper? You know, is it in Chicago proper? I know, like in Maryland, DC, there's more scrutiny as you get closer to DC. And you can't have a gun in DC unless you like have all these clearances and things of that nature. So is it possible that it's different in the city than in the counties or, you know, further out in Illinois? Right? Because we forget Illinois is not a super duper small state. You know, that's interesting, man. I just dropped the link. Let's talk about it. Hopefully we're able to mine out Selective Outrage. Okay, so Big Dog Athletic just saying felons cannot carry. Yeah, man, because I'm just thinking like the crime around the way and in the hood amongst our people, it definitely needs to be addressed. You know, if we do look at Selective Outrage in that way, you know, our people, we silent. You know, we all heard growing up saying stop snitching, snitches get stitches. We don't say nothing about nothing. So if you silent when crime is going on around you, you know, are you a part of the problem? Gunny, what's popping?
What's good, DJ Ham? What's good, man? Hey, thanks for talking about this. I wanted to hop on really quick. Can't stay on too long.
Sure.
But yeah, it is definitely selective outrage, 100%. And just like you said a little bit earlier, a lot of the actual cases where people are mistreated by the police, because it does happen. It does happen. Don't make no mistake about it. A lot of times when people are mistreated by the police, those cases get thrown into a bunch with all the nonsense cases. And God bless the dead. It's an unfortunate situation, but we are being played beyond measure. And like I said in the super chat, we just keep falling for the same thing every single time. A lot of these stories, unfortunately, are held and put out around election time. Is it a coincidence that this story is front page news right before the election? You're not going to hear it. Once the president is elected, you're not going to hear any stories about police brutality for the next 2 years, guaranteed. It happens every single time.
Damn.
Every single time.
So
and it's absolutely selective outrage. And you have these race hustlers like the one guy that was there talking about why do y'all hate black people? Why do the police hate black people? These are all hustlers. These are all hustlers trying to fool black, and they're doing it on both sides. They're doing it on the right and they're doing it on the left. We're being played. 100% being played.
Why does the same play work on us?
The same play works on us because they know the history. There's always been a contentious relationship between black folks and the police. That's facts. They understand that. There's always been a contentious relationship between blacks and whites. They understand that. So they're just going to keep running the same playbook until people get tired of it. Now, are people waking up? Are people getting tired of it? Yes. Are people getting hip to it? Yes. But the majority of us in masses are still falling for it. So they're just going to keep doing it until people finally wake up.
Are black people, are we overly emotional? Like, is that the issue? I understand the history, but is it tapping into our emotions is how you get us to side with you?
That's part of it, yes. That's definitely part of it. They tap into the fact that for the most part, we understand the basic history of segregation, slavery in this country. So based on that, they tap into that. They tap into that part of who we are, but they use it to our disadvantage, and they use it to their advantage. So absolutely yes. The video you just played was a perfect example of it. You have a grown man in the camera talking about why do y'all hate black people so much? As if we're victims. As if we're victims, regardless of what happened with the situation, regardless of if the man complied or not. She told the young man to roll the window down. She told the young man to do certain things, and he didn't comply. What do you expect to happen? What do you expect to happen? And you make it difficult for the actual people who are actually victims of police brutality.
Yeah. What do you think about when Diesel was popping? What do you think about when were you here from the beginning, Gunny? I'm not sure.
Yes, I was here from the beginning.
So you see, I'm not dismissing proximity violence or black on black violence, right? I'm not dismissing that. But when I'm looking at selective outrage, I would assume the things you are selecting are the same, but you're choosing this one and not choosing that one. You see what I was going with that, as opposed to just saying, us shooting each other is not necessarily the same as the police because there's a different level of scrutiny and understanding. You see what I was saying? And so that's why I use Amadou and Sean Bell versus Dexter Reed, because those two brothers, seemingly based on what I researched and you guys know, weren't doing anything wrong. That needs to be highlighted and somebody needs to be punished, right?
Right.
But in the Dexter Reed case, based on what we know now, right? And I admit, obviously, I was speculating with the guns, but just trying to do more due diligence.
Yeah.
If we keep complaining about putting everybody in one pot, nobody gets that justice that we actually looking for. Or is it all about a check? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a selective outrage negatively affects the Amadou Diallos. Yeah. It negatively affects the Amadou Diallos because we lump all of these things together in one pot and they're separate instances. And we don't do justice to the people who actually suffer from these issues that actually need to get fixed. If less than 1% of black people, less than 1%, it's far less than 1% of black folks, unarmed black folks, are dying at the hands of police. If we protest more over that, but we don't want to deal with the 89 to 92% of blacks that are dying by the other hands of blacks, that's the selective outrage that is hurting us. It's not helping us at all.
Yeah, man. God damn, man. That shit. Diesel.
What's going on, fellas? How we doing?
Good. Gunny, I
Salute.
know you got to go yet, or you still good?
No, I'm good for now. Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm good for now.
What's up, D? What you think? You was here from the beginning?
Yes, sir. Well, for the most part, yeah, I've been in and out, but yeah, I've been here.
Okay. What you think?
You know, I've said this for a long time. You know, it is selective, but the problem you come up with is just like how society looks at, you know, SA or great today. When a woman hollers it, it's almost like crying wolf. You get what I'm saying? So now when the black community hollers racism, nobody really looks at that because everybody uses racism. It's something that is always used. And I think what it's going to come to is the same thing when it comes to these shootings. It's like every shooting is going to be looked at as is a justified or a okay shooting because every single shooting they're trying to say is not justified, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, when we look at these police shootings and like, you know, everybody knows there are bad cops out there, but you're doing a disservice to the community when you try to make good cops look just like the bad cops, right? And that's what they're doing when they talk about every man that's shot by the police, the cop is bad. And that's just not it. You know what I'm saying? So I think in the long run, you're going to make it harder for anybody to get justice from a bad shooting than a good shooting.
Mm. So when you, in terms of just being out there, right? There's a speculation is that, you know, I've heard the argument, why are they always going for the gun? Like there's so many, you know, you look at the tactical belt, it looked like there's a whole bunch of options before you get to that part. But
yeah, but that's the only, so what we have to understand is everybody, okay, so the only person that has a tactical belt is law enforcement.
Yeah.
If somebody that's not in law enforcement pulls out a gun, pulls out something, it's most likely going to be a gun, and the only thing that's going to protect you from that gun is another gun. That's what a lot of people don't understand. Yeah, you're right. That is something that we go for the most part, yes, because if there is a weapon that's going to kill us, it's most likely going to be a gun.
Damn, that was a great point.
They don't have pepper spray. They don't have tasers. They don't have none of that other stuff that we use, right? All they have is a gun or a knife or something like that. So it's going to be something that's going to kill you.
Yeah. And then in terms of when cops are defending or pulling their weapon, what's the training? Like, is it you shoot into mortally wound?
No, you shoot until the threat has stopped.
Okay.
The threat has to be no longer there for you when you stop shooting.
Okay.
So a lot of people look at it as if we shoot we shoot until the person is dead or not moving anymore or something like that. And sometimes in a lot of instances it's like that. You have to understand, just like you said, you made a very good example. You got 5 cops out there, and let's say they shot 100 times. That's an average, right, of 20 shots, right? When you're talking about the new age guns that we're carrying these days, especially with my department, we switched to 9mm. That's 18 rounds in the first magazine, right? So you're talking about 1.5 magazines at most for most of the shootings that involve these law enforcement officers. Times 5, yeah, it's going to seem like a lot, but when it comes down to it, one-on-one, would you think that if it took 10 rounds to make that person stop doing what they were doing, would that be too many? I think we have to get away from how many shots were actually fired and how many shots were fired after the threat was deemed to be not a threat anymore.
Yeah. And so the police chief, Diesel, and you keep going, he said it was 3 shots that are in question.
Right.
Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah. Those 3 shots, when I first saw the video, those 3 shots, I was like, oh Lord, that's not going to be good. Right?
Those are the ones. Yeah.
But see, this is the thing that I really don't like about these situations is the media and everybody always wants to put out there how many shots were actually fired and not how many shots actually hit the person. We don't know how many shots hit that person. Now we know for sure there were about 96 shots fired.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, not all of them hit him. Cops can't shoot. There are some of the worst shots out there. You know what I'm saying? So I can pretty much guarantee that all of them didn't hit him, right? So at that point, we have to understand that he was able to get out of the vehicle after like the first 20 or 30 shots were fired.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think about the body cam? And I couldn't show all of it because that's not blurred out.
Right.
So they switched to the other officer, right? You know, they always go through all the cams.
Right.
So the other officer was like, gun here on the front, in the car still.
While they were shooting?
No. After it was done, like they were looking for the gun because you know he fell, so they pulled his arms out. So they were thinking that the gun was underneath him potentially, but the gun was actually still in the car. I would assume he only had one. There was a gun still inside the vehicle.
Right. So they didn't know exactly where the gun was. So I don't think you can justify that as far as excessive force, because an officer has no idea. All the thing the officer knows is that there was a threat that was presented and they're trying to stop that threat. At the time where they lose sight of that person and they come up and they see him again and they're still moving in a threatening manner to that officer, they assume, or they're at the point where they're still under duress, right? So they're still continuing trying to stop that threat. I think at that point when he got out the vehicle, there were some officers that couldn't see his hands, and they were under the assumption that he was still a threat, right? I think, and that's why I think they were still firing.
Yeah, that assumption doesn't seem unreasonable.
Right.
Go ahead, Gunny. You unmuted for a second. You want to say something, and then we'll get Reese.
Yeah, I just had a quick question for Diesel. Diesel, you mentioned the fact that the media, they'll put out like how many shots were fired, and from your standpoint, why do you think that happens?
Because it's more of an impact when you say somebody fired 100 rounds compared to he only got hit 5 times. That's probably why it took 100 rounds, right? Because we can't determine when those 5 rounds went into the subject, right? We only know he was hit 5-10 times, however many times he was hit. But let's say the first 75 of them didn't hit. So it's going to take you more rounds to make that threat stop, right? So I think that's where the media comes in and tries to stop from putting that information out there, because they always leaves open that narrative or that thought of maybe he wasn't hit until the last 5 shots. He could have been hit the first 5 shots. We don't know, but he was still moving. You know what I'm saying? So that I think that's one of the main reasons why they put that out there, because it's more impactful that it took somebody 100 rounds to stop somebody compared to, how many rounds actually hit him.
When you hear 96, automatically it's sensational, right?
Oh, yeah.
And when if you don't shoot or don't handle weapons, right, that sounds like a number. Like, how the hell does that happen? But if you go to any range, and maybe I'm biased, but with the Glock, you can get off 15 shots in no time.
I went to the range yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I was there for an hour and a half, and I went through 1,200 rounds.
Yeah, easy.
It's not hard.
It's not hard, and again, not trying to downplay it or anything of that nature, but to bring a level of understanding, like,
I gotta get running.
Go ahead, do your thing. We'll be here. Gunny, what you about to say, or you already asked? Word. Reese, what's popping?
What's up, y'all?
What's going on?
Nothing much.
What you think?
I want to know, right? So when this first happened, the news and everybody else was being really disingenuous, and they kept screaming out 96 shots, 96 shots. One even went so far to say that they shot him 96 times, and even his family got up there and lied like hell. First of all, the police, when they found his gun, it was open. That means he emptied his clip. Nobody's talking about how many of those shots belonged to him. You know what I mean? He literally emptied a clip at cops. There ain't a hood nigga alive that doesn't know what's going to happen to him if they do that. There should be no one shocked anywhere in the world how this turned out. Or man, either.
Yeah. The gun is open is key. Reese, can you, in layman's terms, articulate what that means, or Gunny, just so everybody who may not handle guns can understand?
Damn. Let me stop using slang. Well, that's not even slang. No,
it's not slang.
law
Just
officials,
people that don't know, you know.
yeah, law officials use that term. That's like when an automatic weapon, when it's fully expended, it locks itself in the open position. You know, you have to open it before you put the clip in and then close it. You know what I'm saying? So when you finish dumping and clear everything, it's locked in the open position. Everybody who's dang, let me watch what I say.
That's good, Reese. So the weapon is open, meaning that if you wanted to, you could hold the gun like this and drop a bullet in the top of it if you wanted to, like this, literally drop it like that, right? Because it's locked out, so you can reload it again because there's no other ammunition in it.
You would literally look into the top of the gun, look into it, and see the empty clip with the spring and everything. That's what open means. And that's how they found his weapon. He shot first, and everybody knows what happens when you shoot the police. Come on, man. You can't compare this to Diallo or none of the other stuff. And then this ain't the first time they did that either. They've been doing this for over 20 years. They lied about Trayvon Martin. They lied about Breonna Taylor. They lied about George Floyd, Jacob Blake, and a bunch of others. They were lying. Something's going on where the government and Hollywood is trying to gaslight Black America. They're trying to start more racial tension because it's a cash grab. There's money in it.
And
they don't want us to critically think. They don't want us to critically think. That's what it is. Rush Limbaugh said this a long time ago. These politicians and these media outlets, they go after what's called the low information voter. That's how they look at Black people, as the low information voter. Where they don't think that we can process information and we can critically think enough where we can separate one problem from another. That's how they look at us. And that's why these stories come out, because they look at us, as having primitive minds and primitive thinking.
Reese, they want to know how they lie about Trayvon.
Well, I'm not going to say outright lie, even though there were some outright lies. But what they do is try to portray him as some good person. If you ever notice, you can look up thousands of shootings in any city where a nigga gets shot. They will always put up his middle school football picture, his best pictures with him smiling before he had his face tats and all of that shit. And everybody says, they always say the same thing. He was the life of the party. He made people laugh. And he made people feel good or something like that. It's the same bullshit story every time. And you know, just like I do, if y'all from the hood, you've seen the news from a nigga that you knew got killed, and you saw the news portray him as some lolly-dog, regular old citizen, and you know goddamn well he was a piece of shit. And you're watching the news like, what the fuck are they talking about? Well, that happens every goddamn day in every city. They did the same thing to Trayvon Martin. Trayvon Martin was a fucking piece of shit. He joined a gang. He was dealing drugs. He was beating the shit out of people. He damn near beat George Zimmerman to death. That nigga had cracks in his face and everything.
Reese, if I can hop on that, it's called a dual narrative. It's a dual narrative. You'll go on a right-wing media outlet and you'll see a picture of Trayvon Martin with a hoodie on. Then you go on a left-wing media outlet and you'll see a picture of Trayvon Martin's graduation picture. A clear example is what the picture that Hamp has up of the young man right now. It's of his graduation picture. But this is a person that's been arrested multiple times who has a mugshot. It's a dual narrative. Both sides are using it to gain whatever they need to gain from their side, from their constituency.
But I guess I just wonder in terms of Trayvon though. If we were talking about selective outrage, at that juncture when he was in that neighborhood, didn't he have family in that neighborhood? Mm-hmm. And then the cops told him.
I think people were more outraged on Trayvon Martin is because George Zimmerman tried to act as the police and was told to stand down.
Yeah.
Didn't put him in
and then Trayvon was okay to be there. He was walking to a uncle's house or whatever the case is.
No, he was walking through there to go to the store, I think, but
he was coming back. Remember, he had the Skittles.
But regardless of what, there was no trespassing. He was not against outside of the law by walking through that neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I think the main issue with Trayvon Martin wasn't the fact that they're trying to paint him a certain way. I think Trayvon Martin had more responsibility to feel threatened than George Zimmerman.
right? So
I don't think Trayvon. I don't think Trayvon was in the wrong. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is the way the news in Hollywood tries to get into our souls by being disingenuous and telling lies. That should be a crime in itself. Because what happens when they do that? Niggas go out and fuck shit up. Niggas go out and burn down. Yo, we burned down the whole planet Earth for a fucking dope fiend who put a shotgun to a black woman's head and her stomach and her 2-year-old's head with a gang of savage niggas. What else? Hold up. You know that there was 12 foreign nations vowing to riot and protest for George Floyd. Nations, by the way, that are famous for hating niggas, right? So we think. They were vowing to riot and protest for George Floyd the day they locked Chauvin up. If they would have waited 2 more days to lock Chauvin up, you might have seen a second sun in our solar system. Our whole fucking planet might have been. That's how dumb niggas are. And these stupid blue-haired, bifocal wearing, woke, dumb, white, radical Democrat bitches that went out and marched. There was some marches there. There's more to them than there was niggas. The shit got so ridiculous, man. And it makes me mad because they're going to keep doing this, man. They're going to keep doing this shit. And niggas going to keep reacting the same. That's where my embarrassment comes in. The reaction by niggas nationwide. That's where my embarrassment comes in.
So I just want to, I'm glad that you made, I understand the last point, but the initial point, the hyperbole you leaned into, Reese, was saying you pulled all of them together. And that's the initial problem that I was laying out. Right, because Trayvon shouldn't be in that group. Just right. You got the little boy, Tamir, who was playing at the park,
11 years old.
You know, so just like those, but you see what I'm saying? You see what just happened? We pulled them all together, which they deserve an apology because they weren't in the wrong. But then there's brothers who were doing things unlawfully, right, and paid the ultimate consequences, but we mix everybody together, and now little kids like Tamir and Trayvon can't get justice because everything just conflated all together. We got to make a differentiation. You know what I mean?
I'm glad you caught that. Let me tell you why I did it. Because it's exactly the same thing. Every time we hear one of these stories, we 100% across the board instantly assume that the person wasn't doing shit and that the police were in the wrong. So they do the same thing. What I did was give you the example of what they do. I did it myself here live on your show. I bottled everything up. See how I threw Trayvon in where he didn't belong? They do the same shit. That's what I'm tired of. You're exactly right, Hank. I did do that.
Shout out to everybody on the panel. What's up, Hank?
What's going on?
What up, man?
Yeah, I'm glad y'all cleared that up because I came up I was like, wait. Trayvon and Floyd, really? No, them costs everybody. Them costs on the floor was wrong as the day is long. Period. If they was in the military doing that shit, they'd have been in jail. They'd have been living worth them cops. Every single one of them. But anyway, I agree with you on this one. I had a question for Diesel here. Diesel, I'm no fan of police. I make no secret about that. But I ain't got nothing against them either. My daddy was a 32-year MP. Got a cousin MP. You got relatives in law enforcement. But my question is this. Why is there no emphasis on training? That's my number one gripe. My number one gripe is that they are not training people to be on the streets handling these situations. These guys are not really qualified to do that. So it is. I'm not one of these retards talking about defund the police. That's incredibly dumb. You need more money so that you can get the training. I believe that no cop, uniform cop in the cars like that, they should not be on the street more than 3 days a week.
Well, let them. You ask the question. Let them see.
Yeah, why is there no more emphasis on training?
So there is the problem is that police we carry so many different hats to train for. So we got to be social workers, family doctors. We got to know CPR. We got to. I mean, like it's so much stuff that we have to train for. We would never be able to train long enough to be able to do every job with enough training to be on the streets, right?
So they try to give enough training for each sector that we have to deal with. And even though it's not enough training, I don't think there will be enough training, because a lot of it takes for you to get the training. A lot of the training takes real life experience for you to retain the training, right? So you can tell somebody in class all day, this is how you do this is how you do that. But until you actually do it, you'll never know what it is. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, we're getting the training, and there are some areas that we don't get enough training in. I will say that hands down. But we are getting the training, but a lot of it is lost because you don't even experience it until you do experience it, and then it's gone. You know what I'm saying?
I got something for that. My next question would be, if you are getting trained, how are you guys being trained? Because for us, training was not just classroom. Classroom's a part of it, but we had like
airplane.
Huh?
I was asking Hamp if he had his airplane.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
No. I'm not going to be long-winded.
Answer the question real quick.
Yeah, I'm not going to be long-winded. What about mock? Do y'all do mock training? Like,
yes,
actually in the scenarios, and
yes,
you still get these results?
We do. You do sim. I mean, you do all. You got to understand. So the problem with mock training is there's always a winner or a loser, and the trainer knows that, right? The difference with real life is you don't know if there's a winner or a loser. You know what I'm saying? These situations that we have that we train for when it comes to mock training are situations that officers have been through, but they're nowhere near the situation that you're going to go through in real life. That's the problem, right? So everything is different when it comes down to it. Like, prime example, it takes you 4 to 6 months to get out of the police academy. Then it takes you 4 to 6 months to get out of street training. In that 4 or 6 months, you might not have any kind of dealings with having to pull out your gun. But the first day you get out of that daggone field training is the first day you got to pull out your gun. How can somebody, like, there's no training for that. There is no training for that.
Yeah,
it's just hard, man. It's real hard when it comes down to it.
It's real life and death like that. How do you train for it unless you really doing that? I mean, Mandrell, you liken it to, let's say, like a Kimura, right? Very simplistic move. It looks like you could get it, but then try to actually get one on somebody.
Right.
Who's resisting you?
Yeah.
Right.
Even somebody who doesn't even know, right? Because the Kimura, the lock itself, you got a little bit of strength. You could wiggle. I mean, it's hard to get on. That's why I use that one specifically.
I mean, Hamp, it's just like people
times
say,
1,000. Go ahead.
How does it take 5 officers to put handcuffs on somebody? You ain't never handcuffed nobody before. It's hard when somebody is trying to fight you. We train this all the time, right? And at the end of the day, somebody like Hamp, a big guy like Hamp, if he don't want nobody putting handcuffs on him, it's going to take a lot of us. But when we're training, it's one-on-one training. So you have to tell that person, go about a minute, 30 seconds with resistance, and then let them handcuff you. But one-on-one, you can fight all day long before you get some handcuffs on somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is, I think the training is the sweet. I think the whole way it's handled is the sweet spot. Y'all on the streets too long. No more than 3 days a week. The rest of it should be the rest of your work week should be training, in my opinion.
That's easier said than done.
I know it's la la land, and I'm just brainstorming here, but this is something I actually thought about. You know what I mean? Like, how would I improve the police departments and how y'all train, how y'all will operate in the streets, things like that. And it seems like a lost cause because, number one, I don't think y'all screen well enough. It's too easy to be a cop. Like, y'all get, what I'm saying? Some department, there are departments out there that just people come in, apply for the job, and go to the academy and graduate. And they're on the street. I'm like,
my question to people who had these kind of sentiments is: imagine if someone took you and just dropped you in the middle of a jungle. They dropped you in the middle of a jungle. What are you supposed to do if they drop you in the middle of a jungle? There are things that happen in the jungle that you don't expect to happen. There are things that is impossible to train for. It's impossible to train for. So to act like these because these are human beings we're talking about, right? To act like these human beings are going to understand how to handle every single situation is unrealistic. If we're really looking at the results, right? If we're really looking at the results, I think the police are doing a pretty good job. If we're looking at the real numbers, and we look at how safe it is in this country, I think they're doing a pretty good job.
See, a lot of people,
of course not.
A lot of people fail to understand there are millions of police encounters every day. Millions. And out of those police encounters, there's only a few of them that come out, you know what I'm saying, hurt or something like that. So I think the percentage when it comes to any use of force, when it comes to a daily use of force, I think the percentage is like 9% or something like that, use of force throughout the whole United States.
They got a better record than LeBron, man.
Now, here's what I have. One last thing for you, Diesel. I think that, from my observation, the biggest problem with police and public relations is when police do things like the whole George Floyd thing and Tamir Rice and the other brother who was in the car with his girlfriend and his daughter, who got gunned down right in front of them while everyone was in the car.
Yeah, Jacob Blue.
Yeah, no, that's not his name. It's some
Castile. Fernando
Castile. Yeah, him. When it comes to situations like that, the cops get away with it, and it's clearly murder. So the same law, what it looks like, Diesel, what I'm saying, what it looks like is that the same laws you guys are hired to enforce don't apply to you. That's what the public sees.
Who got away with? That's what. Who got away with?
The cop who gunned down Fernando Castile, he got away with it for one. The cop who gunned down Tamir Rice, he went to the next county over, and he's a cop and shot someone else.
He got convicted. Fernando Castile's officer got convicted.
Did he? Now the latest I heard, he got away with that. They had the trial and everything. He didn't go to jail. He got released from duty. He got fired, but he didn't go to jail. That guy didn't go.
Hey, man,
he got convicted.
Like I don't the Floyd case. I don't know what happened to the other. I don't know what happened to the other officers, but they were just as responsible and culpable because they helped the cop do it and didn't save that guy's life when they had the chance to. They saw a cop doing something wrong and they did nothing about it. So to the eyes of the public, the laws that you guys are hired to enforce do not apply to you. You get to do whatever you like. To us, when we're hiring you. And
that's exactly what the media goes after, right there.
The thing is,
that's what they go after.
And the thing is, they know
that right there. They know that. Target of the mainstream media,
right? And that's the public sees.
That's the target.
So I'm not saying Diesel. I'm not saying this is absolutely the case in every case. No, but what the public is seeing, how they process it, and how the media spins it, that's what they see, and that, in my opinion, is the crux of the problem. Cops have to be on the side of the public.
Real quick, Fernando Castile, the officer, was acquitted.
Yeah.
Real quick, let me read these, y'all. Sean Brewer with the $2 says Charleston White told everyone is snitch. Corey with the $5 says this shit will not convince me to vote Democrat ever again. AP was popping. With the 20 ball says salute, brother Hamp. Never afraid of the difficult conversations. Hell nah. Appreciate you. Be safe out here too. Sean Brewer with the $5 says teach people how to deal with police. Nobody never win a case in the street. Never. Once police see you calm and respectful, most times everyone is good. James Moore with the $5 says the outrage comes from different outcomes of races, in my opinion. Sean Brewer with the $5 says black people stop whining about cops and go be a cop, and then you tell me how hard the job is. We all just talk about how the hood is. Mike Brown with the $5 says, what side should we believe, Gunny? Are both true? Salute the OMAC, been a member for 6 months. OMAC with the $5 says, look, every election year they need a racial movement to enrage the black community for social justice movement. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, Mandrell, bruh, you need to look further into Floyd's bullshit. they have a documentary with the facts. Also, what training you need to deal with criminals? Mike Brown with the $5 says, why become a police officer knowing that that's the situation you may encounter? King Louis with the $5 says, when the last time you seen a good cop check a bad cop? It don't be happening, and that's where the disconnect comes from. James Moore with the $2 says, Diesel, is a warning stop still not protocol? Is it? You want to answer that real quick, Diesel?
All right, now you can't. That warning shot ain't gonna happen all the time.
Diesel, Mandro.
So no, a warning shot has to come down somewhere. So that's why they're not allowed anymore.
Okay. Sean Brewer with the $2 says, man, Gerald gotta be a cop. Go be a cop then, dude. Go you with the $2 says, and the lady going in the wrong house in Florida. What's that? What's his name? And the lady going in the wrong house. Oh, he's talking about Bokim Jean down there. I think it was in Texas.
Yeah, in Texas.
He walked in to the wrong.
John.
Hold on, Andrew. Yeah, so I think I thought she got convicted.
Yeah, but she filed for an appeal, and then she's gonna get out early, so and stuff like that.
10 years. Well, I think that's another issue with black people. There was a black judge, a woman, and the family and the brother was saying, we forgive you and we pray for you.
Right, that nonsense.
Why the fuck wouldn't you let her out if y'all being so goddamn forgiving? And they gave her a Bible.
1 million years.
Can I answer this question really quick?
Yeah, answer the question.
I
Let's get unpopular truth and OMAC in. Go ahead.
Yeah, really quick. What side should we listen to? Neither side. Critically think. The whole purpose of this show, the whole purpose of this episode is because DJ Hamp was critically thinking about the situation and not trying to lump one thing into a pile with the rest of them. So what side should we believe? Neither.
Damn.
Yeah, and someone told me it would go be a cop. I'm like, no, I'm trying to listen. Never mind, man. No, it ain't worth it.
I mean, until you've done it, you don't know. You don't know what.
Right. Because me,
that's why.
You know, these I've been in the military and everything like that. So I mean, go ahead.
That's why these conversations don't really bother me, because a lot of people speak from a point of view they just don't understand. They've never done it before, right? Just like people say you don't know what it is to live like a black man. I mean, it's the same thing. You have no idea what it is to be a police officer. So I understand, and I really accept all the conversation, because it's good to see the point of view from somebody from the outside looking in, right? I can still get that humble point of view of somebody like you, Mandrell, who just sees things a certain way because you've never lived it. So it helps me when it comes to being the chief. Like, it helps me, steer my department in a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And so I mean that's where we're at. We're still in the era of trying to fight that good old boy system in law enforcement, right? I mean,
you're a black cop.
Hey Diesel, let me ask you a question real quick, and then I'm definitely gonna get UT and OMAC in. But this is often said, right? The handling of black people versus the handling of other people that don't look like us. I don't know if you can answer this question, but are black people seen differently? Obviously it's speculation, but when you see a group of young black boys versus a group of young white boys walking down the street, does it in what's the word I'm looking for? Incite like a different emotion or
without a doubt. That's not even a question, right? I mean, I don't think that's something that anybody should really question. Because in the black community, if you see a group of white boys walking around, you're gonna look at them like it's just, it's one of those things where majority of the cops were not raised in a situation where they were around black people. They don't know them. I knew this, and I realized this when I was in law enforcement, because I wore a do-rag out one day, and one of the officers came up to me and said, "Why are you wearing that do-rag? You're representing a gang." And I was like, "What?" And that's how he was raised. He was raised to think that do-rags represented gang. So it's one of those things they just don't know. I mean, like they have no idea. So absolutely, officers look at opposite race a certain way. Period.
And him, one quick thing. Like I can relate to what he's saying.
Hold on, man,
Like I
Dre.
said,
Hold on. Is you? Hold on. You're not the Jakes. Hold on.
Shit.
But it's but
It's
isn't that extremely problematic though, Diesel?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
it
And
is.
so-
One of the problems also is that we can't get black people to be officers. We stress so much in the black community for black men not to be police officers, and then wonder why we're being treated a certain way. You can't do that.
Damn.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Mandra, let me drop you down real quick so we can get through this conversation with Diesel. Or are you good?
I'm with y'all.
All right, hold on a second.
I'm contributing to the conversation. Yeah.
I know, but I'm trying to ask Diesel some questions. Consider he the Jakes. We just sent you an application to your email to become the Jakes. So once you become the Jakes,
They wouldn't let me be the Jakes. They told me no.
Okay, so you tried to be the Jakes. Okay.
Yeah, I did when I got out the army.
So Diesel, obviously you're for community policing. What is the application process like? Like, are you saying like we just don't apply? We don't respect it. We don't trust it. What you think?
All of the above. I think the application process is not hard. It's the background process that really is scrutinizing for a new officer. But when it comes down to it, anybody can apply. It's just the fact of getting past that initial state. And just like I said before, we still have that good old boy mentality in law enforcement still there. So there are a lot of times when good people don't get through because they just don't know anybody. But at the end of the day, the community is so hard on law enforcement and making law enforcement look a certain way, telling your kids, don't talk to them, or if you're bad, I'm gonna tell the officer to take you to jail. Like, that's not something that we should be putting in our kids' minds when it comes down to it.
So what do you do with these good old boys, these white, like the dude said, you represent a gang with a do-rag on? What happened in that instance?
I had to explain to him that's not what it is, which he had been in law enforcement for years. It wasn't something that he was just stopping black people with do-rags or anything like that. He just thought that represented a gang, right? He didn't see it one way or another as far as how he enforced it. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't see that personally when I dealt with him, because me and him were partners. But at the end of the day, you just try to educate, man, because it's one of those things, just like when you go up to a black family and somebody yelling, it's just that they're passionate. They're not mad, they're just passionate, right? That's something that you got to learn. You don't know that just from face value. It's hard to know those kind of things.
But I'm just thinking through it right now, and I would love to hear. So, well, let me get UT and OMAC in. But that is concerning, right? Even because then you look at black people like pit, not you, but like law enforcement look at black people like pit bulls.
Hold on, don't take that like I'm saying everybody in law.
No, all don't mean all. But if I see a golden
like,
retriever running down the street, I'm like, oh, it's a golden retriever. It's still a dog, Right. But if I see a pit bull running down the street, there's a different emotion. There's a different feeling response, right?
Right.
That shit is. But all don't mean all. We understand that. All don't mean all.
Right.
All right, let me get you.
Like I said, it's I don't think it's one of those things to where it was concerning with most officers. I think that one officer that does it and practices that way, he spoils the whole bunch.
Yeah.
Right. I really don't think there are that many bad officers out there. I think there are enough bad officers out there to make us all look bad. That's what I think.
Yeah.
It's not just that either.
There's a loud minority in a lot of groups. Even for us as black people.
Even us, yeah, even black.
It's a loud minority who it makes more sense, I think, entertainment wise, monetarily, right? Voting wise, to put a shining light on them. That's why you bring Cardi B in to do a fucking interview with the president, right? Mac, what you think? My bad, UT. Hopefully UT come back.
Hemp, thanks once again for allowing me to be on, gentlemen. I'm happy to be here, like on the panel. We have a police officer and also a couple of vets. Like myself. The one thing I'll say here is this:
vets.
Great. The simple fact here is this: we need to quit justifying bad behavior and expecting good results. We need to stop that. The simple fact here is this: is that that young man was already convicted. He wasn't supposed to be carrying a weapon. When they time synced all of the video, it showed he shot first. You cannot shoot at the police and then expect that they are not going to shoot back. They are going to shoot until until that particular subject stops, until the situation is neutralized. Now, exactly how many rounds is that? However how many they take. That's why they sit here and they tell like the military. The reason why you don't want the military involved in policing its own citizens is because number one, that's a bad idea because number one, we don't no because like we don't have chill. A police officer has to have more chill than somebody in the military. There's actually more to do. I mean, they have more checklists than what a military soldier would have in warfare. The police officers are doing look, they're doing their best, but our culture, for whatever reason, we completely criminal. I mean, like we talk down on anyone potentially joining the police. But the fact is, we are the group that need the police the most. But if you hear one young person talk about joining the police, why are you going to do that? Are you selling out? You and Uncle Tom? I mean, it's a complete ridiculous. I mean, it's completely ridiculous for the group that need the police the most. Is the one group that will not supply the officers that are needed. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, you saying we need the police?
Yes, we need the police.
We need to be policed.
More of us should be police officers. That is correct.
No, I know, I get that, but why are you saying that we need the police more?
Because number one, our areas are more have the most violent crime, and also the factor where one, if we have police officers that understand the community more and it's from the community, it will probably de-escalate a lot of situations because number one, they will know they will know the pulse of the community. Now, I'll be honest, all the times that I have been stopped by the police, most of the time have been Caucasian officers. 9 times out of 10, I'm taller, I'm bigger, and I'm stronger than they are. So if you become belligerent and you start yelling, screaming, and then you close the distance on a police officer, yeah, it's probably going to escalate very quickly.
So what do you think though? Do you think, okay, it's interesting. You're saying that if the police look like the community, they'll have a higher impact?
Yes, there's a better understanding.
So do you need a bunch of police or you need the right police?
It's always more important to have the right individuals. Whether they are black and or white, it's always better to have the right individuals. Because look, not all brothers have the temperament to be a police officer. Because you have to have the right type of you have to have the right type of temperament to be a police officer, and you got to have that critical thinking that comes into play.
Okay. UT, what's popping? My bad, you ain't got knocked off.
Yeah. What's going on, people? What's going on? I think what always got me with it, because I used to be heavy in it when it came to like people getting killed unjustly and stuff like that. I think what it come down to is we see the police as supposed to be more professional than we are on the street. And when we don't see that what makes us untrustworthy, because we're like, okay, you supposed to be the one saying, okay, if I get out of line, you supposed to put me back in line. So when you getting out of line, that throws off the whole mindset of you being who you say you are. You get what I'm saying? So we looking at you as the authority, but you acting like us. So that what throws the relationship off between police and people, because you're supposed to be the one to calm it down instead of escalating.
Do you think that's fair though? Do you think that's fair towards the police to almost to express your sentiment? It's almost from what I hear is that you expecting them to be superhuman.
No, I'm expecting them to. I'm expecting them to do their job. Because see,
expecting them to de-escalate.
and the reason I say that is you doing your job when you go, because you wasn't just like you wasn't drafted to be in the police. You chose to be a police, right?
Right.
So you know your job description in that anyway. So when you get that, just like for example, a referee, I don't think a referee should get mad at a coach or a player because you supposed to be the professional. You setting the rules anyway. You the professional. You get what I'm saying? So if I do get out of line, if I ain't got no weapon trying to shoot you, I'm cussing or whatever like that, you shouldn't get with me because you supposed to be the professional. You should be trying to calm it down.
Okay, so in that example, you have two guys going against each other on the basketball court. The ref is going to come in and break it up. In the event that the ref can't come in and break it up, he's going to do what? He's going to give him a technical foul.
Right.
So is it possible that it does happen? The de-escalation tactics do happen, but sometimes there's only so much that you can do.
You do.
Can I interject?
What?
So I don't know why I'm doing this, but I do agree with UT, right?
God, they say it like that.
Wow. So at the end of the day, like everybody that's in this job chose to do this job, right? You knew what it was when you got here. That's just like you saying you want to be the police and then wonder why you're getting shot at. Come on, or going to the military and wonder why you're getting shot at. It don't make sense, right? You knew what you was getting into when you took on and you took that oath. So I do agree with UT 100% when it comes down to it. Do I expect it not to happen? No.
Right.
I expect humans to be humans. I expect there to be mistakes. I expect there to be, mishaps when it comes down to it. Nobody can be a robot, right? So I think that's where we come into a misunderstanding when it comes to the community and law enforcement. In law enforcement, we know that we will be making mistakes. The community does not want those mistakes, which is very understandable, but they just think it should not happen at all, period, point blank.
Which is unrealistic.
Right.
But I get the fact that you're not looking to make that mistake, but to do it, it would say that you like once it happens and once it has happened numerous of times. Why is there no consequences behind that from what we see?
So
you get what I'm saying?
There's a lot of things that go into effect when it comes to an officer. You got to think about when it comes to, the officer might have a lawyer that got his job back outside of what that department can do. There's what do they call them? Golly, my mind just went blank. But New York City, they have a whole
internal.
No, not internal. Golly, not the FOP. They're unionized. I'm sorry. They're union.
Union, yeah,
union where an officer can do some real messed up stuff, and the union will make them keep his job, right? So there are some things that happen where law enforcement, the police department, they don't have a dog in the fight when it comes down to it. They have to keep that officer.
But if he broke the law, like in the case of Philando Castillo, that was clearly murder. That was a bad shoot. No two ways about it.
But he was brought in front of the jury.
My thing is, if that happens in New York, you're absolutely correct. The police union does cover them, and he can stay on the job, maybe at a desk or something.
No, you're wrong.
No,
you're wrong. The union only covers policy. The union can't cover law.
Okay, then why are people getting away with it? Like he said, that's what I'm just trying to say. That's the biggest problem.
Jury that finds them not guilty.
Well, there you go. It ain't changing. It ain't gonna change then.
So a lot of people are blaming the police department for the things that's going on when really it's not. It's the actual community.
It ain't gonna change. There you go, Hemp. There's your answer.
What's the answer?
People, it's not gonna change. People are too stupid. You have too many people sitting on these juries who are already biased, one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? One way or the other, they're biased, and people go into these on jury duty carrying their biases with them. And oftentimes, it doesn't take much to convince them to render a guilty or innocent verdict. Doesn't take much. They're already halfway there when the accused walks into the room.
You think so? What about
the
process?
You know so.
Well, what about the process of voir dire?
What about that?
Well, so they pick the jury. So you can pick certain people. The one side can eliminate jurors who they deem biased. There's several questions asked to the jurors to vet them by both the prosecution and the defense, right? And so if you pick Diesel, I have 6 to 8 eliminations based on the gravity of the crime.
Okay,
and so I can eliminate Diesel if you pick Diesel.
If I pick enough people who are biased in my favor, I still have the upper hand, and that's how that game is played.
Saying potentially, that's the reason why there's elimination and such. But the process is supposed to be trying to make it as fair as possible. But
it ain't.
Okay, excuse me, my bad.
That's a fact. And Diesel, like I said, Diesel, the problem is that when officers do wrong, people don't see them being punished. Now, it happens all the time. Officers do pay for things that they do. A lot of officers do pay for wrongdoing. You don't see that in the news, though.
Same perception.
Yeah, you don't read it in the newspapers. It's not in the media. And so what people see is officers doing wrong like this, and they get away with it. That's what people see.
So
you know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, Diesel.
Well, the problem with that is that everybody blames the department for nothing happening, right? So police departments only can do certain things, right? We got to look at it in the grand scheme of things. There are a bunch of criminals out there that's been in the law and in the justice system numerous times that get out, nothing happens to them, and it's just what it is. What it is. Police departments, they do their job of bringing them to the justice system. The justice system does their job or not do their job, however you want to see that, right? I think it's the same way when it comes to law enforcement. Police departments do it internal. They bring it to the DA's office. DA's office chooses to do things a certain way, how they feel like they're going to do it. And the police department's hands are off. There's nothing that you can do. Same thing with a union. If officer does something to break the law and the department says, okay, you broke the law, we're going to bring you in front of DA's office. DA's office doesn't get a grand jury signature. The union can come back and say, well, he didn't get charged. He didn't get found guilty or anything like that. Y'all need to rehire him.
And all of these these slippery slopes and these back doors, because that's what it sounds like. That's what I'm not saying that's what it is. This is what people are hearing when they hear you describe that. You all as officers have back doors and ways out of nonsense and wrongdoing. That's what people hear. So in my opinion, a lot of those rules, a lot of those policies have to be done away with, because what black people know is since cops have been here in America, they've hired people who've been biased against black people, and they've done fucked up stuff with impunity since there has been a police department. And to see it still here in present day, and people get, whether it's policy or not, whether it's lawful or not, that's what people see. They see the same things that are going on
in the policy
since they've been here, and that's where a lot of the rage. That's where a lot of the rage comes from.
The perception is not always reality.
I agree, but I agree. Please tell people that.
Hey, Diesel, let Gunny, because he was trying to respond to what Mandra said earlier. Maybe he got. Go ahead.
Okay, over the last 20 minutes, what's been happening here on this panel is exactly what happens in the black community. There are two parts to it. How as a black community, how do we hold police accountable? That's the first part. Then the second part is, how do we hold each other accountable? But we always lose sight on how we hold each other accountable because we're too focused on the first part. They're both problems, but we're so focused on the first part that we lose focus on the second part. The whole purpose of the podcast was to talk about holding each other accountable. But we can't even do that because we're too worried about how do we stop police from brutalizing us. It's two parts.
Well, Gunny, here's the thing. As long as you have this, hold on. As long as you have this nonsense,
that's
Gunny,
not what we were talking about. That's not what we were talking about in the beginning.
As long as you have the nonsense, you can't tell my son what to do. My son ain't do nothing wrong. My son didn't put no gun on that cop. He didn't. He wouldn't do that. You're lying.
But
you can't. Don't whoop my child. You can't put your hands
Mandrell,
on him.
but
As long as you got that nonsense going on at home,
Mandrell,
you're gonna get what you get.
But here's the issue with your arguments, Mandrell.
I'm not arguing.
You're not arguing the arguments you're making, right? So when every time you go on a monologue, right, like what you just said almost contradicts what you've been saying, right? Because you're implicating the police at every turn, and then just now after Gunny finished, now you're saying, yeah, mama don't spank my kid. Your arguments are combating each other to an extent. If
because two things can be right at the same time, Hemp.
Well, that's
wrong on both fronts.
That's
wrongdoing going on at home.
Mandrell, that's convenient for you.
That's not convenient. It's a fact.
Well, what I'm saying is convenient for you to say it now, right? But you've been arguing for the past 30 minutes about what the police should do, can do differently. But if you're saying that that's the prescription, that we need to self-discipline and check each other, right? Then the police wouldn't be involved in the first place.
So, but the problem, Mandrell, the problem with your whole argument is one is reality and one is perception.
The perception is what's giving y'all the. My point is the perception is what's getting the public in such an uproar.
Right.
That was my point to you, and I'm not sure if the cops, if you guys are aware of that.
Hold on, but Mandrell, why can't we hold the community accountable for going off of perception than what is actual reality? That's what I'm trying to do. Is instead of people saying, "I think this is what's going on," do the research so you can find out exactly what's going on.
Hey, but here's the thing. I agree, but people don't. People don't know that. People don't know that what they see is perception. They don't know it's a lie.
Yeah, and
they're like just like Hemp said earlier in the broadcast. They back guilty parties.
Why? Because they choose to be ignorant to what the reality is.
But But Diesel, wouldn't it be the reality from what you just told us that y'all policies always let y'all in through a back door?
No,
basically.
No.
Why wouldn't that be what you said?
Because I just said that the department does what they do, and the community comes out and does something different.
No, I'm talking about like you said, like y'all say, for instance, you do something, and in everybody else's eyes, you did it. That's what it is. But your union can keep your job.
The union's not part of the police department.
But that's what we're saying. So it's a part of it. It kind of is,
no, it isn't.
In a sense, because that's what's keeping your job.
No,
that's what y'all banking on, right?
The union represents the employees of the police department against the police department. The union has nothing to do with the police department. That's why admin can't be in the union.
So it's the thing about keeping your job though. So when y'all do go back to the police station, y'all just go back to normal.
Not necessarily. It doesn't have to be normal. I mean, it's they could be put in different situations, desk job or something like that, a non-sworn position or something like that.
So what can the police station do about a cop then? I guess that'd be my question. What can they do?
What do you mean? If there's no
like
union, I'm not unionized, so it's at my discretion. If an officer does something wrong, and I do an internal, and I find that officer did something deemable for him to be fired, I let him go. I mean, that's just what it is.
Can you arrest him?
It depends. If he broke the law, yes.
Okay. So let's say hypothetically, after an internal investigation, it's found that he did something wrong, and by wrong, also having broke the law, you can arrest him at that point also.
Yep, I go get the warrants and I go arrest him.
Okay,
I've done it one time.
Okay,
right. And also another
Let me
thing.
read these real quick.
Okay.
Salute to Jay Hayward. My bad. I'm going to get too far behind. Jay Hayward was popping with the 10 ounces. What you won't see in the news are white cops deleting white, black cops deleting black whites. What's that mean? You trying to save on that $10? You'll only see white cops deleting black. This is deliberate. They repeatedly show us dying to traumatize us.
Thank you.
Jay Hayward with the 10 ounces. More whites are shot and killed per year by cops than blacks. Both races have incidents where neither black nor white suspects are shot, but they will only show you when the whites are brought in. Sean Brewer with the $2 says, Mandrell, you just said they hire anyone. Checkmate. AP with the $10 says, let's be honest.
They will.
We as black people view a group of young black people differently than we view a group of young white people. So it'll definitely transfer to law enforcement. Hink with the $2 says, Mandrell, you couldn't pass the mental exam, my guy.
I actually did pass the mental exam, but they still told me they're afraid that I might snap or something like that. They still I passed the exam. Oh,
yeah.
Chief.
Well,
they still told me. I don't know, man.
You
You
didn't pass it. Mike Brown with the 2000. Bullshit. There isn't any white boys wearing do-rags. Reaper Rail with the $5 says, what the fuck is Huggy Bear dude talking about? Many in the military admonish police tactics because police accept poor control in calm and pressure situations. EBD with the $5. Diesel, much respect for the combo. I find too many examples of law enforcement, quote unquote, murdering unarmed black men, women, and children with toys. Acquittals 90+%. Cali Bev with the $10. If it wasn't for one of the suspects recording the incident, they would have gotten away with deleting Ahmaud Arbery. The DA was gonna sweep it under the rug because one of the former officers. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, we looking at police to save the neighborhood instead of the parents and motherfuckers in the neighborhood. Kids in the hood at 12 having pistols in school. King Louis with the $2 says, should we end qualified immunity?
Yes.
Fifi with the $5 says, also cases like the 5 cops convicted of torturing 2 black men in Mississippi for nothing, or C. Riley in Tallahassee being set up by cops cause more distrust. EBD with a $10 says, for Diesel, do you believe that black men have the right to defend themselves from officers who have racial homicidal intent? Is it legal for a man to defend himself from police in any state?
Good question.
That is a good question. Sean Brewer, the $2 says, but you said they wouldn't hire you. You a bozo. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, police brutality is so low, it's not a topic. The problem is the parents commune. The problem is the parents / community. They should all quit and watch the jungle go wild. Then we will see. Yeah, how does this work?
So this is what I tell a lot of people. How the system is set up, nobody has the right to defend themselves against law enforcement outside of the courtroom. That's where you have the right to defend yourself.
Damn. Okay.
That's crazy. You see what I'm saying, Diesel? That's crazy work, bro.
Hold on. How is that crazy? Well, no, don't. Hold on. I just want to understand it. So say it one more time.
So you have the right to defend yourself, but it has to be in the courtroom. Right? That's where your defense comes in.
Damn. So what is the Second Amendment for?
The right to bear arms.
Yeah, to defend yourself against
tyrannical government.
Mandrell, come on, man.
You are the government, dude.
Mandrell. Come on, man. So, so doesn't that? So why is that not applicable, even up to and including the police?
So okay. So I'm not saying hands down concrete you can't defend yourself. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
But to be able to defend yourself, it needs to be in court, right? So at the end of the day, if a person believes they need to defend themselves against a cop that's just rogue, and they end up killing that cop or deleting that cop, right? At the end of the day, I don't think that person will survive another interaction with law enforcement.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I wish I could give you a good answer to stop somebody that was just a rogue officer, but there's not. There's really not.
Yeah. So, because I asked that same question to Nathan Daly, he told me to just let the cop beat your ass. I'm saying, so what if the guy beats you to death, Nate? Then what? You're dead.
But that's
hey, give him the brakes. You out your goddamn mind. That's crazy.
Mandrell, you got to stop jumping in every time. Please.
Damn, you haven't been a veteran. I've actually literally stopped from shooting cops.
But I'm trying. Mandrell,
I've literally grabbed a guy by the wrist when he's going for his gun against a cop. Like,
Man, Dre, he telling you to be quiet while he trying to talk.
Yeah,
Go ahead, man. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to understand it, but because the point, what Diesel's saying is very important for the 500 people here to like hear and understand and listen. That's why I don't give so much commentary over it. I want him to expound on it, because what he said is you can, and let me see if I'm understanding right. You can, right? But the consequences ain't gonna be what you want. It ain't gonna go how you think it's gonna go.
Right.
Yeah. See, that's important. You know what I'm saying, Mandrell? For the people
We
that
all
hear
heard
that.
it.
Nope. It's fine. Let me do my job then. All right. Is that better? 513 people like understand that point. I just want to make sure, you know how like to let points marinate? Like that needs to marinate a little bit.
That's obvious.
That's
Who doesn't
not
know
obvious. That's not obvious. UT, when Diesel articulates it as such, right? That's eye opening, right?
Yeah, and especially coming from him.
Stop it, UT. You knew that all.
It's not. Hold on, you gotta see. You don't listen.
Don't respond. Don't respond to him. Just make your point. Okay. Don't respond to him.
But yeah, the reason is because when he said it's kind of like, damn, we can't do shit. That's how you feel in the inside. We gotta just let shit happen. That's how that shit feels. Like I'm, even though I know I'm in the right, this man trying to kill me, I can't do nothing to defend myself. That's fucked up. That's crazy.
It's literally like you calm, you take it on the chin, pause. That's how you make it home. That's fucking crazy. All right, let Mandrell ruin the point. Go ahead, Mandrell, and then we'll get Joseph in.
My point was, it's stuff like that is why the public doesn't like cops, doesn't trust them. The black public has never trusted the cop because they never had a reason to. Now, like I said, everything I said was true. There's facts, and it's all related. Like you try to say, well, one fact comes to no, it doesn't. It's all tied together.
But this is not an issue.
But no, the thing is, man.
Now you at a loss for words?
No, I'm not at a loss for words. I'm trying to find a way to articulate so you people can understand it the first time I say it.
You people now, huh? Oh, because you light skin. Okay.
No, you light skin too, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
No, but it's like I said, I've stopped on several occasions other veterans from doing harm to cops. Because I mean, I know how that's gonna play out. They do too. They don't give a shit though. So my thing is when cops do things like that, and they're up against a person who doesn't give a fuck about your badge, doesn't give a fuck about your gun. And you talking about decorated war veterans, white ones, okay? That ain't gonna look good in the public, nor on the press. The press is gonna eat it up, but it's another thing that's not gonna look good for you guys. And another thing is, and for what you said was true, of course, but people already feel that way. Like there's nothing that they can do to a cop that doesn't end poorly for them, even if it's in a clear-cut case of self-defense.
So that's what I'm saying, Mandrell. We got to stop with the narrative. There's nothing you can do to a cop.
I said that's the way people feel, man.
But that's not, the way people feel. Not realities. I don't care about how you feel.
So how do you change? How do we change? My point, ultimate point, is how do we change the perception? I think your perception is something that you guys should really work.
Stop giving these narratives. That's how we stop it. There is a way. Just because it's not how you want to do it doesn't mean there's not a way, right? The reason why Nathan Daly said, let that cop beat your ass is because when you go to court, you're going to have a lot more money that you're in your pocket after you sue the hell out of that department. This is what we need to get to and understand when it comes down to a society, right? There are going to be times where you're just not going to be able to do anything when it comes to the military, law enforcement, government. You're just not going to be able to do anything, right? Until maybe a couple months later or something like that, where you can bring it to a courtroom and you can win it that way. A lot of people don't like to hear that, but that's the reality.
Well, Diesel, here's the thing. I'm a hard nosed guy like you.
We get that it's the reality.
It's the reality.
We get that it's the reality, but what you saying? I don't think you kind of considering what you saying to us right now, because
he's considering it.
You saying let him beat you half to death, and you go to court. And the thing is, say he beat you to death, you never making it to court. So like you giving us an option.
Look at the chick.
Y'all okay, so one, y'all are given the worst situation when it comes down to it, right? There haven't been many people that have been beaten to death by law enforcement.
Right, but I'm saying, but in those, because that's what we've been talking about, those type of cases though, right? Like somebody getting killed, or you know what I'm saying? So
right,
that's the type of situation we saying. Like if it's unlawful and we see that and we see it, we shouldn't. We only can do something if we go to court. So now, whooping my ass.
Hold on. Give me something else you can do then. Give me another path you can take.
That's what I'm saying. So for example, if I have my gun, but I'm not being threatening with my gun, and this cop is just going overboard about shit, and I pop, and just like anybody else, I pop him. But why shouldn't it be the same as popping somebody else if it's unlawful what you doing to me? So me personally, I think if you acting outside of your jurisdiction or out of from what you're supposed to be doing as a cop, you become a civilian at that time.
That's not how it works.
I'm just saying, and when we thinking about it, that's what people say. Once you're not actually acting as the cop, then you're not the cop at the time. So you're doing something to me as a civilian.
That's not how it works.
I know that. I get that part, but that's what we're saying.
Let's talk in reality. Stop talking about what ifs and wishes. That's not it. You're trying to give a perfect storm for something that is not perfect. It's imperfect, right? You can't do that.
That's why we talk about it though. That's why we talking about it, because we get that. That's what we're trying to get you to understand. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm telling you how people thinking.
Hold on, UT. In reality, give me another route you want to give to a person to take. Give me something else they can do other than going to court. Give me something else that they can do.
Defending themselves.
Okay, and where is that going to put them?
Guy's fucking dumb.
In the same place where they might or might not have been if they wouldn't have. That's the point.
You only giving us two, because that's the thing. When we was talking about the options though, Diesel, we was talking about the options that we had at that time. You telling us let it play out in court when we might not make it to court.
Okay, but do you think you will make it for sure to court if you do the other route? That's the point that I'm making, bro. If you defend yourself because you feel like you needed to defend yourself, and you take an officer's life, the likelihood of you making it to court is what? Compared to the other.
You're describing gang activities, Chief. Gangs behave that way. The people we hire you to protect us from. Thugs behave that way.
Wait. What are you talking about?
If I defend myself against a person,
you saying that y'all gonna get revenge?
Because he wears that uniform, i.e., colors, red, blue, whatever. Yours has to be a whole uniform, an outfit.
Right?
Y'all gonna get revenge on us because we
defended ourselves. Myself from from an asshole wearing the same uniform as you. I'll take myself from an asshole wearing the same uniform as you. Y'all gonna get revenge on me for that. When he didn't behave the way y'all know y'all should act. He behaved like the people you're supposed to protect us from. He said, fuck you and your job. Fuck you and your uniform. He pissed on you by behaving that way against me.
No doubt. Yes.
And you come after me.
Mandrell, what have I been saying for day one? We are living in reality. I don't like it's like that, but that's how it is, bro. Like, when are we going to, like, what the...
I think you're missing our point, Diesel. I think you're missing our point. But okay.
All right, so all right,
I'm trying to get you to understand.
Let me.
This is how people. I'm not saying this really. I'm saying this is how people feel.
But you guys, he ain't. Let's see. The issue that we're having here is he ain't arguing with y'all.
I'm not.
He telling nope.
Yeah.
He telling y'all this is what it is. He ain't saying what you got options. but your options lead down the road that you don't want to go down. He ain't arguing with y'all. He ain't missing the point, right? You can characterize it however you want. It is what it is at this juncture. Should it be that way? No, right? I think
that's the way it is.
Hold on, yeah, right. And so I think that's the point. Let me catch up on these super chats, and we got to get Joseph in.
So Diesel, next time,
like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hold on, man.
Stop muting my mic, man.
Well, you just talking.
I got something to say to Diesel. I'm gonna have him on my platform.
You're doing good, but I guess I'm
gonna have him on my platform. There, he and I gonna have this conversation.
I gotta organize this. Hold on.
I like Diesel, man.
Police brutality so low. It's not a. Wait, did I read this one? I read this one. Sounds like okay. EBD with the $5 says, sounds like we are expected to be owned by a state agency in all 50 states. We are to quote unquote comply or die, quote unquote. How are black people at all free of owner? Mike Brown with the $5. Diesel is saying the blue line, quote unquote, exists, and it's not shit you can do about it, and he can't do anything about it either. EBD with the $2 says a cop is the worst situation for all blacks. Rubber Rose with the $2 says just protect yourselves and see how that works. Shaking my head. Joseph, what's popping?
Thank you for bringing me up, man. Mandrell and UT is driving me insane. But I want to kind of bring some semblance to this and a little bit of intelligence using the statistics that I had written down years ago. Cops operate under the color of law and not the letter of the law. The courts, and primarily the Supreme Court, gives them arbitrary discretion when they should have obligatory discretion. For example, you ever heard of a pretextual traffic stop? That's Wren versus U.S. 517 U.S. 806, right? 806, where it says that a cop can basically lie to you and say that you were committing a traffic infraction under the guise of an investigation. There's also something called the Rodriguez moment, where police can stop you and exceed the time to conduct an illegal search and seizure, which is a violation of the 4th Amendment and the 14th Amendment, right? It also says right here that police are actually trained for highly volatile situations, but often are called to handle situations that don't call for force. They are regularly address domestic disputes, traffic violations, the mentally ill, the homeless, and people with addictions. The United States accounts for a higher percent of the world's deaths at the hand of police than their population represents. As of January 2023, January 25th, police have killed 79 people, white and black. 10% of deaths by police in this country occur after stops for traffic violations. Black men are more likely to be killed when pulled over. Examples including Patrick Leola, he had a mismatched license plate. Dante Wright had an expired registration tag. Philando Castile was described as having a wide set nose and looked like a robbery suspect. So now you also have other landmark cases and other stats too. They said that on average, police pull over more than 50,000 people daily and more than 20 million motorists annually. According to the Stanford Open Policing Project, black drivers are more likely to be stopped and searched. Now, cops, they violate laws and civil rights and civil liberties all the time, but they're protected under 42 USC 1983, which is qualified immunity. Cops don't get fired. They actually get transferred. They either put them on administrative duty, which is desk duty, or they have them out there walking the beat. But they don't get fired. They actually get transferred. And they often are more suspended with pay than without pay. The only way that that qualified immunity doesn't apply is when they do something egregious, like sticking a plunger up somebody's ass or killing Tyree Nichols, like those 5 black officers did in Memphis last year. Also, too, it says that Lauren Bonds, executive director of the National Police Accountability Project, said something that happens with police officers, why they become violent, is because they're insisting on 100% compliance when they're getting 99%. So cops are trained to de-escalate. That's what they tell the general public, right? Because officers are public servants. We are private citizens. They say that, oh, when we call a cop is supposed to de-escalate a situation. So why the fuck is a cop carrying a gun when he's reporting to when he's pulling over somebody? First of all, my question is, why are even cops being on the road ticketing people for going 5 miles over the speed limit? Because it's a racket. These cops always claim that there's no quotas, right? But my friend was an NYPD officer. He actually got suspended numerous times for not being able to fill his quota because he felt like it was extortion. He actually quit the force because he said that because it's institutionalized racism so much that he couldn't even fucking sleep at night. Right? He was born and raised in Brooklyn. He quit. Right? Also look at the case of Christopher Dorner. How they treated him when he wanted to do the things that Diesel claimed that he wants to do, which is the right thing, and how they browbeat him into insanity, and he ended up going on a killing spree.
Okay.
That's all I gotta say.
So just to be clear, what point do you want to drive home specifically with all that info?
Any black man that becomes a cop is an enemy of the state. Pretty much. Because
becomes a cop
because it's not about community policing. It's not even about public safety. It's not even about officer safety. It's about power and imperialism straight through and through. There's no reason for a black man to become a cop. KRS-One even said that there's no difference between an overseer and an officer. There's no reason for a black man to become a cop.
Go ahead, UT.
Because the thing is, if you try to do right, you'll get pushback from the department. When I was in the military, I was in the military from 2006 to 2010 at the height of the Iraq War. Right during our basic training, I never met a Iraqi, a Pakistani, or anybody from that country, from those Middle East countries. But they taught us how to hate them. The same way that they do cops when they go when they go for target practice at the range. Usually the targets are caricatures of black men that look like me, beards, dreads, whatever.
What?
Yes.
Joseph, you have no idea what you're talking about.
I do have an idea what I'm talking about. I have family members that were cops. I have friends that were cops.
No, you didn't. If you're basing your thing because you got family as a cop, they told you the wrong information, sir. I'm sorry. They told you the wrong information. Show me a target where there is a caricature of a man with dreads that you can get from the range. Any range, online, or anything like that.
Okay, Diesel, where do you work at? What municipality do you work at?
I work in North Carolina.
Okay, North Carolina. They had a case in Arizona. It was actually on Facebook. And speaking of Facebook, you can look at all of the interactions that cops have with regular people every day that go sideways because they escalated, not because of the people. If I want to record you, that's my fucking right to do so. Cell phone cameras and body cams was the best things that ever happened, during the interaction with the cop. Because a cop, under the law, a cop can lie to you. A cop can lie to you, and it's totally legal to do so.
Yes, sir, it is. But you're jumping around. So Joseph, are you aware that a lot of the videos that you see when it comes to somebody that is carrying a gun at the range and looks like the police, a lot of the times it's security. It's not law enforcement.
If they have a SORA license, it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter, sir. It does. Security doesn't get the same training as law enforcement. So it does matter. Those kind of things are not allowed. I've worked for the federal government. I've trained a lot of police departments throughout the United States, not just North Carolina, throughout the United States when it comes to firearms and training at the range. Those things don't happen, sir.
Yo, somebody said my statistics are bullshit. I got reference. Yo, you know what? I'm done with this conversation because people don't like to be educated. They just want to sit in the chat and talk shit. I got fucking resources, man. I put names behind it. I put dates behind it.
Why you don't,
let me give
Joseph?
you another one.
Don't. No. Because don't feed into the chat. We understand. We heard what you're saying. Diesel was responding to what you said. They're not on the panel, so don't worry about it.
Listen, police violence and systematic racism are public health issues that need to be addressed. Fatal police violence by race and state in the United States from 1980 to 2018 in a landslide. September 28, 2021 reported that police violence caused over 30,000 deaths between 1980 and 2018. During this period, police violence against blacks increased each year. Police killed blacks 3.5 times more than whites. The U.S. have a 5 times the police violence of all other high-income countries. 34% of unarmed civilians killed by police are black. Tyree Nichols died by the hands of black police officers who abided by the racist U.S. rules of engagement towards black people. 2/3. This is an NPR investigation. 2/3 of stops by state troopers on the New Jersey Turnpike are minorities. That's in my state. Over 2/3 of stops by Maryland state troopers on I-95 are black and Hispanic motorists. And it's totally legal through the Supreme Court because all the cop has to do is say, hey, you were swerving or you didn't use your blinker. Just to conduct an investigation to see if somebody has guns or drugs in the car.
So
stupid motherfuckers. See, I do research.
You're
Y'all don't. Y'all just
angry.
go ahead and talk shit.
So Joseph, what's the percentage of deaths from 1980 to 2021?
I don't know that yet.
Exactly. You said 30,000, right?
Yes, 30,000. NPR investigation. Also read the book, Driving While Black and all other traffic offenses. The Supreme Court and pretextual traffic stops. That's by David Harris. Driving While Black is a new thing. It's a real thing.
Hold on, Joseph. In 40 years, there have been 30,000 deaths. In 40 years.
That's the NPR investigation. And that's a very credible source too.
The percentage is less than 1%.
According to who?
The math.
The math. It's less than 1%, Joseph. It's less than a half of a percent, actually. It's like 26%, 0.26% or something like that. It is so low. That's why.
So you're advocating for cops killing people with reckless impunity under the guise of qualified immunity just because they can do it?
Never said. Why? Well, Joseph, I guess my question is.
Cops don't even carry guns
Joseph,
in other
real
countries.
quick. I guess my question is, why did you just make that statement? What made you say he alluded to that?
Because he's trying to dismiss what I'm saying. 30,000 people in 30 years is still 30,000 people.
Because
and it should be more because it's 2024 now.
Less than 1% is dismissible. It is. I'm sorry. That's the reality.
Now I got to get in there though, because I don't like when people say that. Because you saying and that percentage should be, I don't know, because you got to think about what you saying. You saying just because it's 1%,
yeah,
it doesn't matter. But that's just like saying our lives. Hold on, that's just like saying our lives on here don't matter. So just because all 6 of us get killed today by police, it didn't matter. That's how people saying it.
Here's what it would be. When you look at the amount of police interactions, how many police interactions happen with people a day?
Millions.
I guess y'all saying 1%, right?
No, per day. Police interactions, when people come into contact with police.
Millions.
Oh, per day.
Just so if you look at the number of police interactions, right, then compare the number of deaths. Would there be any? A life is a life. We understand that, nobody's dismissing that. But could a number be so small that it is negligible? So if there's 1 million of interactions a day, but you got 187s amounting to whatever the math was, could the number be negligible, or it doesn't matter because it's a death?
To me, because of the death, it don't matter.
Okay. All right.
Because I don't think nobody's life is more important than no other person's life.
Hold on. UT.
Anybody heard of Ronald Fryer? How you doing, Ham? Thanks for having me up here.
Yes, sir. Let me do this. After Diesel respond, let me get, how you say, Asar? Is it? And then Noble after.
So UT, you
star.
understand that number does.
Yeah, it's a star.
Okay, go ahead, Diesel.
That number does include officers that had to defend themselves from another person that had a firearm, right? It's not justified or unjustified. All that number is all inclusive to every encounter when it comes to police. So you're saying that one life is more important than the other life, but do you think police officers have the right to defend themselves as well?
Yes, that's why I asked him that question. That's why I asked him that question earlier about the topic that he was on, because I said, did he shoot them first? And then when he said that, I was like, oh, okay, then well, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I don't think nobody should be trying to take nobody's life.
Right.
That's my issue in it.
Right. So
and if they in the wrong or you in the wrong, one of y'all in the wrong, whoever in the wrong, y'all the wrong one. That's what I said.
This is why I dismissed Joseph's claim, because out of that 30,000, there are still some where the shooting or the killing was justified by police because they had to defend themselves. So you're talking about less than 1% that police have taken lives, but out of that percentage, there's another percentage where police had to do it to defend themselves. That's the point that I'm making.
Jason Van Dyke was defending himself when he shot Laquan McDonald in the back.
All right, let me do this. Let's get Osir in. Let's get
Michael Slager defending himself when he shot.
Let's get Osir in for a different opinion. You guys been going well, pretty back and forth, pretty good. Osir, what's popping?
What's up with everybody, yo? Y'all can hear me?
Good. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I mean, it's a great conversation to have, but I just don't believe. I understand what Joseph is breaking down, and I feel like Diesel is partially trying to keep it real, but he's kind of being disingenuous, because to say that 1% is negligible, yeah, in most cases when you're talking about the whole. But if you're talking about the actual black adult population, and then you factor in the fact that there are people, most of those interactions are not black people shooting at police, bro. Black people do not really shoot at police. Even gangsters don't even go at the police, bro. They shoot each other before they go at the police. So to say that 30,000 out of 30,000 deaths, there's a percentage. Yeah, there's a percentage, but that percentage is probably maybe 1,000 out of those 30,000 people. There are people who have mental health issues. I live in South Carolina. Charles Scott got killed here a few years ago by a cop that planted a gun on him because he had a suspended license. So the interactions that are being had are taken to a whole nother level by and large, because when cops are interacting with black people, the black person can comply and still get killed. So that's why I don't understand, like, why even Gunny was talking earlier and he's saying, like, you know, well, you're basically talking about your own people like we're animals and nobody else does this stuff. White people are way more violent than black people, bro, by and large. The population of white people who are in prison for violent crimes is way larger than the population of black people in prison for violent crimes. Most black people are in jail for child support, drugs, drug use or distribution. Things like that. It's not a lot of black people going around murdering everybody. If you take the gang population, which is a small population considered to the 40 million black people, yeah, you could say out of that population, there's probably a high number of those guys that are doing violent things and going to jail for it. But the average everyday black person is not a gang member. There are people working. There's an 80-year-old woman. I just see the video. 80-year-old woman got the police ran in her house with no warrant, tased her for no reason because she was asking them, why are they there? So a lot of times it's disingenuous to sit there and act like, oh, the police are always on the right side of the argument, and it's just some black guy or black person wilding out and having to get shot and killed. This is not reality.
I never said that.
That's just not. That's what I didn't. You didn't say that, but you were saying that it's negligible that 30,000 people died over 30 years. That's 1,000 people a year getting killed. And I guarantee we look at each of those 30,000 cases, the vast majority of those people were not violent. And there was a percentage of those people that were probably complying with what was being said. A man just got shot 2 years ago that was working, and he was working at a mental institution, and one of the guys got out and the police was called, and the man was on the ground laying down, complying with what they said, and the dude shot him. He said, "Why'd you shoot me?" The dude said, "I don't know." So I mean, like, so what you're saying doesn't. It's like I hear what you're saying, and ideally, yeah, I get it. But in reality, that's not what be happening a lot of the times. Now, I've had black cops also do things, and I can tell that they're doing it to try to. They're doing it to obey the code.
I think you have a delay. You have a delay?
Yeah, I probably do.
It's all good. Let's get a response.
I probably do.
So it's okay. Let's get a
Go
response.
ahead. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Do you want to respond just to clarify? Exactly.
I think they're putting words in my mouth. I did not say that I was that 30,000 or that's not what everything that you said is not what I said. I was just saying that the
you said 30,000% is 1%. That's negligible. That's what you said.
Let him
that's what you said.
I said.
But he can't come and flip what he just said and say he didn't say it.
I said it's less.
We all heard it.
All right, let's do this. Hold your commentary till you're done talking, regardless of how you feel about what he's saying.
For one, I said it was less than 1%. And I said, out of that percentage, there are situations where officers had to defend themselves. I didn't say what percentage it was or anything like that. Now, we're talking about 30,000 people in a 40-year span, correct? Out of those, is that all black people, Joseph?
No.
But
exactly.
But see, here's the reason.
Let him. He needed clarification, Joseph. He needed clarification. Hey, if everybody can't contain themselves, they probably need to drop down and then come back once everybody's relaxed, right? Because it's a good conversation. I know it was just a yes or no question. Let them finish and then you can respond.
So Joseph is talking about 30,000 people in a 40-year span where all of them aren't black, and we know police kill more white people every year than they do black people. What are we doing, people? What are we doing? Like y'all, this is ridiculous.
Okay.
This is the shit that we're talking about with the black community. Y'all can't even research your own.
Can I respond now?
No. I want to get Noble in too as well. And then we can get a response. I'm interested to hear what he got to say.
I mean, but
and then we'll go to he kind of talking to you, but he's addressing everything that was said.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to respond to what he was saying, you know.
Yeah, you got just a second.
Because
go ahead, Noble.
Okay, that's all I need. Go ahead.
No, I said just a second. Yeah, let Noble go. Noble won't be super duper long winded. Then I'll see her and Joseph could jump back in.
No, real quick, Hemp. Did you get what I sent in the back chat? Or I
gotta look at
it. Everybody. Well, you know, that's a report from an independent professor out of Harvard. Harvard Law School. He did some research into police interactions with citizens and wanted to see if there was any racial biasness in those. In that study, he found out that although there was more stops of us, right, for menial things, as far as excessive force or lethal force being used, he found that, just to quote the study, he found that what is it? Hold on, let me. I had the tab open. 1 second. Blacks are 23.5% less likely to be shot by police relative to whites in an interaction, and Hispanics are 8.5% less likely to be shot. But the coefficient is statistically insignificant. So when he went to go publish this study, he got he got backlash from his colleagues in the university and did not want him to publish this because it went against the liberal narrative that and BLM that we are being disproportionately killed at the hands of police officers, right? This was done in 2017. So are there bad cops out there? Yes, but are there good cops out there? Absolutely. Do all of them know the law and the rights and the constitutional rights of the citizens to the oath that they took and signed and filed away in at the Secretary of State? I would say largely no. When they get out of the academy, they take a how long is the criminal justice course that you guys take prior to getting into the academy, Diesel? If I may ask you.
You don't have to take a criminal justice course.
Really? Oh, I'm from California. California, I think, required that you take, a certain period of criminal justice before entering into the academy. But largely, they don't know the Constitution front and back, even though they took an oath to uphold it. So, if my ultimate thing is if you don't know your rights, then guess what? You don't have any. So I like what Joseph was talking about, these body cams and cameras. You absolutely should record the police. Don't let them tell you that you can't record them. It's best to have a body cam so you don't have to hold it, so your hands can be free, so they can see your hands and they can't mistake your hands for having anything else. But if you don't, qualified immunity goes away once you inform the officers that they're about to violate your right. And if they violate it after you warn them, they've been warned about it. And if you catch them on camera, then you can hold them accountable. But like Diesel was saying, survive the encounter. Most importantly, get home. So if you talk in an intelligent tone, I guarantee you will get a favorable reply. If you're combative, they are trained, they're peacekeepers. So if you're being unpeaceful, guess what? They're going to make sure that you are peaceful. Just I teach everybody to survive the encounter, record it, know your rights, inform them that you're aware of your rights and that they're about to violate them. And if they do, then you can hold them accountable under Title 18 USC 241 and 242, which is deprivation of rights under color of law, which Joseph alluded to earlier. But there is a process in which you do that, and not all cops are out to actually get y'all. They're not the boogeyman. Like a Diesel was not going out there like a vigilante trying to just get an arrest. He's actually out there to keep the peace. But there are some rogue officers. There's some officers. They're dealing with police gangs in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. So there are people that get in it for the wrong reasons. But they're all humans and people just like us. But you got to know your rights, otherwise you don't have any. I'll land the plane.
Look, good. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, Asar and Joseph, you heard what Noble said. We can definitely address that, but I just want to look at the numbers one more time. So 30,000 over 40 years. What's the actual math on that? I'm just interested in that part. What's the math on that?
I don't think there's a way to quantify that.
It's about 750,000 people a year.
Yeah, I'm just talking about a real number. And let's say 100 of them are justified, right? Like the police were defending.
No, you have to average it out, but that's not gonna be exact.
Say again, please. Oh, so let's say it was like 100.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just simple math, right? Let's say 100 were justified. You got 650 left per year, and then the majority are white. Most, right? Is that the truth, Joseph? Are the majority of, just volume wise, are white people being killed by police per year? Is that fact we can agree on? Or
facts?
You're muted, Joseph.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. That's all.
He's muted.
Hello?
There you go.
Yeah, it's mostly black people.
It's mostly black people per year or white people per year?
It was black people.
No, it's not.
It says police kill blacks 3.5 times more than whites. So this was
that goes against what I just posted. What I just shared.
Not true.
It's
not true.
23.5% less likely than whites. So that doesn't correlate with what you're reading.
Hold on.
That's propaganda.
Hold on, no. It says 34% of unarmed civilians killed by police are black, though.
Well, so if 30, but even if it's 34%, that would be a smaller number. I'm trying to understand, like, the per year
But we also
is
got
it
to
more?
remember now, white people make up the vast majority of the population compared to
Yeah,
black people. It's only 40
we are.
million of
We
us. It's more
understand.
than 140
Yeah,
million of them. So there are going to be more
yeah,
instances where they're going to get into these
yeah. We understand
situations.
that, but that's why I'm
That's
trying
why
to
I was saying
understand
about
the
the other
raw.
number.
Okay,
That's why I'm trying to
we're
understand the
getting
raw.
lost in the art. We're getting
No,
lost
no,
in
no,
the.
no, no. You guys are confusing what's happening right now. I want to understand the number that was presented.
Joseph, your number is
Right.
coming from unarmed civilians.
Okay.
That's where his number
That's
is
just
coming
one
from.
statistic.
Okay.
That's just one statistic based on the
Okay.
research that
Yeah,
I
but
have here from the Lancet.
Divided by. Okay. I'm just thinking about the number. Go ahead, sir. You wanted to respond? You can respond whatever you want to.
Hey, Hep, I gotta run, man. I'm gonna try to get back on before you go.
All right, be safe, no doubt.
All I wanted to say was,
Go ahead.
if we're talking about, I'm not talking about the people who are actually being violent towards the police or shooting at the police. I'm talking about the people who are unarmed and not doing any violence to the police that get killed. That's the number. Those people are important because they, in any other situation, they would be able to go home. They would be able to go to jail or whatever and go to the court. They're not even getting that chance because they get killed because of a escalation a lot of times by the police. There are people who get called for mental. There was a dude that got
What was
called.
Tyree Nichols doing that warranted them to be killed?
That's what I'm saying.
What was Walter Scott doing to have him to be shot in the back and then the guy tried to plant a taser on him? If that guy wasn't, if that guy didn't record,
That's really what I'm talking about.
Years right now.
I'm not defending that, bro.
And the police mafia threatened him and his family when he threatened to release the video. He had to go into protection. So you telling me that the police is not a gang? Police unions, lobbyists. That thin blue line that they always talking about don't exist.
If you don't hang them in federal court, then they can't. Then you can't use them as an example. There's no fear. You gotta get them where it hurts. Make sure you get.
But see, that's the thing about what y'all saying. Y'all keep on saying when we have to go all
We
the way
had
to court, but we're
Black
not making it to
Panthers
court
because of the police in the 60s and early 70s. That's why the Black Panthers was in the neighborhood, to keep us protected from the police. It's not as detrimental now as it was then, but it's still a thing that exists. And it exists because they can get away with it. If they can get away with it and they can subjugate a certain group of people, they're gonna do that. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I understand what Diesel is saying.
Last year, because I wouldn't answer his questions, he threw me on top of his car and handcuffed me and started grabbing my balls. And then he said, when I told him to stop, he said, "You're resistant." How the fuck can I resist if I'm in fucking handcuffs? And you
see, this is my thing. Hell, this is my thing. I wanted to.
And
ask
another
Diesel.
thing is,
hold on.
Go ahead, brother.
This is my thing. I wanted to ask Diesel before he left, and I probably ain't gonna. I'm gonna have to go in a minute.
But I was just saying, another thing is, when you look at the fact that when black people are in these situations.
I'm sorry, can you hear us?
It was bad. I'll drop out and come back.
Yeah, come right back though.
Yeah, I'll drop out and come back.
I'll drop the link right now. I'll drop the link.
All right.
But what I was going to ask was like, with what Diesel was talking about, he's telling us to be able to trust the police and everything that, but then come back and somebody said that the police are able to lie to us to try to get us convicted. So if you gonna tell us that it's in y'all rights to lie to us, so why would we ever trust you?
Yeah.
I'm not saying to trust
that
him at
makes no
all.
sense.
Did he say trust? Did he? Oh, yeah, I got you. No, but I want to, because these are not here. He said, trust the police.
Yeah, it was earlier before somebody actually brought up that point. They were saying that the police are able to lie to you to get you in a charge or a conviction or whatever like that. But I was trying to address it, but I could never get in. I wanted to ask him, why would you think, if y'all can do that, why would you tell someone to trust the police if we know that you can lie to us without no consequences?
You shouldn't trust the police because the police are trying to get a conviction. They want to arrest you. But if you know the law and you know your rights, then they'll never get to that because you shouldn't roll down your window all the way. You should be able to I advise everybody to go check out Know Your Rights Foundation, ran by my brother Kevin Berenger. He has qualified immunity cards. He has police stop cards, and you just put the shit up against the windshield. It'll here, read all that. And most people and cop will drive away without any instance because they know that they can be held accountable for the stop. And they walk a tightrope. They'll give you a ticket for the infraction they pulled you over for, and they on their way. But if you don't know your rights, they're going to violate them because that's what they're trained to do in the academy, is try to search for guns, search for drugs, and they will ask you as many questions as they can to try to find some deviation in your story to justify a search. So
But see,
your job. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
that goes along with what I'm saying then. So even with what I just said, then the other fact that they don't even know the laws that they're trying to uphold.
I agree with you.
So this is my point. That's why and I wish I could have got it off the diesel. Like y'all are having laws that y'all don't even know, but you upholding the law. Right?
Technically, those are codes and ordinances, and it's not the law. The law of the land is the Constitution. They swore an oath. So when they first come up to your window, I always ask the officer, "Sir, are you upholding and honoring your oath?" Right? They're gonna say yes. You walk them right into the qualified immunity being erased. But if you don't
That's
know
not the point. That's not my point, though. I get what you're saying. I do. I look at that channel too. I got that channel too. I know exactly what you're saying. But my thing is the premise that we even have to do that if they should know this stuff before we know it. That should be their job to know that. If you're gonna arrest me for something.
But what Diesel was talking about what is, not what should or could or would. He's saying this is what it is. Protect yourself. So this is how you do it. Survive the encounter by any means, and then get your revenge and your remedy on the back end. That's what I teach these youngsters. Don't get hot-headed with them. They got a gun on their hip. You may be unarmed. Even if you are armed, you're not going to be able to fight against that gang. So survive the encounter and hold them accountable later for the violation of your rights. That's the only thing I can tell you is my advice.
All right, let me do this. Savage, what's popping? Damn, that's Noble. You ain't lying. Savage, what's popping? You on mute?
Hold on a second. There's a guy next to me with his stereo bouncing. So just give me a minute.
We can't hear it.
Okay, I can hear it. So I just wanted to make sure. Yeah. So I think when it comes down to this. I think it's a lot of feelings and not rationale when it comes to a lot of these arguments. Because if I ran up to your car with a fake gun, you're gonna assume that gun's real, and you're gonna act accordingly. You're gonna have to make a split-second decision in that moment. If I'm interacting with you and I'm acting hostile, you're gonna have to make a judgment call in that moment. And a lot of people are expecting the way that they would act to be different because the same person that is that's pretending to comply is doing the same thing that the person that is complying is doing. There was actually a activist that was against the police that went with the police and did one of their training day shootings, and he ended up shooting this guy 6 times before. He realized the decision he had to make. Also, a lot of these stats when it says unarmed, that means not with a firearm. That does not mean not with a weapon. If a person has a screwdriver or a knife within 21 feet, they can get to you faster than you can pull your gun and shoot them. It's actually you're in the I forget what they call it, the killing zone or something or stabbing zone within 21 feet. There was just a guy that shot 3 police, I think Thursday or Friday, and one of them died last week. There was that officer in Chicago that got killed. Cops are getting killed left and right. And the other issue.
My Yonkers?
I'm not sure. It was in New York. I'm not exactly sure what.
It was in
I'm pretty sure it was
Syracuse.
New York.
Two officers killed a police officer and a sheriff's officer. They guy sped away from a.
What's all God? We don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just know that. Yeah.
Yeah, but there was.
I shouldn't even have
there
said
was-
that myself. Go ahead, Savvy.
Yeah, but there was three. There was 3 shot in New York. There was that Biden didn't go to that cop that got killed 2 weeks ago. Like, there's cops that are dropping left and right. So, like, if you're in a situation where you already can tell that someone's being hostile, what do you expect people to do?
The police, or you talking about people?
Well,
you
police
supposed to
are
do your?
people.
Don't they supposed to de-escalate? Aren't they trained in de-escalation? Or not?
How do you de-escalate someone that's coming at you with a weapon? How does that work? Do they use kung fu
That's
on
what
them?
they get. Hold on, see, that's the thing, and that's where I get pushback on everybody. That's their job to know that. That's not my job to know that. They do it.
Yeah, their job is to put down the threat. That's what they're doing.
No, they from what I've been told from numerous police, they get de-escalation classes, right? Is that not a thing?
Okay, so
yeah.
Technically,
okay.
yes, but your
Okay,
issue
so again,
we can't.
Josh,
His
you didn't say. Josh, you didn't even say hello to anybody.
hello.
Yeah, so
His question is really specific. Where is that?
Well, hold on. Savage
Well,
isn't done yet. Savage isn't done yet. Go
So
ahead, Savage.
this is the issue. This is the issue that you're having. This is what makes your argument illogical. So
okay.
Diesel told you that if you get into a situation where a cop's acting out of line, all right, and you shoot and kill that officer, and you get ruled not at fault, that you found it unfair that other cops that deal with you would not also be in fear of being killed by you and keep you on a shorter choke or a shorter leash in their interaction with you.
No, that's
But at
no,
the same,
Savage.
That's
but
not
at
what he
the-
said. But go okay.
But at the same time, that's what he was saying. But at the same time, you watch that video with Reed where they were telling him to get out of the car and he started shooting at him. How do you de-escalate someone that's not going to comply and is going to shoot you?
That's
Like,
not.
he
no,
was-
you-
That's not the same. That's not what we was talking about.
That's
though,
just the
Savage. See,
purpose.
you-
Do this. Do
you can-
this. Do this. Do
Here, let
this.
me-
Do
can I-
this. Do this real quick though, right? Just explain the difference quickly, right? Just explain what Savage is talking about, how it doesn't align with what you guys are talking about.
I
Yeah,
got
'cause
it.
what-
I'll take care of it. The part of the reason why interactions become violent is that officers are trained to view routine encounters as especially dangerous situations because they never know who's going to be behind the wheel. They always say, "Oh, it's for my safety. It's for my safety." But half the time they're talking shit. Half of the time it's not true. Here's the thing.
All right.
You know, stop. You know, interactions rarely result in random violence. When you have an interaction with a cop, they barely, you know, result in random violence. And then when they do, it's because of officers' reaction, and it's because cops escalate. You know, when they don't like the way people are responding to their demands. Do you understand that every state is not a stop and ID state? If an officer comes up to you and say, identify yourself, you can just keep walking unless you're detained. Unless they say, hey, you're being detained for such and such and such. But if they just want to stop and check who you are, they can't do that. And people have been shot and or arrested for saying, no, I'm not giving you my ID.
That's why I was asking. That's why I was asking. Like, make the point succinctly. Why he's saying isn't what you guys are saying. Not without all the examples. Just succinctly tell us the difference, just in case we missed it.
Yeah, because Savage said that the person had a gun or had a weapon. That's not what we was talking about. He was talking about that didn't have weapons. So that would change the whole narrative.
Okay, so Savage. Now, remember when Savage initially started talking, he was saying unarmed doesn't mean no weapon. It means without the gun. And so when Joseph initially presented the stats, UT, he said unarmed. So if definition matter, then those people would still be people with a weapon just without a gun.
Okay, so at the same time, if you talking about 21 feet, see that the 21 feet thing, I never heard of that before, so I might be ignorant to that. But with you having a knife from 21 feet and I'm having a gun from 21 feet, that's kind of a hard thing to really.
That's interesting. Trey, real quick, this makes slightly a yes or no because I just want to get to Josh. Josh may know too. 21 feet. If you pace out 21 feet, UT is not extremely far. And then when they're holstered, Trey, is it a rule or is it case by state that you have one in the head or no? Or does that matter?
No. Yeah, that matters.
Can you have one in the head? Is there a law against it, or
they usually have one in the head?
Where I was at, we were only trained to shoot in the head if we knew that they had body armor.
No, sorry, one in the chamber. My bad.
Yeah, I always have one in the chamber.
Okay,
Everybody
so
has one. Everybody has one in the chamber.
Okay.
The only time you don't have one in the chamber is if you have a rifle.
Okay.
You don't have any time to cock your hammer back or anything on the standard issue.
So look at this, right? Just thinking of it, because when I hear 21 feet, right? UT, I heard you 21 feet originally, and it sounded like, damn, why would a screwdriver be a threat at 21 feet? But then, did you play a real sport like football or just basketball?
I played football too.
So think about this. 21 feet is 7 yards, bro. That's the shuttle. Remember, you do the 10 yard, the 20-yard shuttle. The fuck he go? He ran because I started talking about football. You do the shuttle.
Yeah.
The 5, you do it sideways. You run that first 5 sideways so you can go back 10. Full speed. I don't know. This football shit. But 7 yards. But 7 yards, you can cover it pretty quick. Is my point.
Hey, Hab, can I tell you something about 21 feet real quick?
Yeah, you want to clarify?
Yeah, when I was in the academy, we did 21 feet drills. Everybody in the class, with the exception of 3 people, got stabbed. You can close it very, very quickly. Everybody.
Are you serious? Oh, from holster to up.
From getting out of the holster and getting up on sight. Everybody in the class, with the exception of 3, and I had a class of 20 some odd. Only 3 people actually got around it.
That's crazy. How many people in the class?
There's about 24. About 24 of us was in that class.
Were the other 21 paraplegic or something? How the fuck?
No, I think people think they think that coming out the holster is like a smooth situation. But if this isn't something that you train on every day, people get when your adrenaline is running and all of that's going, people get stuck in their holster. They can't get up out of that weapon. Even though you train for it, you can never train for the real thing, and you can't train for the amount of adrenaline that's running through your veins. Yeah. I've been in 2 shooters. I'm trying to tell you, it's very difficult to train for those types of situations. So you'll get a lot of people, they get stuck, man. They get stuck in that holster. By the time they get that thing out, you done already stabbed them 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, no,
so
real
let me
shit.
ask you this, Kurt.
Go ahead, UC, and then let's do this. After you ask him, Savage, you want to add your last 2 cents onto this? Then we got to get Ruthless and Josh in.
So Trey, the question I wanted to ask you was, like, since we're talking about 21 feet, so 23 and above, then is that when y'all de-escalating, using the de-escalation?
So that's why I came up here, because I wanted to tell you about that. I have never heard of anything de-escalating force situation. We are not taught to de-escalate force situations. What you're talking about is situations where there's no need for force. So if I show up for a DV, a traffic stop, a mutual combat type situation, then yes, I'm trying to get everybody to calm down. We're separating people. We're de-escalating as much as we possibly can. But if I show up and weapons are out, or y'all got, not y'all, but people, the citizens got, screwdrivers and all, ain't no de-escalation, man. Listen, at the end of the day, by this time, people understand the laws. You know how this works. Everybody knows how this works with social media. The first thing the officer's going to tell you to do is what? Drop the weapon. Drop whatever it is in your hand. Put it down, throw it. I don't care what you do. Just get it out of your hand. And a lot of people choose not to do that. Now, if you want to consider that de-escalation, then sure, we can consider that de-escalation. But at the end of the day, I'm not taking that risk. And a lot of officers are not going to take that risk. We're not going to sit there and play games with you and try to sit there and talk you down like this is law and order SVU. That's not.
They got families to get home.
I'm just talking about verbal, because see, we every time now we bring in the weapons, but that's not what we was talking about at first. So I'm talking about like verbal Somebody verbally talking to you.
But UT, he said, he said a threat is a threat, right? Perceived, right? But he's saying drop the weapons, so now you eliminating weapons altogether.
I'm saying what I'm saying is we wasn't talking about weapons, because remember we were talking about unarmed people.
I know, but remember the definition of unarmed, which is still in limbo at this point. But if we assume Savage is correct, unless somebody refutes it, unarmed means no gun, not no weapon.
So what I'm saying, okay, then I guess what I'm saying is, do you have to see a weapon for that to say that's a threat?
Well, now you're asking the right question. Unpopular. Now you're asking good questions. When I was in the military, we had a positive ID rule. You had to be able to say that is this before you could engage. That's when I was in the military. But when I got to the police department, there was no positive ID rule there, right? It's essentially what I assume it to be. But here's the issue. Whatever I assume it to be, I have to be able to explain it in a court of law that this is what I thought I saw and this is why I engaged. Now, this is where they get a lot of these, like the Sean Bell situation with the wallets and the whole nine. This is where this confusion starts to come in, because officers are starting to think they see things that they don't not actually see, right? And that's like we just had the guy with the acorns. I think the acorns, and he goes off crazy. Like, that's where the confusion comes in. I have always said they need to institute a positive ID rule or law for a police officer. You need to be able to describe what you see. Cameras. And we were taught to basically narrate. We had to talk while we were like, listen, I'm going to this traffic stop, and this man has this, and this. We had to talk it out so people could understand what we were going through while they were watching the tape back. I also want to say one other thing. Unarmed, to me, does not mean he just doesn't have a gun. Unarmed means what is in your hand. That's what I'm looking at. What is in your hands? I've had bricks thrown at me. I've had all types of stuff thrown at me. If you have a brick in your hand, if you hit me in the right place with a brick, I'm down, I'm out, right? So unarmed to me doesn't mean just a handgun. Unarmed means anything that you can use that could potentially cause death to me. That's how I see it. And that's how most officers who see it. And that's honestly how the use of force module reads as well.
Okay.
Word. All right, let's do this. Let me catch up quickly on these supers, and not that many, and then we'll go Ruthless Truth. Josh, we got to get Zoe in. Savage, do you need a response still?
Yeah. So the reason I was making those two comparisons is because Diesel was telling you the reality. He was telling you that if you choose this path, it's probably not a good decision, and your emotions did not allow you to see what he was saying. But then at the same time, you're saying that you should be able to de-escalate every situation first. And the Reed incident, you could see that they didn't escalate until they shot. So that was my point. Like, he told you what reality was, and you didn't like the reality, but the police also telling you trying to de-escalate does not mean that you're going to de-escalate. So
hold on.
That comes down to the situation. Like, you couldn't understand what he was saying in that position, but you're also expecting him to be able to communicate with somebody else to get them to understand his position to where no one gets shot.
Hey, Ham, can I say something real quick? I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be on here, but I want to say something before you. So we have a misperceived conception of de-escalation. Just because you see an officer's gun out does not mean they're not de-escalating. An officer telling a person not to do it is a form of de-escalation. Even if they have to do it while they're pointing their gun at them, it is still a form of de-escalation. So that's what we have to understand. There comes to a point where you can no longer de-escalate and you have to defend, right? So that's what we need to understand when it comes to de-escalation. Just because an officer's gun is out does not mean they're not de-escalating. Because an officer can escalate the problem with his gun being in his holster by saying, do it, go ahead and do it. I wish you would. That would escalate a situation from compared to him saying, you don't need to do this, sir. I don't want to harm you. Please don't do this.
But if you when you pulled out your gun, that would be escalating though. That wouldn't be de-escalating. Because you making the person how because that's what y'all see. And I think that's
It's
what
compliance.
that's what the hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. I think that's what the disconnect is between regular people and cops, because y'all thinking that for some reason y'all thinking that you pulling out a gun doesn't make me scared and stuff get escalated that way.
That's not. But you being scared is not an escalation.
Yes,
it's
it
not
is.
an escalation. No, it is not.
To gain
You being
compliance.
scared, it's not an escalation. When I pull out, okay, so UT, if somebody pulls out a gun on you and they say, I'm not going to do anything until you, I'm not going to do anything to you as long as you stay still, and you decide to pull out a gun, who escalated it?
You escalated it by you pulling out the gun, because it wouldn't even been there if you don't pull out the gun.
Oh, okay.
You didn't get that. You missed his point.
Yeah,
I didn't miss nothing because see what happened just then. What happened just then? He put it to where he already had the upper hand. So I got to come in and try to. I'm the one that de-escalating it. You want the
you want the criminals to have an advantage over the police. That's what you want.
UT, you're right. Hold on. UT, you're right. We are taught to have the advantage at all times. At all times.
And that's what I'm
So you're absolutely right. But hang on, UT. That doesn't mean that if I take my weapon out and we're taught the tuck position. So the tuck position is me, I have my weapon and it's sort of tucked in my chest like this. I'm not pointing it at you, I just got it out. That's not an escalation. I just have it out. And I'm holding it like this, UT, and I'm telling you, do this, do that, do this, do that. That's not an escalation.
Ham, let me ask you a question, Ham. You remember when the dude flashed the gun at you? He ain't even pull it out. He just flashed it. That didn't almost escalate the whole situation.
Was he an officer?
Hell yeah. Trey, if you got a
gun,
real quick,
is that an officer?
No, it's real simple though.
It don't matter if it's
wait. But in terms of logic, if the gun is holstered, if the gun is holstered and becomes unholstered to a civilian, that's escalation.
Understood. I'm not arguing that. But here's our disconnect, Ham. Civilians want the police to police the way civilians want them to police. The police police the way the police want to police. So that's the issue. You guys think that we're somehow supposed to do it the way y'all want us to do it. That's not how it works. And it's been proven over time that doing it the way that the civilians want isn't always the most effective way. So I understand where you're coming from, Ham. And I could listen, and I can understand where you would get that idea that if I came out of the holster, then I just took this to another level. But in my mind, I'm thinking, I'm telling you the honest truth. In my mind, having been in shootings, I hope I don't have to use it. I hope he just does what I ask him to do.
Yeah. You also thinking in that class that nigga got. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. How frustrating is it for you, for a mother to come to you when you coaching and tell you how to coach?
Oh, I don't accept none of that shit. No yelling from the crowd. None of that.
Exactly. That is the point. If you ain't never done it and you telling us how to do it, it's almost like, okay, come out here and try it first before you try to tell me to do something.
Nah, I don't want y'all to mistake that I'm trying to tell y'all how to do it. I'm saying I'm just telling y'all the perception of a civilian. Yeah. Nah, I'm not trying to tell you how to do it. Don't get that confused.
Okay,
you still gotta have reasonable, articulable suspicion that I'm committing a crime or about to commit a crime before you come up on me. And there's a lot of officers that overstep that boundary all the time. And once you check them on that and use their acronym, what's not true?
That's not true, sir. I can only detain you under reasonable. I can walk up to you and say hello anytime.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. But you can only detain. That's why I always ask, am I being detained? And if they say no, I'll walk the fuck off.
And then hold on.
Hold on. All right, let's real quick. All right, let's get Ruthless Truth in real quick, because you know we can go back and forth till the cows come home. Ruthless, what's popping?
What's up, Big Al?
What's goody?
I'm not parsimonious in my criticism for all parties involved.
You what?
I'm not parsimonious to my criticism for all the parties involved in this triangle of life, right? But I do hold the greatest criticism to the police, because I hear you, Savage and Diesel, about your position, and I will only give you a little sympathy if I would have thought you you guys weren't willing participants, but you guys are willing participants in this chaos, right? And you know, LA, so I know everything there is to know about police interactions. And in our upbringing, in our culture, you guys are one of us with more power and more authority. You guys are considered a gang in our eyes, right? So you guys
How am I involved?
Well, I'm talking about police. You cop?
I'm a two-time convicted. I'm a two-time convicted felon.
He meant me, Savage.
No, he's not a police. He's not a police. He's just white. He's not the police. Go ahead.
No, but you made a point of defending the police, right? But the police are willing participants in this chaos, right? They're just as they're a gang culture as well, right? So I can't give them any leeway, right? Because they have set their reputation in stone about their being willing participants in gang culture, acting just as the gang members, if not worse, right? They are also, right? Now, I don't know if anybody been to the LA County, right? But we just seen Lee Barker go to jail, right? Because the feds had to come in, right? Like, what were they doing? They were come beat a dude up, they hit their head on the wall and give him a case, right? They was giving cases left and right to people. Come in with a case, they give another case, saw the officer. So we know that plant evidence, the courts are heavily involved as well, right? All this is a conspiracy. So we're no longer ignorant to y'all foolishness that you guys bring to the table, right? So let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. Now we gonna keep this gangster and keep it gangster, fine, right? Because I already know if it ever comes to that, I'm just gonna do what I gotta do. You do what you gotta do. Then we can live, fine, funeral, and we can talk to the judge, whatever. But the point I'm making is, I'm not giving the cops a pass, and because I understand after the Rodney King riot, which was clearly videotaped, and how they were acquitted, right, and how all transpired. I understand then, and then only then, that when a cop is approaching me in any form or any matter, he is an enemy to me, in my opinion. And I'm not. That doesn't mean I'm going to do something to him or make a move. But I am under the impression, and I'm under awareness that this might not go well for me, regardless of whether I comply or don't comply. So, once again, we all have our share in this pie. And are we asking from the officers as citizens in the United States, y'all accept responsibility for your actions, because you signed up for this shit, right? To uphold this shit. But then you get a little sideways, right? Y'all get bit, and y'all counterparts. Now, not all cops are involved like that, but once again, right, a lot of us have been charged for conspiracy, right? Part of the principle, right? And being a part of the principle, you don't even have to commit. You can just there and have knowledge of it and be charged in the court of law. So you guys can't tell me that you guys don't know what your other counterparts are doing and that you're not reporting it, right? So one goes down, the rest of y'all got to go down, but that's not going to happen. But so, and I'm gonna land this. We just want y'all to at least just stand on what y'all stand on, right? One accord. Don't come up here saying, well, a cop has to de-escalate. You got to put us. Y'all are really, because y'all are coming in and y'all plan to win, and y'all acting like humans don't have feelings, or we're some type of fucking crazy combo. Y'all can't just have a conversation with them.
Question, Ruthless, real quick, just a question. Yeah. Do you think that in terms of how we see cops and how they see us, etc., I don't know if you caught my entire live. Do you think it's important that we make a differentiation between what should be protesting and what shouldn't, per se? So, like, let's say
because the lines are blurred right now, right? The lines are blurred. What is because we have so many extreme instances where cops have messed up. We have some other extreme instances where the citizens have been out of line, right? So yeah, we do have to draw the line of communication between cops and citizens, understanding that respect has to be the bottom line. It has to still be there, even though you pull me over for a traffic license, and I maybe swerved a little bit, but that pistol does not need to come out, right? If I'm in full compliance, if I'm not jerking or moving any type of way where it seems like or appears that I'm making a move, your gun needs to stay in that holster. And then you need to also state your claim. If he's pulling me over for a ticket, write the fucking ticket. Don't ask me to get out the car. Can I search your car? Don't ask me nothing like that, right? So, to your point, Ham, this do need to be. We do need to sort this thing out because it is chaos right now, and it's little. I mean, it's blurred so much between the community and the cops that we really don't know what you're getting when you're dealing with each of these situations.
Okay, Josh. I understand what he's saying. I don't know if it really answered my question per se, though, Ruthless. Let me just get Josh in real quick. Josh, what's popping?
Not much. How's it going, man?
Good, man. You been listening?
I'm confused. I guess that's really what it boils down to. Is apparently civilians want us to police the way they want to. I'm completely confused at what the issues are half the damn time. What, you don't like it when we draw our weapon? So? Is that what we're really arguing about? Is civilians just don't like the way we do it?
Well, let's mine it. Well, let's mine it out just a little bit. Would, as a civilian, do you think that's an unreasonable dislike?
Yeah, but a dislike. Are we the feelings police? Is that the thing we do?
Well, you said we don't like it, right? So if it's perceived as a threat, do you think that's unreasonable?
I guess you'd be going about it all the wrong ways. Like what you're really talking about is policy. There's no law. Hell, I can walk around. Well, I can't specifically in my branch, but most of the other officers can. They can walk around the street with it in their hand. There's nothing illegal about it. What's the deal?
Okay.
Right?
And so let's say like I'm in Texas, right? You know, you can carry and open carry. Let's say a cop comes to me, right? Suspicious on something. I have my gun on my waist and I pull it out and keep it in my hand. What do you think the next step is?
Are you as a civilian have it in your hand?
Yeah, just it's comfortable, right?
You're pushing it. You're really pushing.
You have to do that.
No,
you know
UT. This is not how you walk it down. You yelling out ain't gonna walk it down. Let's walk it down just to understand. So, because we're saying that this is not a threat, shouldn't be perceived as such. This is not an escalation, right?
Right.
So you come up to me, you got a gun, I got a gun, right? This is not an escalation for me to have it in my hand.
If you're approaching me or I'm approaching you and it's in your hand, yeah, I'm gonna perceive you as a threat instantly.
Okay, so we just people just talking, right? You're doing the job, right?
Right.
I'm doing the job. I'm not doing the job at this point, but you're doing the job, but you're still a person.
Right.
So why would you think a person in which you're approaching wouldn't perceive this as such?
Abnormal behavior. Most people have it like holstered or stuck in their waistband or something like that.
That's what I'm thinking. So if you come to me, Josh, right? If you come to me and unholster your banger, I'm like, well, what's the problem?
Hamp, he's not a person. He's an officer.
Hold on. Let's not play semantics. Just this one time. Do me a favor. So Josh, you know I love you, Noble. Leave me alone. So now, so I'm just saying, right? Because Josh, you saying we don't like it, but that's how we do our job. Understood. But just think about the perception of it. I'm over there, whatever we doing, kicking cans. You come over there, Hamp, or you two. Why you kicking cans and you pull your banger out your holster? This is not unrealistic to think that people are gonna get charged by that.
Yeah.
So if they don't like it and you do it, I don't know why I use charge. So I think I was talking to Josh and he white. Trace, I wanted him to understand me. That's why I use charge. I think that's what that was. so if that, and then do cops, like Trace said, is it true that cops don't want to use the gun?
Yeah, pretty much most cops don't. Or most people don't want to.
Hold on, Josh. Slow down. Now you just implicated half the cops. Is it true that cops don't want to use the gun? Yes or no?
Yeah, no. People in general do not want to like actually actively shoot somebody. Nobody really wants to go around and.
Okay. So you have that be it true, right? We know brandishing is against the law, at least here in Texas, right? You can't even print in Texas. You guys know what that means? Like people can see your gun under your shirt. Like even printing is against the law. You know what I'm saying?
persons.
Yeah, to
That's
persons, right?
open carry?
Officers on
Yes,
persons.
it has open carry, but like if you are concealing and then printing like on purpose, people will, for some, right? You have all this, right? And then the job is to not use the gun and de-escalate. Why would you pulling the gun out your holster make sense to you?
The job's, well, first of all, the job isn't to de-escalate. The job is law enforcement. Period. That's it. That's it. You see a law, that's the
code
thing.
enforcement.
You had this situation, right? You don't want the situation to go further. You know what you can de-escalate by? Arresting people, detaining people, right? That's how you de-escalate situations. But you can also have a conversation, right? Is it to protect and serve, or to protect and then enforce the law?
I don't know. Protect and serve is a motto. Means nothing.
Well,
you're talking about policy. This is all you guys are doing is talking about policy. If you've got issue with policy, you take it up with that administration.
Wait, nobody. No, Josh, don't. Everybody mute. Let him say the shit. Don't say nothing to muddy it. Let him say the shit. It's better that way. You see Trey in the corner making faces and shit. But Josh is giving us a semblance of what Joseph was saying and what Ruthless Truth was saying. Right? That's why Noble said no to fucking rights, because now protect and serve is just a motto. Like, think about that for a second. All right, let's do this. Let's go Trey, Savage, and then we got to get Zoe and Ayo because they've been waiting patiently. Because Trey was making so many faces, Zoe, I got to get him.
It's Josh doesn't speak for me. I'm just gonna leave it at that. He don't speak for me.
Okay.
I don't know what he's talking about. When I took an oath, that oath was pretty much wrapped in protecting and serving. That's pretty much what all that oath said was
protecting
to protect
what?
people
It didn't
and
say
property.
nothing about the Constitution in your oath.
No.
Damn.
No, it didn't say anything about the Constitution.
What state are you in?
Well, I guess technically, laws. It would be it didn't say anything about the Constitution per se. Not like how the military oath, the oath is when you go in the military. Not like that.
State are
No.
you in, Trey?
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you.
Okay. Yeah.
But it was a major city. I'll tell you that.
Different jurisdictions.
Right. But that oath is definitely wrapped around protecting citizens and property and serving the public and doing the right thing, having integrity and yada yada. You know how that goes, right? But my pushback was on Ruthless. People call the police a gang. I don't necessarily disagree. I think it's a legal gang. Personally, I don't necessarily disagree. But I always find it funny that people want gang members to snitch on other gang members. And I would like for you guys to show me where the code in any legitimate gang is to snitch on other gang members, because that's not what they do. So if you guys are going to call the police a gang, then why are you expecting for them to snitch on each other when you wouldn't expect that same action from an actual real street gang? It doesn't make any sense. That was my only pushback for Ruthless. You can't call us a gang and then expect for us to act in a righteous way. That doesn't make any sense.
Hey, Trey, you guys volunteer.
Well, it does make sense.
It's not about the volunteering. Your words were that we're a gang, and if we are a gang, then gang rules would apply, correct? And gang members don't snitch on each other. So why would you expect for officers to snitch on each other?
Y'all
You're
earned
not
this
supposed
name.
to act like a gang. You're supposed to
You
be
guys
held to
earned
a
this
high
name.
standard. You're an
That's not the argument whether or not what we're supposed to act like. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying that he said that he's referring to us as a gang. And I'm asking him, in what gang do they snitch on each other?
Okay, Trey,
I understand that, but I'm saying that you're forcing it to not make sense.
So let me say this, right?
Gang as if it's not as something that it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be like a gang.
Right.
But
So let me say
Again,
this.
that's not. But you keep trying to go to the. I understand that. I'm not saying it. I do believe it's a gang. I've been there. I've been inside. I work narcotics. I know how it works. Trust me. Hang on. Hang on, Rufus.
Hold on, so
okay, listen. Listen, no, hang on. I don't have to come up here and give a perspective. I'm not gonna deal with the dirty cops thing. I work in my neighborhood. Hang on. I worked in my neighborhood, the neighborhood I grew up in, the neighborhood that my mother and my grandmother and all my friends that I know lived in. I take offense to the dirty cop comment because I tried very hard to be an example to other cops. That's why I was a training officer.
Okay,
So
so
I take offense. I take offense to that. But my question is simple: if we're going to refer to us as a gang, why is it that you would give the street gang a certain level of okay, but you wouldn't give the other gang
mic
that
is
you're
really
referring
low,
to as a
though.
gang? It doesn't make sense. That's all I'm
Okay,
asking.
so you repeat yourself. All I'm saying is this, right? You guys earned this name, right? Just and remember, just let me let you be clear that the police force is way bigger than where you from, Trey. It ain't just stop where you at, Trey, right? So you're looking in your little world and thinking that that's it. That's where it stops. Is felonious, right? All I'm saying is you guys are willing participants. You guys earned that name from us, right? Y'all earned that, right? And well reputed through your actions. We only judge you from your actions. We're not just calling you gang because, we're just calling you gang.
I got all that. I'm asking why are the rules different?
Actually, I'm just saying, actually, in my opinion, I'm just giving you this my life experience. I would deal with gang members. At least I know that we just
You said they are gang members.
Well, I'm talking about, the homegrown gang members. You guys are worse. You guys actually have very more like intense.
You still not answering the question, Ruthless.
Because you guys use the law.
We have the law. We have the law to back us up. Yes.
Y'all use the law. Y'all bend the law to manipulate your wrongdoings. And this.
I agree. I agree. You have some officers. You have some officers who will bend the law. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you. No, it's not a lot. It's not a lot. You have some officers. You have some officers who do bend and manipulate the law. But let me ask you a question. When you are chasing these guys that are on the streets that are putting dope and all this other stuff that have young girls prostituting and transporting drugs, that have young boys that's in school transporting drugs, how do you expect to catch them? Do you expect sheep to go out there and go catch them, or do you want the same wolves that's putting these kids out on the street? You want wolves to go chase them? Which one do you want? Because I don't understand what exactly the black community wants. Do you want people? Do you actually want this to get cleaned up, or do you want this to continue?
Okay, Trey. Now I really don't want to go into this because then we get into politics, right? But I will say this. We as citizens, I know that we're not perfect. We just want you, you're going to be the cop, be the cop. You're going to come in, you're going to pull a traffic stop, pull a traffic motherfucking stop. If I'm selling dope and you catch me red-handed, charge me, right? Don't plant extra dope, or don't try to lie and try to put another case on me because you just want to do this for sport. So all we're saying out here in the public opinion, we think you guys are the enemy, right? We think you guys are not in our best interest. As far as de-escalating or creating a more healthier environment so that you guys can operate, you guys are antagonists. You antagonize a lot of these situations. So when they call all right, hell, I'm gonna let. So in the last part, when they call the gang truce in LA, you guys are notorious for taking gang members, put them in the car, dropped off in an enemy neighborhood, shoot shots in the air to antagonize the other gang members to keep that shit going. So you guys were the catapult of why gang members are even in existence. You guys fuel this. And I landed.
You know what, Trey? Let me say something real quick, and then I'm gonna get off. There are 3 things in this economy that are recession-proof. You're over here talking about like you're Captain America trying to save the fucking world. Criminality and law and order is never going to end. Cops and robbers never going to end. Entertainment industry, the law and order, and the medical field. Those are the 3 recession-proof industries. You know what I'm saying? If you put a stop to crime tomorrow, you know how many officers, prosecutors, lawyers, judges would be out of a job? It's not your job to stop crime. That's a lie that they've been telling y'all.
Okay.
So what's their job?
Let me do this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Sean Brewer with the $2. Diesel, I appreciate you. As Abe with the $2. Respect, Diesel. Thanks for enlightening us. Mike Brown with the $5 says, what's the point of new black officers that think or become Diesel? Sean Brewer with the $2. Joe, you need help. You need some cheeks. Tony Golden with the $2. Tighten up, stank thumbs. Mike Brown with the $5 says 30,000, but none of them had the right to defend themselves legally against the police. But Garrett with the $10 says, Diesel, keep doing what you're doing. I support black officers. Lauren Mack with the $5 says ruthless truth, like he tells the nurses stop at Sonic for a cup of ice before they bring his meds. He don't want that regular ice at the facility. Golly. Hey yo, with the $2 says drop the link, please. Shiesty with the $2 says, you ever thought of just submitting to police? AP with the $5 says, shit black folks complain when a perp has a knife and gets shot. He couldn't tase him? LOL. The cops can't be right for black folks. EBD with the $5 says, sounds like gangster mentality. A firearm is a weapon used to terminate a human life. There's nothing calm about a weapon pointed at you or your family. AP with the $2 says, Hamp, your patience is that of a saint. Jeez. Salute, bro. Loud and Strong was popping with the $5 says, y'all still ain't talking about holding the community accountable. Y'all want to be victims so bad. The selective outrage is sad, black men. Do better. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Savage, I know you had your hand up, but let me get Zoe in real quick. Zoe, what's popping?
Hey, what's good, Hamp? What's good, everybody?
Good.
First, I'm gonna apologize to Trey about the dirty cop comment. I was more asking a question because of the logic you presented. And aside from that, I did have one other point I wanted to ask Noble. But to clear up the dirty cop comment a little bit, it's if you say that it's a gang, you as a cop believe it's a gang, and then you make the comparison to something to a street gang and say that people shouldn't expect more from the police. That kind of defeats the purpose of the police if y'all are just a gang. Now, I always approach police with respect. I always have the idea in my mind that when it comes to police, you guys are paid to do a job that no one else wants to do. So to me, that by itself it garners a certain level of respect. But if you're the one saying that you guys are a gang, then it makes you guys look more shitty, in my opinion. That's the point I was trying to get across.
The connotation of gang is negative overall, though.
The way that he was presenting it, yeah.
What do you think?
The way that he was making the comparison between not expecting street gangs to snitch on each other, but then expecting something different from the cops. I'm just like, well, you guys are held to a higher standard than what a street gang is, and you guys are actually the ones interacting with the street gang. So I would like to be able to tell y'all apart from the uniform.
Okay, so gang has a negative connotation in your eyes?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you think he's talking about conceptually? Like, do you expect cops to not back each other, to not hold each other down in those ways? Because it seemingly looks like it's them versus everybody, especially in our community. So is it more concept or conduct? Like, what do you think?
It's from the way you're asking the question, I'd say it's a combination of both. Okay. I would say that if I see a cop acting like a gang member, then to me, I already feel a separation where I can't connect with a person because I'm not a part of your gang. Like, you're supposed to be able to put people's minds at ease when they see you, or at least that's the image that people would like the cops to have, is when you see an officer, they're there to help because you're dealing with something that no one else is going to want to deal with, but because they are an authority, they can take control of the situation, which I don't expect that from the gang. So if I'm comparing the two when it comes to a who's snitching on who situation, I would expect a cop to be like, if a cop is doing something that goes against their code, to be like, you would be the first person to volunteer to correct them as well. You should have a good level of self-correction amongst your gang as well as outwards, which is what I expect from cops more so than gangs.
Okay, that's fair. So what you think about this? I never been arrested when I wasn't doing some shit.
You never been arrested when you wasn't doing some shit?
Yeah, like I never was in a place I'm like, oh shit, I'm innocent. Like every time I was running because I needed to. Like what you think? Like because I'm just thinking through it. You know what I mean? Because we not really on the topic when I was going through selective outrage. You know, but when we talking about, because you're right, like in DC one time I was blowing down the street because I had one gig, I had to get to the next one, right? So I'm flying though, right? Because I hate being late. Cop pulled me over, black dude. He's like, bro, turn your lights on. that was all he said, you know, like, and I was like, oh, I appreciate you, you know. And then every time one time I was DJing, it was New Year's. I had one gig I had to get to. For some reason, it's always like that, right? And I got pulled over, and then he's like, blowing the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I blew in his shit. It was like 0.08, right? That's the drunk limit, right?
Yeah.
But
you're going to jail at 0.08. You got
here's the ill shit though. I think it was a little like 0.06. Somehow I didn't qualify, right? But it was close. Yeah. He's like, yo, go over here and sit and just take a nap for 30 minutes. Like word is bond. I'm over in Northwest, right? Another time I take the lights. I'm trying to get a parking spot. It's crazy parking out there, right? So the lady's like, why you go when the light was red? The police officer. I said, I took a shot. You got me. Like I said it just like that. She like, all right, because I was like, I'm trying to get the parking spot. You know it's crazy down here. She like, all right, hold on. Gave me a warning, then I was able to get the parking spot. But I rolled down all my windows. Like generally speaking, I'm trying. You know what I mean? I do what I got to do in these situations. You know. I'm just wondering, like just in terms of the accountability. Where is it us? Where is it them? Where do you think the line is, so to speak?
I understand what you're saying, and my question towards Noble was going to be more along that line of, based on something he said. I think that the line is it's clear from the cop point of view because he's the authority. It's not clear from the citizen's part because who knows why they're interacting with that citizen at all. As soon as it, like I said, cops deal with problems that nobody else want to deal with. So as soon as you're interacting with the cop, are you the problem or not? Are you a problem or not? Or is he or how what level of correction? The examples that you gave where it's like they're just like, oh man, just pull over here, take a nap. That's a cop who looks at you and sees a person just like they are that could make it if they just make it where they're going if they just take a quick nap. And he's resolving the situation at the lowest level. You would expect most cops to be that way, and I believe most cops are that way. The problem that the problem that seems to present itself, and now I'm going to turn to the question I was going to ask for Noble, is that when you say survive the encounter, once you're trying to survive, it's a different world that you're in. You're not just living and you see someone that you can relate to. You are seeing someone that is your opposition. And in that case, you do have to have some measure of hostility.
Yeah.
So my question is, what does survive the encounter realistically look like in these extreme situations when they get there?
I like that question.
Let's go.
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's do this. Let's get Noble, Trey, Josh, just because they the Jakes. I mean, Noble not the Jakes, but you know they used to be Jakes. Hey, yo, you're not the Jakes, are you?
What's the Jakes?
Oh, I forgot
police?
you from
police officer. You got to be U.S. citizen.
Hey, I got smoke from both sides. So.
All right, go ahead. Zoe, ask that question one more time. I muddied it by talking too much.
He asked, what do I mean by survive the encounter, right, Zoe?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Survive the encounter is just like Ruthless alluded to, them being a gang, right? They're the largest gang on the planet, right? So you having hostilities towards them for doing what they've sworn an oath to do or what their duty is to do is only going to cause you more trouble than it'll ever cause them unless you mean to do them harm. So if you don't mean to do them harm or you haven't made any violations, what do you have to really fear? You should really go into it calm, collective, and speak to them in an intelligent tone. If you know your rights and know your laws and know how to ask questions, right? The person asking the questions is the one in charge. So when they walk up to you, you should be asking them. First question I always ask them, good afternoon, sir. Are you upholding your oath that you swore, your oath, right? And they will respond, yes. Why did you stop me? Hit them with that before they even ask you. Do you know why I stopped you? No, I don't know. Of course I don't know. So that's why I'm asking you that. But do it in an intelligent tone and you will get a favorable reply. Most of the time, I'm not saying there's no asshole cops out there, because there absolutely are. But that's why you need to record your interaction. And when they know that they're being recorded, for those jurisdictions that don't have body cam, right? Because they'll tell you, "Oh, don't worry about it. I got a body cam. It's being recorded." Record it anyways, because they can absolutely alter their film, and it's been proven that they've done it in the past. So record it, ask questions. If you don't have anything to hide, then there's nothing to worry about. If they violate you, then you can get remedy on the back end. I've had 3 officers in Sacramento County gone, no longer can wear the shield.
Okay. So I wanted to more of a context of, like, you gave the general context, which I appreciate. I've been in several situations personally where I've been at least 2 situations where I've been held at gunpoint by the police. I've been in situations where I've been held at gunpoint by just random niggas. I've been in situations where I decided to start recording, and I immediately noticed the difference in how the cop was behaving. Now, the recording seems like a viable solution because it helped me in that one situation personally, but I can personally see that there are situations where, because the cop is lying, or because the cop is being disingenuous, or the cop is doing something, is showing some malicious behavior, it does not really matter how I'm going to respond to it, because their agenda is to fuck with me personally.
Go to jail.
I've been like the one time that one of the times I was held at gunpoint, the cop was accusing me of having weed in my car, and it was just grass from football practice from my nephews. Like, and they were just like, "Oh, look at all this weed you got," and I could, and I'm at gunpoint, and he's looking in the car, and he's like trying to search, and it's like I got my hands up, and he's telling people to stay away. So I'm looking at the situation, I'm saying, this is only going left. No matter, like, the survival of it is not me surviving the situation. Just looks like me potentially waiting till I get shot. Now, thankfully, his supervisor, who also came on the scene, was black. That put me immediately at ease. But the reality of the situation was, with that cop being high strung as he was, whatever his day was that caused him to treat me in such a way, made me look at the situation and go, there's no real surviving this if shit really goes left. If he keeps on in the path that he's going, it doesn't matter that I'm complying. It doesn't matter that I'm shutting the fuck up. It doesn't matter that I'm doing certain things to, whatever. I've had way more positive interactions with police than I've had negative. But the one instance where, well, one of the few instances where it was completely negative, I did not really see a path out. So I'm saying, in that situation, what is like what would you do for surviving the situation? Because becoming hostile is, to me, it's being proactive.
What did you do? You survived. You're alive.
Hold on, Trey. A better question is, what else could you have done other than what you did, which was remain calm and comply, and you survived the encounter, right? Whether the other black officer came in, his supervisor or anything, I always ask for a supervisor when I find out that this officer that is interacting with me does not know the law, or is about to violate, or has already violated my rights. But I let them know that I'm aware of my rights, and I retain and reserve all my rights from the interaction.
Okay, can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
Okay, so a cop that's acting unhinged to a certain degree, I'm not gonna use the word unhinged. A cop who is escalated to pointing his gun at you, you think that it's a proactive solution to remind him that you have rights?
There's I mean you no harm, sir. I have no weapons in the car. There's no need to have your gun out on me. Why not have the conversation like a civilized human being? Human to human. I don't mean you any harm. There are no weapons in the car.
My answer to that is that because he is already malicious in his intent towards you, and he's already lying and doing certain things against you, you do not really, no matter what you say that's honest and true, that will try to de-escalate the situation. It doesn't change the fact that he might look at it as, let me take this, let me fire on it. I already have my gun out, or whatever excuse that bad cops have that good cops don't.
That's why I always tell people to have a dash camera and a body camera. Just like they have body cameras, you can go to Amazon and get you a body camera for about $40.
Okay.
Now, should we have to do that? No, we shouldn't have to do that. But with all of, if you just see what happened in Chicago over the weekend, right? These officers just got shot recently. They They are on edge when they come and approach the car. They never know what's going to happen when they pull up. So they're obviously trying to get home to their families each and every day, right? So we also have to put ourselves in their shoes too. So the best way I can say to survive the encounter is record every interaction when you do, right around with the dash cam, it's recording everything. Have your body cam, so if you have to get out the car, it's all recorded and you can keep your hands free instead of having it on the phone. So that's the only way I can say to survive the encounter. Will everybody survive an encounter? Will this mitigate? Will it mitigate the risk of you getting killed? Yes, it will.
Well, that segues into a different conversation, but I did want to clarify and say that first, I've had more positive interactions with police than negative because of the fact that I put myself in their shoes when I interact with them. So that is, to me, that's also a part of the solution, as well as the recording. But the part about the recording is like the situation in which I recorded, I saw the immediate change in behavior. In a situation where the cop was being erratic, I don't know if recording would have, I might just been recording myself getting shot if it wasn't for the black cop who came onto the scene afterwards. His supervisor came on and immediately like made eye contact with me and could tell that this was it wasn't a right situation. But okay, so let's move past that, and I wanted to address when the situation that you recorded is bad, like shows you in the right and shows the cop in the wrong. What do you feel like the punishment for the officer should be? Should he have his police friends backing him up? Should there be the police looking at him and saying, this is a bad apple, instead of let's all wait and see, and then he gets his retirement and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he still has like, how much leniency should a bad cop get?
If you know the law and you know how to file and where to file against them, see, every cop has a performance bond, or they have their a company, a blanket insurance over their officers, right? If you can prove on video that your rights were violated, right, and you inform them that they were about to violate your rights, that qualified immunity goes out. You can get that bond, which is usually about $75,000, right? Or you can sue their insurance, the department, and that insurance company will pay you out for that violation. And if the qualified immunity is shown to be non-existent through them willfully violating it after you've warned them, you can go after them personally, go after that boat, that car, that pension, which is your remedy. Now, if enough people, citizens, right, went after them for that, and enough officers started losing their shit, right, then that's going to stir up complicit bias training, a whole bunch of other things to try to mitigate that. But like I said, you got to hang them somehow, right? And the only way, you're not going to hang them physically because they got the biggest gang out there. Hang them in court. That's what Diesel was talking about earlier.
Okay, I'll leave it on that note. I gotta slide out anyways, but I appreciate talking to you boys.
Get at me, Zoe.
Zoe, real quick before you leave. One of the reasons that a lot of policies changed on the department that I was on was after lawsuits. After a lawsuit was filed, and they typically settle out of court. That's what they typically do. We would see new general orders come in like within the next week or two saying, don't do this anymore, don't do that anymore. And it's because typically somebody sued the department. So there is some truth to the whole taking it to court and suing the department to get some actual change, because when the most change I saw came after lawsuits.
I understand that, and I do appreciate that being spoken into the conversation, because that is a net positive. I can afford to file lawsuits. I'm not sure if the majority of Black America can afford to file lawsuits when it comes.
You don't need an
attorney. There are a ton of organizations that will do it for free. They will do it for free, brother. There's a bunch of organizations that will do it for free, especially if they know they can win the case.
You don't. It's a simple affidavit.
Okay.
Hey, yo, what's good?
What's good, y'all? What's good, Hamp? What's good, panel? Good afternoon. I wanted to address Noble real quick, since I think me and you are kind of on the same page with the whole subject. But the only pushback I would give you is like what he just said. This kind of goes back to the same thing when we talking about fathers and custody cases or whatever. We know most people don't have the resources or knowledge of what you just said. I agree with you that if we push back more and take it to court and like apply pressure, that it'll make a change. But we got to just be real. Most people don't have those resources or time. Like, most people are working every day. They don't have time to take off and go file lawsuits and all this stuff. So that's the only pushback I get to you on that.
No,
But,
I agree with you.
Yeah.
You know,
but like I said, I got pushback for everybody. All right, because I'm kind of on the fence with the whole topic. I was going to come here. I was going to go light on the police today, but Josh, come on, bro. Like, you killed your case, bro. You came in and proved their arguments, man. Like, I get where you come from in a sense, but I don't think you
exactly?
Say what now?
Be a little bit more specifically.
He's talking about the motto.
Specifically when Hemp questioned you, or he challenged you about the gun, like holding the gun thing, like you failed on that. Like that's why everybody was looking at you crazy.
What do you mean? Help me a little bit more.
So you made a comment about you open. I mean, they already hit on it, but you said something about
the form of
you have your
de-escalation.
gun out or whatever. But when Hemp asked you, what if a civilian had their gun out, then you said you had a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? That's
if I'm called to a situation and a guy's got a weapon in his hand.
That wasn't the question though. That wasn't the situation though. You just said straight up, I can have my gun out and it's okay or whatever. So a civilian should be able to do the same thing, correct?
No.
Well, I mean, it kind of depends, right? It kind of depends.
Oh,
so
what?
Brandishing is a little bit of a weird. Brandishing is basically showing your weapon, right? An example would be like, let's say hunters. You basically have your weapon out. You're walking around, countless amounts of. It depends. It's kind of like based on the situation, right? It really boils down to an abnormality. In what situation would you normally have your weapon in your hand? Are you at a gun range? Are you standing out in the parking lot, your gun range? Like, not even in the gun range. Like, there's different situations that it comes down to. It's really what it boils down to. But when the officer first makes contact, right, it depends on, is what you're doing abnormal in that situation?
Okay, I understand that, but that wasn't the situation you gave. You just said straight up, have your gun out.
Hey, yo,
you didn't say it was a threat or anything.
Can I answer that question for you, AO? What I would do in that situation, AO? I would do whatever the law and the policy says for me to do. If you're allowed as a citizen to walk around with your handgun out, then you're not breaking the law. Okay. If you are breaking the law, then I'm required to do my job. Because where I work, police officers go to jail for failure to take a police action. So I would do my job. But if the law says that you can, and I believe in Texas, you can walk around with a rifle. You ain't got to put the rifle in the case. It's just on your chest. It's just on your chest, right? So if the law says that you can have it, then that's what you can have it. I think that's the proper answer to that question. Is what does the law say? Can you have your handgun out? Where I was at, if you came out of the holster with your handgun, I was allowed to do what I had to do because you weren't supposed to take it out of your holster unless you were in an imminent danger situation.
Now that segues into my next point on the officers. What is the percentage of officers who actually know the law?
Here's
the thing,
between law and codes and ordinances.
Hang on. Hey, every single officer goes through the academy. Every single officer goes through the academy. Now, is there a level of competency within the academy? Yes, because people do fail tests in the academy, and they have to retake the test. So this idea that some officers may not have been, may not know every single law. I don't know what state you live in or what city you live in, but I would challenge you to go find your code book and go see how thick that code book actually is. I get it. The idea for them to know every single law it's almost it's a little bit difficult. Go ahead.
My only issue with that point I was getting to is when we do see these videos or whatever where a cop comes in and he starts making up shit. He just starts making up laws on the spot. And not knowing that he's dealing with a real nigga who know that shit. He know what's going on already. So that's how a lot of officers get caught up. So I think that it'd be little simple stuff that they really should know. So I think that should be a thing that should be challenge on the officers on implement it as far as like knowing the laws and understanding the laws on a regular.
I got you. I don't disagree, AO. But the question is when? When do you exert your knowledge? Is it right there in the middle of the stop? No, that's not the time to do it. The time to do it is
if they're challenged. If they're challenged on it, then you should know how to answer certain questions.
Right. You can do it, but you have to remember what type of copy. It depends on what type of copy you're dealing with. I've had guys that tried that I know my rights stuff. They do it all the time, right? And they wind up end up sitting in a cell at the end of the day. And that's how it goes, right? What I would suggest to you is that if you guys who are very knowledgeable about the law, pick and choose your spots. That's all I'm saying. Pick and choose your spots. I'm not saying not to use the knowledge and the education that you have of the law, but pick and choose your spots, because sometimes it comes off as you guys are escalating a little bit. Well, I know this. You can't do that. You can't do that.
All right, two more things just on the cops. All right. What was I about to say? Me personally, I believe that police should only police areas where they're from. Just how, like, if you're the mayor or someplace or whatever, you have to be the mayor of a place you from, wherever you live, whatever. I think that should be the same thing with police, because I don't know about you guys' cities, but I know in my city, most of the cops that are out there are not being put in places they're from. Therefore, they're not familiar with the people, and like they're not on the same wavelength. So I think that causes more. Tension between. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
A little bit, but go ahead.
I got a phone call. And last thing on the police, I'm a martial artist, right? So I'm very big. You are here in the martial arts community of how we speak on how all policemen should be trained in martial arts, hand-to-hand combat, particularly jiu-jitsu, right? My head MMA coach, he is a police officer as well. So I know a lot of police personally. So which is why I can't just push against the police because I've seen both sides. But they're just putting it to you guys. I think it's important for you guys to understand hand-to-hand combat and how to deal with people without having to use a weapon or whatever. And I agree with you. I think it was you, Josh, who said that most people don't want to use their gun. I agree with you on that. But if you go into a situation, for example, Josh, how much you weigh?
About $147. I'm tall and lanky.
But
I'm real
how
little.
tall are you?
6'1".
Oh yeah, he's doing nothing but shooting. He ain't fighting nobody.
We're about the same height, but me, I ain't just physically opposing just from looks. So if you saw me, if it was a situation and you saw me, you're not finna tussle with me. I just know that. I know that. That's why I purposely stay my ass out of trouble, because I know niggas that told me straight up, bro, I wouldn't even fight till I shoot you. So I know what's up. You know what I'm saying? But if you knew, let's say if you was purple belt level jiu-jitsu, you would automatically be confident enough to take on a guy my size, at least to detain me without using lethal force. So that's just
stop the cap.
That's my pushback for the police, right?
Stop the cap.
Hey, all right.
Yeah,
let
bro,
me
this
just
is
say this.
wild.
Let me just say this. Hey, Ayo, I'm glad you wasn't outside, bro. Listen, ain't nobody wrestling around on no ground in no hood in the middle of no.
No, I ain't talking about.
Niggas is gonna kick your fucking head off. One time I got tased, right? So the first one I managed to maintain, but I don't know, he pressed a button or something, so I had to go down, right? This is at school, so I'm getting tased. I'm like rolling on the ground trying to get out. The football team, I play football. I looked up, that cop was on his fucking head because he was trying to like wrestle me, but I got mad people with me. You know what I'm saying? So just imagine this times 10. At least this was at a college.
So
nigga, you ain't Kimura nobody in the middle of the street.
Bro, it's more to it than that, man. Come on.
You ain't triangling nobody, bro. Nigga gonna kick your fucking head off, bro.
I get what you're saying, but it's still a difference, bro. Because I know, look, I'm around professional martial artists all the time. It's still a difference. Like, cause that same guy who was tussling with you, he would be able to put you down without hurting you. That's my point on that.
No, he wouldn't have.
Yeah,
No such thing, Ayo.
Yeah, no such thing,
somebody on the
dog. What are
ground
you
without
talking about?
Ayo, I would have, bro. If he think about it,
we are taught to do takedowns, but we're not taught to do takedowns lightly. Like we don't place you on the ground.
Y'all don't train.
Like the way we're taught to do takedowns is to take you down.
You don't train. Y'all go to academy.
No, bro. This is street fighting.
Teaches the academy. That's
No,
the only time y'all learn it.
Ayo. This is in the street, my brother.
I get it.
And you literally fighting for your life.
Yo,
this ain't no training,
bro.
Jiu-jitsu guys immobilizing dudes in the street.
Ayo, that arm triangle on concrete, bro. You got one. If you can sustain that first pick up and slam, you can have it. But that is not a mat. Like this shit, yo.
and that's if he don't got the strap or a knife. That's if he don't got a strap or a weapon, bro. You're talking bare hands.
But you rather do the shoot then.
What I'm saying is I know what life is like. Like
I know what life is like too. You say I ain't in the street, but I fight like I handle big niggas for a living. That's what
you are a big nigga. You are a big. Hold on, let me hear.
I handle niggas bigger than me, bro.
Yeah, but you big as.
I handle niggas bigger than me.
Yeah, how much you weigh? A gun or a knife?
Oh, hold on, Mr. Fantastic. You ain't say hi to nobody or nothing.
Brother.
Hold on.
I'm trying to save a life, nigga. This nigga over here about to get somebody to Uncle Charles.
I think, but hey, all jokes aside though, I think the more training of anything, right? How to subdue is better than nothing, but
that's
we
what
just
I'm
want
saying.
to be realistic, you know what I mean? Because there's also female officers and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
So what's going to be a standard that we can employ for the majority of the officers to be successful? Right. And then you see a lot of people like you, like myself, like Mr. Fantastic. Generally speaking, I don't think we're applying for these positions. Right. So for us, it might make sense for us to know a level of martial arts. Right. Because we have the physical prowess to an extent. Right. Yeah. But just average, like what's the percentage of people that could bench 225? Isn't it like 2%?
Less than 1%.
Of the
1%
whole,
of the earth,
like,
bro.
Of all
the
people,
the world is earth.
Yeah, so it's almost like, Ayo, you being 100% honest, but we almost speaking from a place of like ignorance a little bit. You know what I mean? You grab a nigga different than Josh grabbing somebody.
I'm just saying, like we can implement it in some type of way. It can do some kind of good.
Yeah.
Right, so now my pushback.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Ayo. A guy your size, I'm not gonna go one-on-one with you. I'm gonna hit
exactly.
There's a little button on the top of my radio that I just press that little button and send a message out to everybody that I need help, and then everybody gonna come, and then we gonna pepper spray you and tase you and tackle you all as a team. I'm not doing with all
biggest gang in the world.
That's why
I said I agree with
what you just said. That's exactly why I've stayed out of trouble all my life. I ain't had no issue with the popo.
And it should be a deterrent to most people.
Hey yo, before you keep going, let me just get let me get EBD in and Mr. Fantastic. I can't stay all day today. These niggas is not at school. So
well, I'm pretty geared to go, help, man. I appreciate y'all. I'll holler at y'all, man.
Safe.
I had a question for UT. Hold on. I got a question for UT. He's one of the main ones I wanted to address. Can I ask a question real quick? Just real quick.
And don't call him boy though, man. You
know. UT, do you have any friends or relatives in law enforcement?
Yeah, I got some friends that I know in law enforcement.
So like when we go back to the things you were saying earlier, like do you not think about those guys or women when it comes to those situations?
Yes, but I still think the same way. If you signed up for that job, then you know what come with it. That's so I'm not going to exclude it just because they my friend or my family member.
Do you talk to these people about what they go through and see it on a daily basis?
Yeah, I talked to a couple of them. I had a coworker for like 3 years. Me and him used to talk about different stuff, and I had the same sentiment though.
So from my perspective, what I've heard and like what I've just heard and seen from police officers, active and former, they're pretty much on the same level as soldiers in Iraq. Like they suffer from PSD and see some of the craziest stuff depending on the city or the location you from. I'm from Memphis, so Niggas around here getting it. Police around here got to be tough. Look at Miss Fantastic. Look, niggas around here got to be tough. So I
M-Town, Orange
what they
Mound.
go through. Know what I'm saying? So you got to put that in, you got to understand that too. Like, you're saying that they should know how to de-escalate situations, but every situation is different. You don't know what they stepping into every day. Like, you don't know what's going through their mind when they pull somebody over. You don't know what that person in that car. I've seen all the videos of police officers just doing their job, pulling somebody over, and motherfuckers just reach out and shoot at them. Like, we've seen that multiple times. So I think you just gotta open your mind to the other side as well.
I think I said it earlier. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I said, now in those situations, I'm 100% with the cop.
Yeah,
I'm 100% with them. Like, that's what I'm saying. But when I came on, we was talking about the ones that didn't have weapons, and that was my point.
But do you think that the majority of people who get let's say assaulted by cops are guilty or not guilty? The majority. Which way do you think it leans more?
I say not guilty.
Bro, come on, bro.
Oh, you crazy as hell.
Police not out here just looking for niggas.
I said it wrong. I'm thinking about. Hold on. My bad. I'm thinking about when I say I mean the cops. I'm thinking about y'all saying the cops. I mean, you mean the civilian? No, the civilian. He be guilty most of the time. That's what I mean.
Okay, so that's the only thing I'm trying to make sure. Like, some people would say the latter. So
I'm not that type. I'm not that type of just stay on one.
UT and AO. Something else I want to point out to y'all. Something I want to point out to y'all real quick.
I can't hear all y'all.
Hey, AO and UT. Something I want to point out to y'all real quick. The same way the media pushes, the cop, deaths or whatever you want to call it, the cop shootings, the unarmed, they push that on y'all. Yeah. Guess what gets pushed on us as cops in roll call every day? The officers getting shot.
Yeah.
The officers getting shot in a bad situation. We see it every roll call. Yeah. They want to show us something that happened in Memphis or Chicago or LA, and they try to they mask it as this is training. But in actuality, what are you doing to our psyche? What did you just do to me? I'm getting ready to go out on the street. What did you just do to me? Now I'm going out the street. Every traffic stop that I'm thinking of, you just showed me a video in Chicago, and a dude got, officer got popped before he even got out the car. I'm not making excuses for bad behavior, because I'll never excuse bad behavior from a police officer. But I want you to think of the psyche sometimes when the officers out on the street, they may have just seen a roll call that just showed, two officers sitting in the car that got popped.
Yeah, that makes sense. And before I leave, I'll say this and I'm gonna go. But that makes sense. That's why I said I really don't judge it like people just saying it's one way. I just don't go civilian. I'm just gonna go with the civilian, or I'm just gonna go with the cop. I'm just looking at the facts of what the case is at the time.
You're taking it on a case by case basis. UT,
yeah,
right?
That's how I do it. It ain't about is it the cop or is it, because there's a lot of stuff that people say. It's a lot of stuff that people say is racist, and I be like, no, they ain't racist. They just didn't. That man, kicked that man in the nuts. It didn't matter who it was. You know what I'm saying? That's how I live about it. But I appreciate y'all, man. I gotta go get these kids,
I've been kicking the nuts. It ain't fun. I've been kicking the nuts by seriously. A dude was on PCP, and we were taking him to the hospital, and that motherfucker kicked me right in the nuts. And it took everything in my body not to hurt that man, because I wanted to hurt him badly, but I was in pain.
How them niggas don't never get shot though? They don't never get shot.
It's just me. I'm not gonna pull my weapon because a dude kicked me in the nuts. You know what I mean? But it's just situations like happen all the time. I've been spit on, kicked. I've been, had girls jump on my back, don't lock my boyfriend up. I done had all types of crazy stuff. Stuff happen. You know what I mean? And every situation isn't one where you gotta, pull out your weapon. And I'm telling you, listen, one of the biggest criticizers or critiques of cops is cops. We Monday morning quarterback each other like a mother. You guys have no idea because you guys are in the roll call. I say to people all the time, go sit in one of these roll calls and just sit in the back and listen to how we talk to each other. You shouldn't have done that. You out of control. You don't need to be on the street. You redlining. Sarge, take him off the street. We talk to each other like that, but you have to remember, there's a hierarchy. Officers are at the bottom. We don't get to make no decisions. You got sergeants, lieutenants, and captains and commanders that get to make all these decisions. And they may be buddies with the guy. They may have worked narcotics with him. They're not gonna pull him off the street because that's his homeboy. He may be married to his sister. It's all types of politics that go into this stuff that you don't quite understand. You're like, how does this dude keep a job? He's been in 4 shootings in the last 4 years. You can't figure it out. And then you come to find out, his sister-in-law is the commander.
NC Trey. Hold on, NC Trey.
Man, I've been sitting here. Let me ask just one simple question. Just one question. What can civilians do, right? What kind of crime can a civilian commit that's punishable by death by a cop?
A lot of them. What do you mean? Which one you want? Pick one.
That's what I'm saying.
Pick one.
Well, I've been shot.
Is that an act or punishment?
No, not a possession of a firearm, but you got to understand. Put yourself in them shoes. If you have a firearm, bro, it's literally split seconds between life and death. If you have a gun and I tell you put the gun down, you don't put that gun down, and I gamble on, you know what I'm saying, you moving and hesitating, that could be my life. So yes, possession of a firearm and showing it to someone who's armed and you're not following my commands. Hey, if you die, you die.
So even a knife.
Follow the commands.
Okay. Let's go with that, right? So what you're saying is, even though I legally purchased and registered and have license to carry a firearm.
Hang on, EBD, because you have laws. No. You have to do it the right way. If you are licensed and registered, there are laws that what you have to do. You have to report to the police officer that you have the weapon. Okay. So if you didn't follow those rules, that's on you.
No, well, in certain states. Whoa. Hold on. No. Certain states you do, and certain states you don't. So we got to be. See, you can't put out false jargon. But either way, go. My bad. Go ahead, EBD. Go ahead.
I'm licensed to carry. So me having the gun and you being a cop who also has a firearm, you can tell me to put down the gun. I can't tell you to put down the gun.
Why would
no, because you don't have any authority.
Obviously not. That's his job.
You don't have any authority.
Bro, you don't become a deputy or a fucking sheriff because you get a fucking gun license. What's wrong with you?
I'm checking. That's all I'm saying. Right.
That was a real question.
There's a difference between hold on, Ayo.
When Diesel was up, I said, like, when it comes to a cop, does a black man or any man have a right to defend himself against a police officer? He said no.
Yes.
It's a person.
It's illegal.
There's legal precedent that says you can defend yourself.
If the cop is dealing with you in illegal manners or so on and so forth, and he's just say a cop just hop out the car, you hadn't did nothing wrong, and he shoots at you, you shoot him back and kill him, you are justified. That's justifiable self-defense. He had no reason to what's name. A lot of people don't know the law. I'm not saying I'm an expert, bro, but there's precedence that's been set in this. It's people that got off of killing cops and shooting cops because they they have not followed proper procedures, or the cops were just out of line. So there's this belief in like a lot of just false, and shout out to everybody, by the way, but it's a lot of false information put out here, man, and people are too lazy to do the work to find out what a cop cannot do. Now,
fantastic.
Just knowing that, should you still, I say this, at any point in time where I know there's a person who all they need is an excuse to pretty much take my life, and then now everybody got to figure shit out after the fact, I'm going to comply. And then what I wanted to do is I'm going to sue the state or sue the department or whatever. All this shit, what's the problem with niggas is niggas hate authority. Niggas don't like the fact of the matter that whether it be white or black, because my bad, and I'm here late, but y'all do know a black police officer got shot with this nigga, right? He shot the only out of all the 5 people that were there, 5 officers, and the only one that was shot was a black one. Okay, nobody's mentioning that. Everybody's talking about the 96 shots, but nobody's talking about the 11 shots that he fired back. And again, one of those shots hitting an officer. Once that happens, everything is everything off, bro. You know, his first shot, exactly.
Well, the thing is, what kills this whole thing, fantastic. Did the guy shoot first, or the cop shoot first?
Yes, he did. Yes.
Well, then, here's the end of story.
There it is.
He got what he got.
But you got the officer, but you got the lawyer sitting there telling everybody.
Fuck the lawyer.
That's the lawyer's job,
Mandrell.
The lawyer's just doing his job.
He's an ambulance. I know.
But just real quick, so again, and then it goes to what Tony, what Trey was saying, and a lot of other people were saying, man. Black people are just so obsessed with racism. F the cops, F the police, all these different things, to where no police shooting is justified in your mind. And then the media plays this game where they talk about 96 shots. That's 96 shots between 4 people. Divide that by 4. That's a standard magazine or a magazine and a half and a couple. You know what I'm saying? Standard magazine holds 18, I think. You know what I'm saying? The service pistol. So Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And bro, you are supposed to shoot until the fucking threat is neutralized. I heard you guys talking about earlier about the 3 shots. Well, like he said, I think was it you, Trey, or someone that said it? Listen, this man had a gun. He has shot an officer and continued to shoot. I don't see a gun, so I'm going to keep shooting until he stopped moving. And the thing about it, crazy thing about it, the nigga wasn't dead. He was still alive after 11 shots. After holding them shots he took, he was still alive. He died at the hospital. So it's a lot of things, man, that people just think movies and TV, you know what I'm saying, that you don't put your, bro, if you ain't never shot at nobody, bro, you ain't never been in a shootout or around it, bro.
You can't govern that.
Bro,
you can't govern it. You should only shoot 3 times. You can't govern that.
Yeah, no, bro, no. Stop it.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying?
Mr. Fantastic. People think that.
Perfect. Yo, my bad. Y'all was going. I assume everybody got their words out, so I don't feel bad. So, real quick. So, Mr. Fantastic, everybody who just kind of got here. So, we hashed all of that out all the way. You know what I mean? Looked at it from a bunch of different angles. Essentially, the thing I was addressing with the selective outrage is, are we? I don't know if it's the right word, but conflating things that aren't actually that aren't mutually exclusive, right? So when I'm looking at selective outrage, we say we over here shooting each other in the hood, right? But ain't nobody complaining about that. But they always complaining about the police shootings, right?
Exactly.
But I'm not sure if those two things are mutually exclusive, right? But what I wanted to address was the selective outrage would be this. You got Sean Bell. These are the examples I use. Sean Bell. You remember Sean Bell? New York City.
That was New York, right? Yeah, New York.
2006. Yeah. Amadou Diallo, Bronx, 1999. Yeah. Where those two gentlemen were unarmed, seemingly didn't have a record, right? The Amadou was seen as they thought he was somebody else, and they let off 41 shots. He got hit 19 times. Yeah, Sean Bell, bachelor party. He was in a neighborhood that wasn't so great.
And he had a brush, I think. He had like a hairbrush or a phone.
Yeah, they was in a car, so he's trying to pull out. A cop shot 31 times. Another one shot 11. Another one shot 4. Right. Sean Bell, from what I could gather, didn't have a record, etc. Right. Those two we should protest for, right? In terms of police brutality.
Philando Castile also.
Or Philando Castile, right? You see that type that set, right? And then you have brothers, and then you have brothers like Dexter Reed, right? This brother here, right? He let off the first shot, right? You know, the criminal record, people could try to throw it out or not. It matters to an extent. He had some type of weapon in which he got arrested for, right? Just a year prior to this, almost literally a year prior, right? It was a felony stop, not just a traffic stop, which they don't make the differentiation. That brother now, but they're making the same protest for this brother as they do those other brothers, and that's where the selective outrage becomes problematic. You should be selective. For Lando and them, you got to protest. A brother like Dexter Reed, who kind of wrote this up for himself, there shouldn't be the same protest. But when you do it, it muddies the waters for the brothers who deserve it. What you think about that?
Agreed. Or George Floyd. Let me be the bad guy. Or George Floyd. But that's
I don't want to bring him. We don't even need to bring in.
Not a bad guy for that.
We don't even need to. Wait. We don't need even to bring. We don't need to bring in St. George right now, right? Just in terms of that, though. I was addressing the fact that when we talk about this selective outrage, we have to also differentiate when the police are involved, because the brothers that deserve the protests and all that will get muddy with the ones they can say, well, he was a criminal X, Y, and Z. What do you think about that take?
Well, I will actually say this. There should be far more protests of civilian shootings and children being shot. And doing this, trying to look this up, bro. There was just 2 minors, a 16-year-old and a 15-year-old. Shot what I was looking for North Carolina. I was actually trying to find a story. I don't know if you guys remember. This is either last year or 2022.
You talk about something I ain't even asked you about.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think, yeah, of course. But I'm saying my answer is there should be just as much, if not more, when it comes to niggas shooting niggas. That's the answer, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, but do you see my breakdown? What do you think about that?
Yeah, perfect. You're exactly right. Listen, that's it's far too much. It's far too much attention given to downright criminals, people that are in the wrong 100%. This should have not even been a story. But then when you get the media playing into it, 96 shots, right? But then the media shows, and and I saw you talking about it earlier, Hamp. You can even see it and hear it in the video on the body cam. It's clear. The first shot comes through the windshield and hits the officer.
On the
But they still focus on the 96 shots in response. And then, like you say, people, all they do is hear that, but they're not doing the math and understanding. Well, this is 4 different cops and all these different things that people just don't really know and don't care to know because it's the police. And so they racist and they hate niggas and they hunting us and they killing us. That's
Hey,
what I got.
Let me just let me clarify.
I gotta go, Hamp. I just wanted to say thank
all right,
you
let me
for
just
having me up here.
shit.
Peace to the panel.
Ain't no, but good shit, bro. Be safe. You heard? What was that channel that you had said too? I forgot.
The website is knowyourrightsfoundation.org or .com. I think it's .org. And my brother Kevin Behringer on Real Nagas. So
Okay.
NAGAS. So check it out. Peace and love, y'all.
All right, be safe, bro.
Yep.
And one thing that, because people are foolish, let me just clarify this. One thing, we having a high level conversation about an issue, right? We have examples that we're using to address this issue that are people, right? We're not discounting anybody's life, etc., right? I know that's hard for people to sometimes understand when you're talking about concepts and issues that we need to deal with, right? We don't want the boy Dexter Reed that have passed on, but you have to assess the situation to get understanding so you can learn. I just want to say that for the people in the back, the C students that think that you can't talk about these things, right? You have to talk about them so people can learn and understand differently. Go ahead, Joseph, and then you hear all these goddamn kids in the back.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Joseph.
Mr. Fantastic, you know, in order to have a conversation, you got to understand where certain things come from. You know, in this country, you cannot get away from the origin. You can't get away from the origin of how it was built. This country was built on racism. The social environment in all workplaces have rules and expectations, you know, set by dominant employees, or by accepted traditions. U.S. systemic racism dictates that law enforcement treat blacks less than human. Why do you think black council members or black celebrities have been, you know, assaulted or harassed by police, and why police are not assaulting and shooting white residents in white neighborhoods?
You want me to
You're
answer?
saying that we have fake outrage and stuff like that, but this is how police are trained to see us as Untermenschen, which is German for subhuman.
Okay. Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, go ahead and answer.
Okay, so do you know the stats? Do you know the stats on police shootings racially? Do you know
Yes,
that?
I
Do you know?
gave them earlier.
Okay, so why are you talking about? So if you know them, why are you speaking it as if it's a major issue or problem with black people? Black people are shot the least. Okay, even though they have one of the highest interaction with police. So
why is that?
You have no leg to stand on. Hold on, brother. Hold on. You let me answer fully. So again, you're doing exactly what Hamp was talking about, and you're basing something on racism. When again, what's the brother's name? Ronald Fryer or something Fryer? A Harvard professor did the research and proved that the racism that you guys claim just isn't there. Black man, by the way. So again, brother, until we get away from these things and admit the fact that, hey, niggas are violent. And you're too violent for the very, very small percentage of the population that you make up. You have the highest fucking murder rate that's like should not be anywhere where it is when it comes to each other. And a lot of the other things, bro, is what it is. I don't want to hear anything about racism in 2024, bro. Racism has always exists. It will never stop.
That's
So
bullshit.
so
You're
it's not
justifying
bullshit.
cops breaking the law under systematic racism because you just don't want to hear about it?
There are more white people killed by cops than
We're
black
not
people.
talking about white people.
Yes, we are. You're talking about cops, so you have to make a comparison, Joseph. Brother, you have to compare it to something. If you're going to claim racism, you must therefore then prove that they are doing more detriment to black people than they are white, and the numbers just are not there. Again, this isn't what I'm saying. This is my opinion. These are the numbers. Joseph, calm down.
People get killed unarmed. by
You
cops.
what? That's a lie. That's a lie. That's not even
34%. I have
possible.
the statistics sitting right in front of me.
What? 34% of what?
If you was on earlier, I would have
30.
gave
Hold on, wait. So hold on, I wasn't here. So when you say 34%, explain it, because that's impossible.
All right. I'll bring it to you right here, man. I'm bow tie. I'm gonna bring it to your neck. It says under fatal police violence by race and state in the United States from the statistics from 1980.
Well, for one, it says racist state, brother. That I can't trust nothing they got to say now. That's biased as fuck.
Bro?
It says racist in whatever you're reading, brother. That nullifies whatever you're about to say.
Oh my God.
That's not no fucking stats, and I'm gonna tell you again. So 34%, brother. That's impossible.
Would you let me finish?
Do you know? Do you? Well, yeah, I'm not gonna let you finish.
Bro,
He's about to say a whole bunch of bullshit.
He already read it, but just be quick. Just finish it real quick.
All right. I'm gonna get to the sub point. It says that 34% in the same book, 34% of unarmed civilians killed by police are black. Police kill blacks 3.5 times more than whites. The U.S. have a 5 times the police violence of all other high-income countries. This is from The Lancet, September 28th, 2021. This was reported in that book, in that magazine, actually.
He finna go do the research.
Bro, I don't be coming up here just throwing numbers.
I'm not doing no research. Listen, bro.
I'm charismatic, they make them sound true.
No, listen, bro. Well, for one, you're definitely not charismatic. No one's ever. It's a charge you never caught.
No, I'm talking about you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm guilty as charged. But brother, listen, what I'm telling you. Redo your research. Start a place that's not going to have racists in the thing or whatever. And what you're going to find out is, again, black people, when you do the per capita thing, of course, it's going to be 3 times more, because again, there's 6 times more white people. Again, it's niggamantics, brother. You playing niggamantics and nigga numbers, okay?
Oh.
Go and look at the total number of people that are killed per year, and then come back to me, brother. Respectfully. Get out your emotions, get out your feelings. Hold up. You said the other day. Hold on, just real quick, Joseph. I'm gonna let you have it. Hold on, I'm gonna let you have it. You ever been pulled over?
Yes.
A lot of times? How many times? Plenty.
About 4 times.
And I just heard you say yesterday, you 40, right?
Yes.
Checkmate. I'm done. You living, nigga. I don't want to hear you. Stop bitching. I'm done. I'm 42. I'm 6'5". I'm 6'5". I'm 40. I've been pulled over plenty of times. Brother, I've been pulled over for a felony charge. Okay. I've never even had a fucking gun put on me by a cop. Okay. That's the majority. That's the 99% of police stops with black people. Okay. That are not criminal. If you are a fucking criminal, fuck you. You get what you get. Brother, no, the stats you gave me, I don't know how old they are, and it's bullshit. I'm telling you the motherfucking facts. Go look it up. Look at the total number of motherfucking people, total number of people shot. Black people are at the bottom, and holler at Dr. I think it's Ronald or Roland Fryer. Holler at him, brother. He's smarter than me and you put together. I trust his motherfucking stats over whatever that bullshit you talking about that gets racism in the goddamn title.
And you ain't even look it up.
I just told you, because the latest data, the most current data came from a fucking Harvard professor, a black man. I covered it.
Bro, just because
several brothers in this, several people in this, several people in it, brother, and he double tested it. Okay, several people in this same sector have covered it. Go do the research and get back to me and get out your feelings with your 40-year-old living ass.
Bro, I'm not
with your 40-year-old living ass that have been pulled over by the police plenty of times, brother. Keep enjoying life. I'm glad you're here. Just like me.
Have you ever read David Harris's pretextual traffic stops? The reason why they did
brother,
that.
How old is it? How old is that?
Hold on.
How old is it?
How fucking old it is.
Yes, it does matter. If I'm giving you 1980s fucking statistics, if I'm telling you shit from the 1990s, it's gonna be totally fucking. Even if I'm telling you something from 2000, it's 20-year-old data, bro. I'm telling you again for the last time. Ronald fucking or Roland Fryer. Go look it up. I am. I definitely am.
You ain't telling me shit, first of all. Second of all, read the book David Harris.
I'm not reading shit.
Okay, well, I don't have to look up your fucking whack ass.
Well, you don't have to look it up. A black man did it. So, hey, have a nice life, brother. I'm glad you're alive, brother.
And suck a dick.
Joseph, you know good and hell well.
I know good and damn
you lucky you still
what?
alive, nigga. You are, bro. You are the perfect example of how we know police can control themselves. Cause nigga, you crazy as hell. I can imagine a white fucking police officer pulling your stupid ass, your stupid goofy ass over, and I know my rights, and it's racism, and it's this, and it's that. Nigga, you need, nigga, go Baker Act yourself, nigga. Baker, act yourself, you crazy ass, lame ass nigga. Don't do this shit with me, boy.
Here, bro.
Don't do this shit with me, you lame ass nigga.
Yeah, I'm lame.
I have you
And
calling the motherfucking hotline out this motherfucker, boy. Don't play with me, boy. Lower your voice when you talking to a lower your voice when you talking to a fucking man, boy.
Nigga, what you want, Accutane? Go put some chapstick on, nigga. With your
chapstick, nigga. What the fuck you talking about?
Put some chapstick.
Now you worried about my lips? Now you being sus? Now you being sus, brother? Stop it, brother.
Nigga, you an ugly
sus
ass.
ass.
Always talking.
All right.
How about that, pussy?
All right. What, I don't know what I missed. What I missed? All right, chill out. He ain't here no more.
Yeah, of course he ain't here no more.
It sound like some dumb shit y'all was arguing about though.
Yeah, I want to get into a quick question real quick before I get to the gym.
What's going on?
I don't know who's ever been around gang members before, right? I don't know who's ever been around gang members or had an encounter with one, but I've encountered plenty of police. And what I can tell you is that like a gang member will come at you with some level of respect. They don't know you, they don't know me, you know, you suspect or what have you, right? Keep your hands visible, things like that. There's like a decorum between two strangers, whether he's affiliated or not, that I seem to get. I get to seem to get a benefit of a doubt and grace. Like, I don't know you, you don't look gangster, but you comport yourself very well, so therefore I get some kind of grace and pass. I don't get that from any kind of police encounter that I've had in my life. It's never you're innocent and let me ask you something you may or may not know about. The presumption is that I'm guilty of committing a crime or I've done something wrong or in a place that I'm not supposed to be. That's always been the default position. It's never, hello, sir, how are you doing? It's always, barking orders. It's always escalating. It's always the hand on the pistol while approaching my car. It's never, how are you doing? Nice day, weather we're having. Can I see your license and registration? It's always these orders of escalations of do what I say or I will kill you and I have the right to do so. And I don't get that from gangsters. And what we're supposed to believe is that Black men are so violent and so unreasonable and so like animalistic and barbaric like that they'll shoot anything, rob your grandmother, I don't get that. But they do. No, okay, fine, they do. But cops kill people too for no freaking reason at all. Then they can do it and get away with it.
Wait. EBD. Why did you concede that point so quickly?
What, that gangsters like some gangsters will?
Well, you said Black men do X, Y, and Z. AO said they do, and you said, well, fine. Did you mean gangsters?
Gangsters, right? That's in the context. That's in the context of gangsters versus police.
Well, AO, were you saying Black men or were you saying men that are in the streets?
No, I was referring to what he said. He was saying is that they don't do it, and I was like, but they do it.
No. I'm not saying that they don't do it at all. I'm just saying that's not the encounter that I get. I get grace even when in front of somebody who's affiliated versus police. That's the point.
But hold on, the context you have to ask is, have you encountered gangsters more or police more?
Police more.
So you said you've been around police more than you've been around gangsters, niggas from your hood. Where you at?
Houston, yeah.
And you've had more bad experience with those police compared to the gangsters.
Yes.
Well, AO, based on his answer, if he encountered more police officers,
then he will have more bad experience.
Yeah, just based on volume.
Yeah.
It's also perception of things. Like, so for me, when they walk to my car and they have their hand on their gun, I expect that. So it doesn't surprise me. You know what I'm saying? Not to say wrong, right, or indifferent, EBD, you know what I mean? Not to discount what you're saying. I guess I've accepted the reality that because when Diesel was up here, and I maybe I can ask you guys this question, that we are seen differently, right? We are seen in a negative light. EBD, if I were to ask you a genuine question, if you saw a group of Black men walking towards you, a group of white men walking towards you, does that conjure a different feeling in you yourself?
If they look like savage,
are they
hold on.
Just a quick question: are any of them armed, or just a group of them?
They just walking towards you.
If it's just a group of them, and all they're doing is chilling and talking, I got nothing to worry about.
No,
from
it's just
either
a
one.
group. It's a group. It's nighttime. They walking towards you. One black, one white. Does it conjure a different feeling in you yourself? If not, then that's okay. I'm just asking a question.
No, for me, it doesn't. They're
Okay.
out at night. I'm out at night, right? It's
Mhm.
only if they talking shit and get me look at me cross-eyed, I got concerns.
Okay. All right.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. And I just wonder if I asked the brothers the same question, what would be your answer?
I would be more alert with a group of young black men.
Have any young black men groups ever done anything to you?
Of course not, because I look like I can fuck nigga up.
I mean,
I can't speak for everybody
how are you
else.
concerned? That's what I'm saying. How are you concerned when you know?
No. What I'm saying is, to his question, I would be more alert if it was young black men compared to some young white guys. Just from my experience, my experience between black people and white people, I'd be more alert with some black.
Oh, okay, I got you. I mean, I guess
Because I never had conflict with white people like that.
Well, like I've lived on low income housing, right? I live in Section 8. You got affiliations over there. I lived in all parts of the neighborhood, so I know all types of people. And when it comes to like community, when it comes to seeing a person every day, you wake up and you go to bed, y'all all in low income housing. You get to know people's stories. And then you go to Houston, I'm in San Antonio. You go to different places and then you find some gangsters there. But then the cops pull you over. Well, I didn't have insurance or something like that, right? Or something about my license plate light, like the bulb went out or something. So I get pulled over for really simple stuff. But the attitude, the escalation that I get,
they treat you like everybody else.
Like the disrespect, like from a conversation. It's supposed to be a conversation. I'm thinking it's supposed to be a conversation. They're coming at me like left from jump. But
see, like the reason why it's hard, like when I hear these.
All right, y'all. Listen. All right, I went over the hour extension. I got to get up out of here. The conversation has been interesting. Let's do final thoughts so I can roll, man. I see y'all tomorrow. We interviewing Single by Choices. Those two brothers are hilarious. So that should be a good time. Josh, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I wanted to do final thoughts first because it's actually a question, and I'd like to get an answer so I can bump down and I can hear it. So generally, from what I gather is society kind of wants to be able to have a lot more say in how police do their job. So my question is are you guys willing to pay for it? Like, I do mean like an increase in property taxes to pay for the extra training that you guys want, things like that. Are you guys really willing to go the length to actually pay for it? It's really what my final thought's going to boil down to.
Okay. Yeah, real quick. I mean, we see them giving money to all different types of countries and things of that nature. So there's some money somewhere if it's allocated correctly. But I guess my question is, will they reallocate the money so that officers are properly changed or trained? Sorry. So that would be my quick answer to that. Hey, yo, any final thoughts?
But yeah, I was just going to elaborate back on what EBD was saying. The reason why it's hard for me to relate to most black men in these situations who do have a lot of bad experiences with cops is because I've been pulled over a lot. Since I was a young man and driving. I've been pulled over a lot of times, and I would say 90% of the experiences were pleasant. I don't always get. A lot of times I even got off with warnings. The one time, right, that I got kind of roughed up or whatever, it was a situation where I was borrowing a car. We was down a car, and a guy lent us a car, me and my mom. I was driving. She told me to get out the car, whatever. She roughed me up a little bit. I'm like, damn, what did I do? No, I'm thinking she discriminated. Turns out that the dude put some bad tags on the car. So it was a reason. So my whole point is, most of the time it starts from something. It's not just for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like if we're doing what we're supposed to do in the first place, you're less likely to have these interactions. And if you do run into the cops, just like Fantastic was saying, like just comply. You know what I'm saying? So you can live to see another day. you can't be combative and be trying to fight them and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it just go to what we see on TV. That's my last thoughts.
Okay. EBD.
To answer your question, Josh, like you can't really train a person to respect somebody else if you have authority over them. You shouldn't have to train humanity and to respect someone's humanity because you have a uniform, badge, gun, pepper spray, handcuffs. That's not something you really have to train. Shouldn't be a penny to like treat a criminal one way and a complete innocent person or citizen another way. What is a problematic is when you walk the streets and these class of people or race of people that you've grown up with your whole life, you've been told that they're less than human, they're criminals, they're animals, they're apes, they're gorillas, they're dogs that need to be put down and controlled by any means necessary. So you can't really train that out of a person who signs up for the job. I've seen plenty of white people act out, not get hurt, not get shot, not get killed, not get beaten, not get stabbed, not get anything, right? Either armed or unarmed. That's the treatment that we're asking, to be seen as human as you would treat yourselves. I don't understand how that's too much to ask unless that's just not how you operate. And if we have to accept that, then some things need to change. And I would say don't wear the badge if you can't treat anyone equally under the law.
Word. Devin?
Well, surprisingly, I don't have necessarily a big problem with the police. I just feel like us as citizens don't try to hold court in the streets. I think it's a pretty healthy toss up. I rarely run across a bad cop. I actually got some crazy warnings. I actually got off on something that should have ended my life late last year. So yeah, you just gotta be a normal person. Be calm too. Just be that being calm shit really take.
Yep.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. In that situation, when I got pulled over, I was so calm because I figured I fucked up. This is it. This the end of the road. I'm out of state. They'd have got me. I shouldn't have been speeding anyway. And shit, it actually paid off. I told the truth, when it came down to it, because I always refuse to search until they get to the point where they find probable cause, because you can refuse to search. Never just say no. I always do it in a polite, roundabout way. Like, is there a reason, officer? I'm kind of in a rush. I always love that one. But yeah, just be real calm, because you gotta look. You black. That's the mindset I come with. Most of the time, they just regular people, but it's best to stay on our toes as we have been taught. But I don't believe they out to get me or none of that shit. I mean, the stats don't prove the stats don't prove that, and my experiences don't prove that. I still stay on my toes though, because it's just nature. We've been brought up like that. Like the police out to get you, keep your hands on the steering wheel. I'll be on my P's and Q's when they come. So they never really have to escalate with me. I do make them do their job though. I will refuse to search, but my bad. Y'all have a good one.
Hey man, I told you quit your job so you could hit the link earlier.
Hey, I was listening for a good minute, but then
you was listening. Most of you be at work and shit. Then you try to jump on late and all that.
Yeah, I got on, but goddamn,
all right,
they started talking
right,
crazy.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, Joseph, any final thoughts?
I'll check y'all later.
Easy. Lift weights at the gym. Any final thoughts, Joseph?
Yeah. I understand what they saying. Comply with cops. Do what they say. I've been in situations where I have plenty of interactions with the police. More white cops than black cops. Usually, the black cops are, with the exception of one, we're pretty cool and chill and whatever. But for the most part, cops are not to be believed. Lawyers will tell you cops are not your friend. Don't speak to the police. Give them if they start banging on you and probing you and asking you questions, you only say these 4 words. I do not ask questions. That's 5 actually. I don't answer questions. Because the thing is they're going to try to to screw you over. And it's a lot of racism is involved in the way that these cops do police. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, and it's not as easy as said. It's not as easy as done to just say, hey, you know what, a cop violated my rights. Let me go to the courthouse and sue. You know, I had 2 lawsuits, one federal and one state, that was dismissed because of qualified immunity. The only time you can actually sue a police department is if they do physical harm to you, and if you have like bruises or broken legs or whatever, something egregious. So that's what I'm saying.
True.
It's not as easy to just say, hey, I'm just going to sue this officer because he pissed me off. So that's all I got to say.
Word. Mr. Fantastic, you there?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. Yeah, so again, wrong again. There's a famous case of a young black man that got pulled over. I think it was Arizona, and he got rewarded a pretty healthy sum of money just for a simple it is easy to win cases without physical any of those things that you're talking about. A lot of people do their experience, which again, it's determined about their temperament. If you're an asshole, they act.
You Borging.
And
Yo, you're Mr. Fantastic. Your shit.
everybody that's
fucked
still
up.
living and surviving, bro. Oh
Yo,
fuck. Okay.
first of all, don't
It
be
is what it
taking
is.
shots at me, bro. If you want to address me, man, I'm right here, bro. Don't be saying wrong again. I hate niggas like you, bro. You always trying to keep scoring,
Yeah,
always
you're
trying to
not worth
one up
addressing.
somebody.
Yo, he can't even.
You
He
not
can't
do
even hear
shit.
you.
Have a good
Man,
life,
fuck
ass
that
nigga.
nigga, bro. Fuck you, Fantastic.
He's off. Hey man, listen, I'm gonna definitely clip out the monologue part because the conversation quite didn't stay on it, but it was a great conversation nonetheless. Is why I let it go how it went, because there are points that made. I just want us to start making more progress, and in order to do so, be as objective as you can, regardless of where you stood before you got here, just in case that opinion can change for the better. I just want us to understand a couple things, right? There's some crazy shit happening, but what's the percentage of repeat offenders in prison?
No, it's pretty high.
I use myself anecdotally. Whenever I had a run-in with the police and it was negative, I was running or attached to them for some reason, for a reason. When I've been pulled over, generally I comport myself just like pretty calm. Now I don't acquiesce necessarily. Like, I'll say what I need to say. I'll be just as stern as they are, but I'm always respectful, right? And I'm not doing anything incorrect or wrong. So the stop goes how the stop goes. I also understand the stereotypes, right? And people do see black men as such, and I'm always aware of that too. That's an unfortunate truth, but it is a truth at this juncture for us in our country. And we often have to overcome and beat stereotypes. Even in job interviews, we have to overcome and beat stereotypes. But we know that, so understand that when you operate in this earth, so it's interesting, man. God damn. Perfect. Somebody said I was a strong arm robber. Hell no. Just dumb trouble, stupid shit. Get the likes up, man. I appreciate y'all. Be safe. Do the right thing, man. This was a great conversation. I'm definitely gonna clip this up. Let me make sure I didn't miss any. Jeremiah said, "Hemp, go spend time with the fam." Definitely. UT with the files. Mr. Fantastic made a bad argument when it comes to stats. If that's the case, he can't make women believe the stats he put out can't just pick and choose. Indeed, man. Awesome. Tomorrow, like I said, with single by choices, that'll be dope. And today, watch this back, man. I think we did a good job, and everybody helped who was in the chat breaking down the film comparison, what selective outrage is or what it should be, and how we need to assess and reassess things until we get to the right answer, not just the answer we prefer. All
right, Ham, what time you get started tomorrow?
Same time.
Okay.
Same time, 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern.
All right.
I'll be with those brothers for like an hour or so, and then I drop the link and shit like that.
Bet.
So everybody become a member. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.